Yep.
Okay. I'm ready to go live.
Okay. Should start in a second here.
I think we are live, it says.
Yes. Hello, hello. Welcome everybody. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. Hope you all doing beautifully today. And I'm joined with my good friend and co-host, Alan. How you doing, brother?
Alan Steinfeld of New Realities. Thank you, everybody. It's been an ongoing series that I've been doing with Neil Gar, Portal to Ascension, because he is putting out the information that we need at this time, or we need to confirm because we are in a shift of vibration. So today's event is part of that frequency alignment. That's why we have all these sound healers joining us, and it's
Yes.
always great. Everything you do on Portal to Ascension, Neil, I support.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been very like obviously like last year we did a lot of events, but since the Portal to Ascension conference, there's been around 6 fully produced conferences, multi-day events. And this year alone, on the first weekend, I did Ascension Exopolitics and Disclosure Conference. We had 200 people for that on the 4th, right? 3 days after New Year's. And then we did the Walk-ins Conference, which was 3 days with 130 people on that one a week after, and now we're doing this so 3 fully produced conferences in the first 3 weekends.
I know it's great because people are home. What are they going to do? They want
Right.
this information because we can't gather in groups, but we're gathering non-locally. So we're part of this shift. I mean, this is sort of the homework we're doing. So wherever this leads to will be a different time as we come out of
Mm-hmm.
this shell, out of this cocoon. Something else is possible, and we don't know what that is, but we're preparing the groundwork for that right now.
Hmm. Yeah, brother, exactly. And the intention for this event is like we share a lot of information, but it's also about the experience, really, and integrating the information. And I felt like what better way to start 2021, because it's still in the beginning, than to infuse it with all this harmonious frequencies and a meditative experience where we just get together and just unwind and relax rather than having to be on that on that constant search for information so that we can make some change, right? It's also about having that experience as well as that knowing.
Right. So we are putting the energy out with these really creative sound healers. And I think a lot of these people, they're not like planning songs. I'm going to do this or that. They are
Hmm.
just in the moment. Maybe some of them are, but it's in the moment that, everyone watching live now is part of this moment. And everybody's vibration contributes to what these sounds that we'll be hearing
Hmm.
are. So if you're watching, you are part of it. There are no innocent bystanders.
Exactly. And this is 100% a synchronicity event because I didn't even think about doing this until we were in the middle of the conference we did 5, 6 days ago. So that's when I decided, like, wouldn't it be cool to do a sound conference just in a week and see how it does? And we only started promoting 4 days ago. We have 400 people signed up for the Zoom room. We're going live on YouTube and everything. So just how many people signed up in such a short period of time goes to show that this is we're heading the right direction. Putting out this information is what is really needed at this point. And having these individuals come on, they're also last minute. Like all these individuals, I confirmed them within the last week, and they
Mm.
just said yes, let's do it. So today you're going to experience a purely synchronistic experience. And a few of these individuals I just connected with for the first time. Within the last 2 days. The last sound healer for today, her name's Claire. She lives in California, and I just connected with her less than 24 hours ago and had a conversation about this. So this is 100% impromptu, just putting it out into the universe and seeing what's going to manifest. So I'm excited about what's going to be created today.
Well, Neil, don't you feel you are sort of channeling yourself? You're just kind of hooked up to something that wants to come through. I mean, that's what
Yeah.
I feel about you.
Well, that's actually somebody actually had told me that before. I got a reading done a long time ago, and I was asking about channeling and if I could ever channel. And then their answer was that I have this direct. I'm not going to be a trans channel, but I have this direct energy of downloads where I get information. Like I even get full on downloads of marketing information within minutes, like literally how to do and what to create for this event and the whole entire thing. So I do feel like that's my connection, is just a constant stream of information coming through. Plus, I feel it's my role on Earth to be the technical support for the conscious movement. You know, to like help the individual. So you, people like you and other speakers, can do the creative stuff, and I help create the infrastructure for that.
Well, it's your passion. You know, Bashar says, follow your highest excitement. It's part of your highest excitement, along, of course, with your poetry, which is something I guess you get downloaded too. It just like comes through you, and the rhymes. And I hope you do some today, because that is part of the vibration of words. Because, you know, every word that is said creates an image in our minds, as opposed to sound. Sound transcends that image and goes right into the psyche. But both are powerful. We lived in both sides of our brain, left and right brain. So we need the words and we need the sound vibration. But sometimes we've overdone the left brain. So this is why sound, just pure sound, is so impactful. Yes, can change the psyche, because we're so over kind of stimulated with just words and information and this, and that's all just left brain. This day today gives us a chance to do something else. So we'll do less talking and more listening.
Yes, and let me just say this for the logistical information for people, and then let's get into our first presenter. But whoever is joining us in the Zoom room, first of all, if you want to chat in the Zoom room, please, we encourage it, but do change your settings to all panelists and attendees. So change your settings there to all panelists and attendees. Right now, most of you are set to all, just all panelists. Go ahead and change that. If you're tuning in on YouTube or Facebook, you can come to our website, you can sign up and join the Zoom room. And after we're going to have a little break in a little bit, we'll go down the schedule in maybe 1 or 2 presenters from now and tell you what we're going to experience for the rest of the day. But now let's get into our first guest. Ellen, do you want to go ahead and introduce Phil?
Really? Do I always have to introduce Phil? No.
You do so well.
No, I know. Well, he hasn't stepped out of the disco I met him in 1985. Phil, I'm glad.
Hi, Ellen. Hi, Neil.
Hey, brother.
I met Phil. He was the waiter down the street at this great health food restaurant, Caravan of Dreams. I walk by there every day. I look in, see who's there. He pops out and said, you know, we're going to be friends someday. I said, yeah, right.
Can you imagine?
And then he ends up moving into my apartment. We actually do become friends. And actually, I have to say, Phil is the person who inspired me and also coached me to be a speaker. And I always give you tribute to that, Phil, even when you're wearing your hard hat. Yeah. NASA, yes. And he's a great jokester, and don't let that fool you, those jokes, because he has vast amounts of knowledge. He's taught me a lot. I mean, I have his book collection, his tape collection. I'm not throwing that out, Phil. And,
no, I recognize a lot of my books that are on the bookcase behind.
Okay, that's why I'm displaying them here for you today, to show you I did not throw them out. But,
I imagine you're sitting on my futon as well at the moment.
Somewhere.
Yes.
So Phil, you're going to mostly play, but I hope you share some of the esoteric metaphysical knowledge that has tapped you into these other dimensions. So
well, I will. We're going to focus on music now.
Okay. All right. And of course, Phil and me are big not follower, but support for Deisree Hurtak and the Keys of Enoch. And they do very amazing sound vibration chants. I hope maybe you could do a tribute today to some of the Keys of Enoch melodies. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, without further conversation, Mr. Phil Gruber.
Well, I'll tell you, living up to an Alan Steinfeld intro, I tell you.
That wasn't such a great intro. But you can mention
not your worst, not your
best man at your wedding.
Anyway, this is very true.
I gave away the groom, please. Yeah. All right, go Phil. What do you
I got a feeling, you know, remember the Who, Tommy? I got a feeling 21 is going to be a good year. As long as we something together. Anyway.
We're in it together. Okay. Okay, Phil.
The Book of Knowledge, the Keys of Enoch, talks about thinking in divine pictures. And this music is going to do just that. You got to forgive me. I had a couple of teeth pulled the other day.
Okay.
Well, but that for those of us that have seen the 12 Monkeys, that's an okay thing. They can't track you, you know.
They can't track you if you pull your teeth.
The trackers are in the teeth, so it's not a bad idea to get your
I remember that.
I don't recommend it, but you have your own philosophy. That's
I'm
okay.
I'm feeling much better already.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Phil,
Yes.
thank you for being here all the way from Singapore.
Yeah.
Phil gives conferences around the world when we can go around the world. But I do think you have a unique set of knowledge, you know, that you can't find anywhere else. So I hope you share some of that today. And
I'll share one nugget here.
okay.
Now, by the way, and I heard you guys talking earlier, we're very close to living in this part of the world does have its challenges, but we're very, very close to Bali.
Yes.
So we've been to Bali many, many, many times.
Yeah, I actually
It's
went through
it's
Singapore to
going out to
Bali.
the island for you, you know?
You what did you say, Neil? You were what?
That's where I went first. Like we stopped in Singapore the night and then went to Bali because it was the perfect way to get there.
Oh, you should have visited Phil in Singapore.
And that's just because the fact that we hadn't met, that's no excuse, Neil.
Wait, I just wanted to say one more thing.
That's funny.
I wanted to say one more thing to Neil, that I have a really good feeling about today, that it's going to be a different frequency. It's something new we're presenting today. And so everyone just let go of that left brain, stop thinking, take in the sounds and see. And I want to hear in the chat, if you want to share, what kind of visions and information and downloads come to you as you're taking in these sounds just for today. Okay. Phil, anything else, Neil?
Nope, that's it. Go ahead, Phil.
Higher intelligence has taught me many things. Taught me a lot about the physics and metaphysics of consciousness and creation. A lot of our lost history, ascension mechanics, Merkaba mechanics, you name it. But they also taught me the value of music. And another thing they taught me was the value of gratitude. They actually taught me one of the great secrets of gratitude. And it's echoed also in Wallace Wattles' The Science of Getting Rich, Success Through Creative Thought. Gratitude is, yes, as we know, giving thanks, but gratitude is a magnetic force that unites your brain and your solar plexus in your heart space, because that's where the gratitude is felt. That nice warm feeling. There's no feeling really like it. As Belushi said, it's the greatest feeling it's the most fun you can have with your clothes on. There's nothing like gratitude. To be eternally, perpetually gratitude for all the gifts we've been given and the gifts we are going to be given. And in Charles Haanel's The Master Key, which I heartily recommend, he gives the great secret of life in lesson 1. It's the coordination. It's the understanding of their functions and the coordination of these two centers. What he's talking about is the brain and the solar plexus, the coordination of these two centers and the understanding of their functions, which is the great secret of life. So sometime at your convenience, search for solar plexus, the abdominal brain. There's many, many websites that have a PDF scanned copy of Wallace Wattles' original 1918, I think it is, little pamphlet. It's called The Solar Plexus or the Fourth or the Abdominal Brain. Is one of the greatest gifts I can give and one of the greatest gifts you can give to yourself. It really is one of the great secrets behind the secret. The solar plexus is the key to so much. So here we go. I would just ask you to breathe easily and gently and deeply and comfortably so we can get the solar plexus involved. Because I tell you, once you establish that relationship with your solar plexus and you wake up that solar plexus, you tell the solar plexus what you want. And the solar plexus will do whatever it can do, whatever rewiring is necessary to manifest that dream for you. The solar plexus is fully developed even before the brain. That shows you in terms of priority how important this is. So here we go. Hope everybody can hear that.
Yeah, sounds good. Actually, it can be a little louder, Phil. A little louder. That's better. Yeah, yeah. Whatever you did there.
This auto harp here is tuned to F sharp, and that's the key of the heart. That key can open many locked doors in the Great Pyramid, many portals to ascension, as it were, such as this. And this is no less a portal to ascension than any other portal to ascension. And I am so grateful in my heart for this opportunity. This is my light language. Remember, everything is light language. And whether language is expressed in music, in poetry, in art, it will still convert into electrical impulse within the body's template. Electromagnetic programs and mathematical codes that open up gates of light, or the Kabbalists called the gates of light. Let this be the key that opens your heart right now. And the higher heart, the thymus, thy muse, that which inspires. That's why the thymus sits on top of the heart. It is the higher heart. But let this music penetrate into the most deepest recesses of your heart and give thanks, because that is the key. For all the gifts we are being given and all the gifts yet to come, make room for it, surrender. And you'll be given all that's necessary to fulfill your soul's purpose in this life. And one of the big secrets is not to ask for more and at the same time, not to settle for less.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Neil. Thanks, everyone. Many
Beautiful
blessings.
way.
Stay well, everybody.
Beautiful way to start the day. And I love the fact that you're all the way on the other side. So we started the day with creating that grid over the entire planet, you know?
Yeah, we're in terms of Pacific time, we're, I think, 12 to 16 hours in the future.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
Well, you're muted, Alan. We already started time traveling, Phil.
I said, you're always in the future, Phil. You're always coming from the future.
You're 16 hours ahead of me.
Hey, thank you again. Thank you again. Lots of love to you all. Thanks for inviting me on this journey.
Hope to see you soon on this side of the world, Phil.
I sure will, as soon as I can.
Phil, really quick, because we do have a couple minutes. Can you just tell people what about your workshop, Visitors to a Small Planet, that we're going to be doing in about a month or two?
Neil, what's the date of that again?
I'll tell you right now. You go ahead and you can get into what it's about, and I'll look up the date.
Why don't you screen share that, Neil, when you have it?
Good idea.
Okay.
Visitors to a Small Planet. This, we're going to get into the nitty gritty. This is what I call Disclosure 2.0. I want to talk about, I have a lot of information regarding who the visitors are, where they come from, why they come here, the reasons for contact, why contactees are chosen, the difference between star seeds and earth seeds, a lot of our lost history, because to understand what's happening on the planet now, to contextualize it or recontextualize it in terms of what's going on, this time cycle we're in now, to really understand what's going on, we need to understand a lot of our lost history, who we are, why we were created, why at these certain times everybody comes back, why the indigos, waves of indigos have been coming in for a long time, who these visitors are, what their relationship or relationships to us are, what are the primary agendas of visitor races. A lot of incredible information, a lot of which was given to me in a walk-in experience I had when I was 6 years old, that fortunately has stayed with me and really started to unfold itself after many, 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 many years. And now I really come to the full realization of just how important this information is to finally understand more who we are, what the mechanics of ascension are, what ascension is, multidimensional identity integration, what true self-realization is, what we've been given by races of higher evolution. in order to fulfill our purposes here on earth and to understand who it is that we're dealing with, who we really are, where we come from, why we're here, and where we go when we quote unquote leave, unless we decide to stay. But these are teachings that give us choice. That give us
Nice,
choice.
Phil. Very nice.
Not bad for 2 o'clock in the morning.
No, not bad.
It's great, actually.
Yeah, no, I'm excited about that event. So will this be a hands-on event, practical information?
This is going to be real practical, hands-on. All my workshops, seminars this is going to be highly experiential. There's going to be activations, initiations. Mostly the greatest initiation is the knowledge base, and also the experience of that knowledge is just incalculable. How valuable it is to really, I mean, isn't that one of the greatest occult maxims of all time? Know thyself. An unexamined life is not worth living.
It's the original maxim.
Who we are.
It was over the Oracle of Delphi, the mystical pilgrimage site. Know thyself.
That's right. And I don't have to sit on top of a tripod either. You know, it's really good. I have a fear of heights, somewhat, but not the heights of ascension. That's for sure. No vertigo there. But I really would just would love everyone to come to this workshop. It's going to be completely revelatory. Understanding more who we are, who they are, where they come from. I've got their names. I've got the star systems they come from, the role of the DNA and how we communicate, how light language is transduced through the DNA. This is amazing. I mean,
how do you
Leanne
know
Curtis, I know you're down.
Walking experience.
Where did you get all this knowledge from?
I got it. Well, originally I got it from a walk-in experience. Wow. When I was 6 years old, but not unlike a lot of other people. I've had really wonderful teachers. You know, I've had great teachers in my life. I joined a magical fraternity many years ago, and I had access to private libraries and just incredible knowledge. And plus, I've been a good student. I take good notes, and I remember, but mainly this walk-in experience. Really gave me stuff. I mean, it's not, I'm sure we've all had imaginary playmates growing up, but Metatron, give me a break, you know? So I've had an awful lot of knowledge and gifts from a very, very young age. I wasn't supposed to come into this information for quite a long time, but I was in a major car accident. The car hit me head on, going 60 miles an hour, threw me up in the air, down the street, but not a scratch. Something came in. The force of the impact threw me.
Yes. This is at age 6?
6 to 16. And when it's it'll intervene, they'll intervene directly when it's a life or death situation, if you really have a contract to be here. I also want to talk about birth, the fetal integration process, the map of interplanetary stargates, the stargates on the Earth, why we see 11:11 on the clock. Believe me, Alan can tell you, I can get a lot in a relatively short period of time.
Not to mention The Wizard of Oz, which is one of your best theses that I've heard.
Well, that's probably, thank you very much, Alan. Alan and I have done workshops together.
But The Wizard of Oz is a path to ascension. Basically,
it sure is. Dorothy, that's Theos, gift of God. The Wizard of Oz, the book, if you've seen the movie, rocks, but the book rocks even harder.
And it wasn't just one book. People don't realize it was not just The Wizard of Oz. There was a series of books by Frank.
14 original Oz books.
Right. Maybe we should do the next.
Each really mirroring one of the stages of the Via Dolorosa, you know, the 14 stages of Jesus going to the cross. But you see, I believe at the end of those 14 stations of the cross, you don't get crucified, you get taken off the cross of space and time. That's an important teaching that's been sort of reversed. There's 14 rare earth elements. We'll remind everybody, and I think the emails will go out about them pretty soon. I'm just really excited. Any chance I get to share this information, you know, Neil, you know, Alan, will you get that feeling that your heart is so big it can't be contained in one body, and all you want to do is share, and we are here to share everything we know.
Well, in the chat, it
Thank
says
you,
you
Phil.
just brought
You're very welcome.
Someone says in the chat, Phil, you just brought in some magnificent frequencies. So,
Thank you. A heartgasm like that.
okay.
Leanne rocks. Leanne's always rocking.
All right. Keep
Phil,
it up,
I'm
Phil.
so excited about this upcoming event, and let's have another call and make some courses on this material that you have too. This sounds really amazing.
We sure will, but I guess I should probably relinquish now.
Yeah.
I know you have a lot of other great people and a lot of great music. I'll hang on probably for the duration. Anyway, thank you again. God bless you, everybody. Neil, Alan.
See you soon,
brother.
Phil. I feel like you're still living here with me.
Yeah,
Phil.
take good care of my futon, will you?
I will.
All right, Phil. See you later. Thank you.
Ya. Okay.
Okay. Phil Gruber,
Amazing.
ladies and gentlemen.
And I just want to second what he said about the experience of the knowledge. That's what it's all about. And I've been on this search since 2000, really, like intentionally researching. And not until only a few years ago did I even start experiencing and implementing a lot of what I knew. I spent well over a decade in the knowing of it all. But in order to be the people that are deserving of a world post-disclosure, the communication with ETs, tapping into our extrasensory gifts, we need to really start experiencing what we've been talking about for so long, right? On a collective level.
Experience is the key. Knowledge is one thing, but it's not wisdom until it becomes experience. And when you have the experience, all that knowledge starts to have a place to put it. That's why, the journey of awakening is an individual process. And that's what we're all here for. We're here for somehow something to be turned on with these sounds or words that will open doorways to new experiences.
Exactly. So I'm excited about our next guest here. Let's get right into it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're going to bring up Ben Carroll. I'm going to go ahead and read his bio. So Ben has kind of now become the resident online conference sound healer. I've recommended him at multiple places. He's been at some huge conferences that I've helped assist, and I wanted to be him on here. Not only does he have a great setup, but he's an amazing sound practitioner. And a little bit about Ben: he's a gifted and intuitive sound worker, and as a former full-time touring musician and universal recording artist with album sales reaching the hundreds of thousands, Ben has quite a unique background. And as a perpetual student of metaphysics, consciousness, and the effect of sound and vibration on the body and mind, the transition from rock star to sound healer wasn't as far of a leap as one may imagine. For several years now, Ben's focus has been on using sound coupled with group energy to strengthen intuition, facilitate healing, access higher dimensions of self, and facilitate the recalibration expansion of the mind-body-soul connection. His sound healing journey work events have a profound effect on many that have the opportunity to experience them. Ben, how you doing, brother?
I am doing really good, Neil. Can you hear me?
Good.
Can you see me all right?
Sounds perfect. Thank you so much for being here. Excellent. Appreciate you and everything you do. And Alan, please do meet Ben.
Yeah, great to meet you. I love your setup. It's very cosmic. It's I'm excited. Where are you speaking to us from about?
I am in Maine these days.
Maine. I love Maine. Yes.
Me too. That's why I'm here.
It's very, very clean, very pure. All right. Well, great. I'm looking forward to this, and
all yours.
Okay.
Perfect. So, thank you, Neil. Thank you, Phil, for inviting me to do this and in such a wonderful introduction. So I wanted to start today. We're going to do just a little bit of a guided portion just for a few minutes and then move into pure sound for the rest of my my time slot here. So first of all, get yourself nice and comfortable, get yourself situated in a place where you can just release, let go, and enjoy this. And start by connecting with your breath. With some nice, big, full, deep belly breaths. Breath is so important on so many levels, but it's also directly connected to our state of consciousness. Today, using this sound, we're going to allow any denser energies that might be lingering in our bodies, in our energy field from the past year or any time to just get dissolved into this sound. Start visualizing a beautiful earthly energy coming up through your feet, entering into your body, and at the same time, a deeply connected celestial energy coming down through your crown, and feeling and envisioning these two streams of energy traveling through your body. That earthly energy traveling upwards, and that celestial energy traveling downwards, gently and easily moving into your body, and feeling these two energy streams meeting in your heart center. And in this meeting of energies, feeling an activation taking place inside of yourself, seeing a spark of light igniting in your heart center. And seeing the energy of your own activation mixing with the energy of the earth and the energy of the cosmos. Energies coming together are really starting to amplify that spark of light in your heart center, seeing it growing brighter and brighter and brighter. Feeling the warmth of this comforting light as it's traveling through the whole of your body, finding its way into any denser energies, any past traumas coming to the surface, any old patterns that no longer serve you, feeling these energies gently and easily inviting you to release these denser energies. And in this relaxed release, seeing this light continuing to grow brighter and brighter and brighter, becoming so bright and so full of light that it's spilling out of your body into the space around you. And the space around you is growing brighter and brighter with this beautiful activation. And as you are growing into resonance with this light, feeling yourself
Ben, that was amazing, brother. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
Words cannot express, honestly, like I'm completely speechless. I've had I cried for half of it, and it was just like it just came out of me as soon as you started singing, and you just reminded me like every reason why I do what I do. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Can you share with people what they can find more about you?
Yeah. My website is innerselfsustained.com, and there's lots of, from there there's portals to Facebook and Instagram and all of those wonderful things. But yeah, and still coming back myself. I normally take a little bit longer. But yeah, I'm just really grateful to be here with you today, Neil and Alan. I think I called you Phil when I was first starting in because I was frazzled because right before I was about to start, my camera cut out. So I was like, no. So I had to reboot stuff.
Do you feel like energy is coming through you as you're doing this? Are you like, can you describe what happens to you in these sessions?
Sure. So I pretty much just kind of set the intention of opening up, receiving, and kind of getting out of the way just enough so that I don't actually drop the singing bowl wand and just allow whatever to come through, whatever needs to come through. And there are definitely energies, beings that I work with on a regular basis. And
from any particular place, not that that matters, but do you feel like their connection to any particular?
The Octorians actually seem to make themselves known the most, more than any others. Yeah, and there's lots of experience there that would open up a long conversation.
Yeah, no, well, let's do another show, the three of us, and go deep into this.
Yes. Yeah. We should do a show with sound and kind of an interview too with Ben, if you're open to that.
Right. Yes, and we could bring in those beings. But Neil, what was it that got you so emotional? What were you thinking or feeling? What triggered it?
So the sound was beautiful from the beginning, and then when Ben started singing, you know, he has this very ancient antiquity, like the frequency of unconditional love that the universe has. Like that was what it sounded like to me. Like just the voice was just like this comforting frequency of no judgment, just pure acceptance, and that really just brought it out of me.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Wow.
Ben, you're amazing, brother, and I'm so happy to know you. And you're gonna keep doing what you're doing and impacting so many people. There's a lot of comments in the chat and also on YouTube. So if you would like to stick around and read some of those, that'd be awesome. And then also put your website in the chat too.
Sure, absolutely will.
Wow.
Yeah, and again, I'm just really grateful and thankful to be here, and wonderful to see you, Neil, and great to meet you, Alan. And I'm sure we'll connect.
But, so just quickly, if people want to hear more of your work, just tell them now, so they don't have to go to the chat.
My website is innerselfsustained.com. And
Great.
That's the place to go.
Great.
Thank you so much, brother. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Okay, take care.
Actually, Neil, I've never seen you that emotional. That it's beautiful to let yourself just open up. It was really,
I had to go run and grab a tissue to clean my tears, right?
Okay.
And then I ran back here because I didn't want to miss one part of it.
Wow.
All right. See you later, Ben.
Thanks,
See you later.
Ben.
Talk soon. Bye.
Wow. How'd you find Ben? Where did you...
So my Adjusting to Champ, Stillness in the Storm, right? We did an event with him and Kaylin, I don't even know, like 6 months ago now. And they reached out to him, had him on one of their conferences. And then I did another couple of things with them. We had him on both times. And then Omar did a conference recently. I hooked them up. So, you know, this is the first time he's actually been on my production.
Well, let's definitely have him back, right?
No, yeah, for sure. And I think this is a great addition to all these events. And I'm starting to now incorporate just like sound experiences or some sort of integration in between presenters, maybe like 2 to 3 presenters, and then having that, because it's also good to just take a break and also integrate while the event's actually occurring, right? Not just like waiting until it's over.
Oh yeah, no. While people are hearing this,
Yeah.
And if they're feeling emotional like you, that's igniting something, a frequency of love. I mean, I think it's love.
The comments are phenomenal. Seriously, like I love this. I love this blessed soul. This is the best energy frequency I've absorbed in a very long time. I'm totally charging my crystals to this. So some amazing comments.
So people can get his sound stuff online on his website. I'm sure he has some.
Yeah, he has an album there too.
And people can just download there.
Exactly.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay,
So
you're okay. You want to take a moment though before jumping in?
This is good.
Just take a breath for 1 second.
Yeah. Well, honestly, when he was performing, I did feel like, in that moment, that remembrance, but then also just observing the chaos and the struggle and this like the world and people are going through and division and how disconnected so many people feel from each other, right? And yesterday I went live on YouTube and I was talking about how like all we really all want is to be loved and understood, right? There's some of us that might not, right? But I would say that's the general consensus of humanity, and most of our actions, our aggressions, our frustrations come from that lack of love. And you might become this really cold, angry person, but it may have stemmed from somewhere where you didn't feel nurtured in the first place. So that's what this is all about, is really giving that nurturing energy. And I feel Ben like definitely contributed to that so much.
Well, our next nurturer, I know pretty well. Are we ready? Are we ready to bring
Yeah, we have a few minutes if you want to. Shall we talk about a couple upcoming events before we do that?
Yeah, but I want to say what you just went through. I was a little distracted, so I didn't hear all of that.
Yeah.
But what I see from your response is one reason why you do this, because you're not just pulling this together. You are on the path, and you're doing it for your own evolution first. It's not like a job that you think you're doing. This is like this is your life.
Yeah, and the reason why I created a sound healing event is because I'm going through stuff right now and I need sound healing. And so I create the events of what I need in those moments. Like even when I created an event on sacred geometry, it's because I'm researching it for my own experience in life right now. So I have the opportunity to go deep into it. So yeah, that's correct.
So that's what's great. That's what makes this successful. I mean, I'm happy you're doing it because it's, it's not like something you think is going to sell. You're just doing it because there's a need for this. Anyway, just thought I'd throw that out there. But yeah, so for Portal to Ascension, I have a workshop coming up on remote viewing, which is not just a workshop, it's an ongoing series where once you learn the basics of remote viewing, then we can work together in teams, because as I've been teaching it, as Russell Targ, one of the founders of remote viewing protocol, taught me, everyone gets a piece of the target. Everyone gets some aspect. And it's only when we really, I mean, there's some amazing remote viewers who boom, but when a lot of people can put their perceptions together, which is how the CIA worked, because we're doing, which originated the funding of the Stanford Research Institute for remote viewing. They would put together teams, and that's what I want to do in this upcoming 4-week course on remote viewing, because I want to look at targets that I don't know what's under the moon, where is the life in the solar system. I mean, these are the kind of questions that once we tap into non-local awareness, we'll all have access to, because the mind is infinite. This consciousness is infinite, and we all are different fractals of that one thing. So everyone's input is important. So that's my hope with this 4-week online remote viewing course, is to really look at the mysteries, things that people have not had answers for, and start to put together different levels. I also want to include some aspects of quantum physics. And I also have a theory on Carlos Castaneda's work about the assemblage point, because when you shift the assemblage point, you shift consciousness. So wait, can you show that again, Neil? What just came up?
That was actually the past event. So let me get the right one here.
Okay.
So we have done with Alan, we just did a beginner's remote viewing class, and then we did the advanced remote viewing, and now this is a continuation. But if you haven't attended those, you can still attend this from the beginning, correct?
Right. That first class on remote viewing, we had 150 people, which was really exciting. I mean, it was like you could feel the energy. It was like a vortex was created.
Yeah.
So this is 4 weeks. This is not just one class. And early bird. I mean, we could extend that early bird registration for people who are watching now if you want.
Yeah. I forgot. I guess I didn't even realize I forgot to change it. So it's going to stay up there for this whole weekend. Then we'll let anybody who wants to sign up get the early bird price. But let me just say that, like those two events were so huge, and it was so interesting that many people signed up in such a short time of us promoting it. And it was really, I feel, because a lot of us are at home, what better way than to focus on, or home for the most part, to focus our consciousness on being able to travel interdimensionally, right? It was like the perfect quarantine workshop.
Right. And once you have I think everyone can do this. This is not something just people who are psychic. Everyone has that capability, because everyone is non-local consciousness, as Russell Targ says. So I'd like to not have it that big. I mean, I don't want to limit it, but it'd be, whoever wants is totally welcome, but it's going to be pretty concentrated. So
yeah, exactly.
And if you feel you want to do that, then definitely sign up, because I think we're going to get some answers to the unknown, possibilities.
And it's a 4-week course you're going to have everybody on screen with you. It's going to not just be presentation style, very interactive.
Yeah. And it's not just about me telling people. It's like all of us are going to go out there with our consciousness to get an aspect of the elephant. That's what I call it, what's really out there. Everyone gets a little piece. So anyway, what else? Some other great things are coming up for Portal to Ascension.
Well, let me just say, and at the end of the day, I'll probably go into more detail. Actually, we do have a few minutes, but we do have the Institute for Exo-Consciousness Conference that is coming up on February 6th. And that's going to be the first ever Exo-Consciousness Conference that's from the nonprofit, the Institute for Exo-Consciousness, in which they're providing techniques in order to expand our consciousness into the cosmos, extraterrestrial, and interdimensionally. Maybe you can speak on what it is.
Well, exo-consciousness was a term created by Rebecca Hardcastle, who's actually the head of this foundation. She'll be a presenter here at this conference. Exo-consciousness takes the idea that consciousness, who we are as these thinking, present beings, is not necessarily a creation of the earth. It is something that is an emergent property of the universe. It's beyond the physical body, like the non-local awareness, but exo-consciousness is who we are. It's, in a way, it's related to the remote viewing, but this is more science-based. The remote viewing is more practically based. So what's going to be presented here at the Exo-Consciousness Conference is validation for this awareness that human consciousness is not just of the earth. And once we know that, then other facilities, other applications, like, we all have these applications on our computer, and sometimes you say, oh, I didn't know the computer could do that. Well, there's these applications in us that we don't know are there, and someone tells us, oh, you have to kind of go here and here to turn that on in order to pick up what an extraterrestrial message is, or what some aspect of creativity, or something you want to manifest in your life. There are these pathways, and I guess application is the best way to say it, that we can start to tune into to transcend the old human paradigm of drama and lack and survival. I mean, we're still all going through that now, but we're in this in between place where we're transcending the old and discovering the unknown. I mean, I love the John Lennon song. It's one of my favorite songs. Imagine all the people living for today. If everyone, and that's why I like Andrew Yang, imagine universal income where people could then devote their lives not to surviving, but to creating art, to creating, to evolving whatever they feel is their highest passion. This is what exoconsciousness is starting to bring in, this awareness that there is more to the human being that each of us can discover. So that's and yeah,
our extrasensory gifts are coming online, and that's a part of it. And so that's on February 6th, all day. Alan's going to be presenting, and also the host. I'm going to be on it as well. And it's really not just like, it's a movement, right? Like they're creating a foundation in which people can come and share their gifts and expertise, and we can create a database and provide that service to all the people that are waking up right now.
Yeah, it's a total movement, because at some point soon we're going to have to meet the others on their terms. And if we're still attached to an old way of thinking, we're not going to be able to have the perception needed to meet the others.
Exactly. So just a couple more events, and then we'll get into our next presenter here. So also next weekend. So firstly, William Henry is doing an event on Wednesday. So it's called Om the Dom Ascension Webinar. It's a sliding scale. So if you want to attend, you just go to online events on our website. And then we do have my presentation is going to be on a journey through the Maya Empire. At the end of today, I'm going to show you a few slides, give you a little sneak peek on it, but it's going to be a 2.5-hour journey through the Mayan Empire, the architecture, the different periods, where did they go, if they vanished or not. We're going to go really deep into that. And then we have Justin, who's going to be on the day before me, Justin DeChamps. He's doing a presentation on the ultimate plan of the Draco, which is going to be very interesting as well. So if you guys are interested, just go to our website, check it out. And then also, we have extended the no one turned away policy till the end of the year. There are a couple of events that we have, limited seating, like the remote viewing one, where you need to register to attend. But conferences, other workshops, if you can't attend and want to donate anything, or you can't attend at all but really feel you need to be a part of it, please do, and reach out to us, because we're at a level now where we're able to do that, one, and then two, this information needs to go out to everybody. And if you feel that you need this information, don't hold back and reach out and ask for having that connection, because that's what it's truly about. It's about sharing this information and like becoming the activated individuals that we need to be, so that we can create this new reality that is now emerging.
So how can people reach out to you, Neil? How do they?
Just go to our website contact page, but you can actually go to the website. There's a little app, the chat app. Some of you may have noticed already on the bottom right. You can just contact us. We have so many ways to contact us, like 4 or 5 different ways. So any way you want, reach out to me, and then we can work something out.
Great. And you come up with new events all the time. So stay tuned to Portal to Ascension, the website, and the upcoming events, because there's always new people. And, I want to help you discover new talent. This is what we're doing with the follow-up to the walk-in conference. There's this whole weekly forum that Sheila Seppi, who started that, is doing. And there's people being activated all the time. I'm sure a lot of people here just want to share their gifts. And this is what I feel Portal to the Ascension does. It gives people an opportunity to share their gifts. So if you think you have something you want to share, just email Neil or me up at my, and this is also like a talent search. That's what I feel I'm doing.
Yes.
Looking for the new talent. That's what Phil used to do. Phil used to travel the world. He used to find someone, bring them back to New York, and it's like a whole new set of teachings were brought into the public awareness. So that's what I think the Portal to Ascension is. It's a forum for new teachings and new conscious technologies. That's how I would call it.
Exactly. And this year, I want to do that more than I've ever done it before. And working with Sheila, for example, and doing those support groups where we're having individuals that, aren't presenters, but want to speak, able to share, is really the first step. And it started within a week of the new year. So that's a great sign.
Right, because everybody has something they're dreaming of. That's why I have to say, Neil, you are a great example of that. You wanted to do this. You are self-made. No one helped you. It was hard work. We've been doing this 10 years, right? And
A little,
so,
yeah, a little more than that.
right. And
Mm-hmm.
so you just had a dream. You wanted to do this. You wanted to create online content and live events. And now you get 400 people signing up for one event. That's pretty amazing.
Within 4 days. And now I'm here with someone that I was admiring for so many years and was like, damn, I wish I could meet Alan one day.
Well, I've been doing it for a while. Yeah.
I know it happened. All right. So shall we get into our next guest?
Yeah. Peter Sterling.
No, it's Jody, I believe. Well, hold on.
Is it Jody?
Let me double check the schedule. Let me double check the schedule real quick.
Who is coming up here?
Oh, we have actually Michael De Maria is next. So
is he? Oh,
yeah. Let me see where he's.
Okay. I don't think I know Michael. So why don't you?
Let's see if he's in the room.
We're getting some good guns. Faye Friedman, thank you, Neil. Generous, thank you.
There he is. Okay. Everybody, you are in for such an amazing treat right now. Let me get his bio because I really want to let you know who Michael Brent De Maria is. And I just had the opportunity to connect with him because Portal to Ascension, we actually facilitated the IANS conference, which is the International Association for Near-Death Experiencers. They're an organization that exists. They do an annual conference all over the US. And so we did a 3-day, 4 simultaneous Zoom rooms. 3 days, 4 simultaneous Zoom rooms. I was running them all. I had 4 computers around me. It was crazy. And one of the musicians was Michael, the individual that we're going to bring on right now. And his music and overall energy was so amazing that I brought him on again to the Portal to Ascension conference that we did back in October. And truly, anytime that he wants to, he's open to coming on to one of our events. I definitely want to bring him on because of how amazing his music is. So Dr. Michael De Maria's life, I'm going to read his bio now. Dr. Michael De Maria's life turned inside out and upside down after the first decade of his professional life, where he underwent a life-transforming vision quest without food or water, guided by a native teacher. He went there suffering compassion fatigue and burnout after working for many years with severe cases of child abuse as a child protection team psychologist. The experience provided a profound healing, a course correction, and gave him a vision for his life. Ever since, his mission has been to help guide others to what he calls the ocean of peace that lies within each human heart. He does this through his work as a creative mentor for the soul's journey, yoga meditation, mindfulness teacher, and above all, as a musician, artist, poet, and filmmaker. His healing music is heard over 1 million times a week across the world, garnering him 4 Grammy nominations, 8 ZMR awards, 6 #1 albums, a Native Music Award, and appearing on the Grammy-winning album. All about Belize, big and small. He is also a sound true recording artist, with his music being featured on projects with Eckhart Tolle, Mark Nepo, and Noah Levine. He is the author of 4 books, 3 of which were bestsellers, and is the creator and author of Peace Within the Process for Integrative Wellness. His new book of poetry, When All Is Lost, Finding Heart in the Dark, came out in 2020, and Heart Warrior, Birthing and Tending a Soulful Life is due out this year in 2021. You can find out more about him at michaeldemaria.com. So let's go ahead and bring you on, Michael. Just give me a moment.
I'm really happy you have put this day together because, it's overcast where I am. There's nothing else that
Perfect
I need
thing
to do right now than just absorb the sound vibrations.
I love that.
Yeah. So, okay, there he is, Michael. Welcome.
You're muted, Michael.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Hear you perfectly. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing really well. Thanks for having me, guys. Really.
Right. What are you going to do today with us here?
Well, I thought I'd always start with what I call releasing into the now, and then catching the canvas of all music, which is silence. And I was going to take folks on a little medicine journey with one of my favorite flutes.
Beautiful.
So,
looking forward to it. Okay.
Right. Where are you calling from? Where are you?
So I'm on the Gulf Coast of Florida, up
nice.
Pensacola, Gulf Breeze, Florida.
Oh, lots of UFO sightings out there, right?
The Gulf Breeze, I mean, it's a major vortex. We have 100% crystals.
Wow.
And
Wow.
yeah, I was here when a lot of the main sightings were happening in the late 70s, early 80s, and have seen my fair share here. It's
wow.
pretty busy area right here.
Nice. Well, I'm excited about the sounds and the music and the journey. So go ahead. It's all yours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So welcome, everyone. It's great to be here. And I always like to start with what I call releasing into the now. So what we're going to do is take a nice deep breath, breathing in, and your hands are going to come up through the central chakras of your body, reaching up to the sky, and then breathing out with a nice ah sound. Ah, good. Let's do that again. Breathing in up. And really release, letting go of all the stress, anxiety of the day and week and year. Ah, good. And there is the ah of Monday morning, which is ah. And then there is the ah of Friday night, which is ah. And we have the sacred sound of ah and amen, God, Buddha, Allah, Shiva. It's one of the most sacred sounds. Some people feel it was the original sound. In fact, the Japanese poet Kukai has a beautiful poem. It's my favorite poem. And it goes, the hand moves and the fire's whirling takes different shapes. All things change when we do. The first word, ah, blossoms into all others. Each of them is true. So I want you to really get your ah on, okay? So don't be shy this time. I want you to get all the ahs in there that you feel in this moment. There's been a lot of ahs from pain to joy that we've dealt with through COVID and all the rest of polarization and unrest. So I really want you to, you may want to go ahead and spread your feet out a little wider, and don't be shy, breathing in nice, deep. Ah, and maybe just jump up and down a little bit. Ooh, gotta watch my computer here. Just go ahead and just really releasing that ah sound. Ah, good. Shake those shoulders. Blubber your lips a little bit like this. Good. Maybe buzz like a bee. Bzz, 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 bzz. I'm gonna just make sure I've got this here, and I also get to turn on my original sound. Great. So, oh, that didn't work actually. So what we're going to do is do a few ohms together now, okay? And the ohm allows us to travel back like the Mandukya Upanishad, which teaches about how this entire world has arose and risen out of sound, out of the original vibration of ohm. You can also travel back to source with this same ohm. So we're going to do 3 ohms together. And while we're doing this, I really want you to give yourself permission to be fully present for a time together, feeling what you feel, see what you see, hear what you hear, and bring your awareness into your heart center. And just really allow the vibration of the ohm to not only vibrate your body. It's important when we're doing an ohm that we're not worrying about how it sounds, but how it feels, to allow your entire body and mouth become a sound chamber. And this vibration of ohm is just such a powerful process. So these 3 ohms together, we're going to do here. Breathing in. want you to notice how differently you feel in your body. Just with these 3 ohms, all of a sudden we're in a different world. We've opened a portal to source by simply closing our eyes, which reduces brain activity by 2/3. Deep breathing, slowing respiration, heart rate, and blood pressure down. And then chanting this most sacred of bija mantras. And all of a sudden, we are here together and present, experiencing both the oneness that connects all of us, but also that extraordinary diversity and multiplicity of all of our ohms. So welcome, welcome. Welcome to this moment. Welcome to this present, eternal now. And I now want to take you on a little journey with one of my favorite friends. You can see all my, I feel like they're my children, or I'm just a keeper of them. Many of my instruments, in particular, the native flutes of the world, indigenous flutes that I'm known for. And, you know, the Cherokee call this instrument the long human being. And the Creek have the translation of creator as master of the breath. And the idea is that all the suffering we go through in life is the universe's way, of creator's way of hollowing us out so we can be played. And we can express the music of the universe, of creator, of love. And this particular journey is called the medicine place journey. It's also said that we all have a medicine place that exists within us. Now, this could be a place that you've actually been on planet Gaia. It could be a place you visited in your dreams. It could be a purely imaginal place that you may see, or an interdimensional or multidimensional space. It could be floating on a cloud. But I want to invite you to go to that place, and we're going to start with a bit of sacred silence, and I really want you to listen to the silence. We're always playing a duet with silence, and silence to me is the hum of God, hum of creator, hum of the deep source that we all come from, the ocean of peace I talk so much about, and I try to play from. And then as you hear the sound of the flute arise out of that silence, I want you to allow it to take you into your medicine place more deeply. And in your medicine place, anything is possible. You can swim with the dolphins, fly with the eagles, and perhaps hear a bit of wisdom that is uniquely meant for you today, that's arising out of the deep ocean of peace that lies within each and every one of our hearts. We are each a nerve ending of the divine source, a conduit to that ocean. We're each like a river flowing from and back to that oceanic source of oneness. And yet each of us, like that drop of water that can turn into a snowflake, well, we are in three-dimensional space-time, is unique, one of a kind, and unrepeatable. And yes, somehow connected in such a beautiful, intimate way. So I invite you to close your eyes, take another nice, deep breath, and go to your medicine place in nature, where you feel connected at one, whole, healed, and allow the flute to take you home. Ino aki kini waka, jamoi tia nama kukinea, aho mokikanae. E no a ki chi o mokuke na ya. Ano ti shamai kuki kini ka kuko. E mona iki na wa e kuki ni kia. Ah, ti chino wa kiki kokao kikakao no eche. Feel what you feel. See what you see. Hear what you hear. Know what you know. And as you slowly return for your medicine place, I'd like you to bring your awareness to your heart center, and as you breathe, simply bathing the heart with your breath. Thanking your medicine place for appearing to you and being there for you. It is said we would not make it through this earth walk, what I like to call the earth dance or Gaia dance, without this medicine place. But to make it conscious and to tend it deepens our connection to earth and sky and water, nature and all the elements, and spirit. Feeling rooted and yet feeling expansive. And recalling and knowing if there's any particular wisdom that this medicine journey has given you to hold it in your heart. And I suggest you perhaps write down before you go to sleep tonight some images or thoughts or feelings or wisdom that this journey brought you. When you're ready, taking a nice deep breath, breathing in from the tips of your toes up to the top of your head, out and down from the top of your head down to the tips of your toes, feeling more present, more rejuvenated, more here. As you slowly open your eyes, bringing yourself into the space-time-mind continuum once again, as if you've had a nice bath in the ocean of peace. So it's so great to be here, and I want to thank all of you, Neil in particular, for inviting me back once again. And I actually see my buddy, soul brother, Peter Sterling is going to be here, and my other brother friend, Stephen Halpern. So it's a joy to be here. And I want to say every one of us has music inside and that ocean of peace inside. So keep breathing, keep oming, keep opening, keep honoring all of who you are. Hey, Brother Peter.
Hey. So good to hear you. I'm getting a bit of feedback.
Yeah, I was getting some feedback too. I was hearing like every other word.
It's coming through your Michael. Michael.
Oh. Good to see you. Blessings.
Thank you, Michael. Peter. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Michael.
Hey, Alan.
Hey, all the way from Sedona, Peter Sterling. How are you doing, Peter?
Doing well, my brother. We miss you here.
I know. We had a good time. I was at Peter's birthday party in Sedona. Went all the ways out there. I happened to be there. But how is it? Is it a little cold there?
Not today. It's been warm lately, so we're enjoying the sunshine.
Yeah. You know, me and Peter go back a long way, Neil. Did you know that?
I definitely know that. Yeah.
Are we on live right now, guys?
Actually, did you interview Peter a while ago, like a long time ago?
Yeah.
I think that might have been the first time I ever saw Peter. Might have been on your interview. Yeah.
That was when we did it on that other place you had in Uptown on the roof on your deck.
Yeah.
But I knew Peter before he even started playing the harp. He would just drive around in his van as part of my introduction. From what you told me, you had these really divine, angelic experiences when you were camping out in Sedona, and these beings came to you and started to just expand your consciousness, and then you started to channel all that into the harp, which you kind of discovered. When was that? In 20 years ago?
That happened in the early 90s, and it's synchronistic you should mention that, because as I've been getting ready to come on today, I've just been asking Spirit, what should I share with my time with everybody? And I got that I should share that story, and I actually have some images and photos to show to illustrate what happened to me. But you're right, Alan, I was led here to Sedona about 30 years ago, and on my vision quest, like I see many people today still coming for the same reasons from all over the world. And I was definitely guided to come here. And that's when I really embarked on my shamanic journey. And I started exploring the wilderness outback here, into the vortexes and the canyons, and just practicing my spiritual practices of meditation and yoga and toning and sound, and doing everything we could to activate and to recalibrate for our ascension, to activate our light body. That's always been the work for me. And then really it was like a shamanic portal opened, using plant medicines and other psychedelics. And really I was going to say, then getting into the flotation tank, the isolation tank with ketamine and sensory deprivation, and also using MDMA quite regularly to open the heart and to anchor that bliss, ecstasy vibration into the DNA and the cells, and to activate that. We did some very deep work, but it was out of those experiences where I really describe it like my third ear opened, because I was really focusing, I wanted my clairvoyance and my vision to open, but also deepening in my meditations in the silence of the canyon. And that's where I began to hear the first subtle impressions of the heavenly music, the angelic choirs and the celestial sounds of the, symphony of the spheres, so to speak. And it was here where it came. And the portals are so strong and the veils are so thin here that you can gain access to these higher dimensional energies here in Sedona. It's why it's so phenomenal and special here in that way.
Well, the red rocks, the red rocks are made from iron, and iron is magnetic field. But the other thing iron does is, the reason your blood is red, it brings more oxygen in. So you're in this oxygen-rich magnetic field that I feel every time I go past Bell Rock. It's like, oh, I'm in a bath. I'm in a warm bath. And you could feel when you leave, at least I feel that when you leave the vortex, it's like, oh yeah, we're back in the ordinary world now. So
yes, well, that's interesting. There is very high levels of iron content in the red rocks, and iron is electromagnetic, and we do have it in every cell in our body and in our blood. And what was shown to me, which I thought was fascinating, Alan, is my angel showed me this, and they showed me how iron holds the memory. Okay, so the lineage, the ancient lineage passed on through the blood.
Yes.
And so remember, we used to have cassette audio tapes, an 8-track. So what hold the sound on those tapes was very fine iron particles. Remember the chromium tapes, the metal tapes that had higher fidelity? What holds the imprint of sound and images on VHS videotape was iron particles refined to the chromium high fidelity. And so iron holds the memory. So what I did here, and would just go out in the canyon, sit and meditate, open up my chakras, my energy field, and calm my mind. And I could just watch, because all the ancient memories here of the past are kind of stored in the rock, in the mineral content, in the iron here. And you can access these ancient encoded, imprinted memories here. It's quite fascinating.
Right. I think the iron in those rocks also help us access our own lineage memories and our own star memories and our own just human So it's being in Sedona, not to make it more crowded than it already is, but it's a place to kind of undo the karmic ties of the past and start to create new lineages towards a future possibility.
Yes, it's very special in that way. The red rocks, they stand with such great majesty in their silence of the silent giants of the towering formations here.
Yeah.
And what they really do, Alan, and this is what it did, I've heard this from others, is they're so majestic, so powerful that when you stand with them, you cannot feel small and wimpy when you're with them. They lift you up. And they want you to stand with them and stand in your majesty and your glory with them. And when you go out continuously and be in their presence, it really lifts you up to a higher state of awareness. It's very empowering, very special. And that's why people from all over the world have to hold it so deep in their spiritual heart here as a homeland.
It's true. The rocks lift you up and the ground grounds you. So you become a real bridge between heaven and earth.
Exactly. Yes.
The power of being in a place like Sedona.
Right. That's the fourth major vortex. Boynton Canyon is electromagnetic in perfect balance, yin yang, masculine, feminine energy. So there, when you walk, you feel very grounded to the earth, but the top of your head is open. Your Kopavi is open to the universe, and you can really feel this central channel and being that kind of bridge for the heaven, bringing together heaven and earth. That's our mission as the 144,000 Rainbow Enlightened Warriors. All of us here in this tribe of awakened ones, we are here to collectively and unify our energy in the power of love. That's all there is ultimately, right? So
exactly. We are coming together. That's one of the great things Neil is doing, is bringing people together here.
Yes, it's a wonderful community here and a wonderful forum for us to share our high visions, our spiritual visions, and our spiritual intentions with each other here.
I just want to share one more thing. Oh, did you have something to say, Neil?
No, I was just gonna say let's get into it in a minute.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Oh, no,
I've got just a little bit of time here. It's always to meet up with Alan. It's always a good chat.
You can still have your time, Peter, the same amount of time that we gave you starting now.
Okay.
And let Alan finish his thought.
Oh, no, I was just thinking as you were talking about the red rocks that what reminded me of Sedona was Petra, Jordan. The same rocks are in Petra, and they built these temples into the mountain. They carved out those mountains in the red rocks, and I felt like I was back in Sedona. I felt like I was home in Petra. Have you been to Petra?
I've always wanted to go. I have not.
Well, me and Neil are going to take a group of people when all this clears. So
yes.
All right.
Wonderful to connect in with you, Alan, brother Alan. And
I'll see you soon.
And, good.
We'll talk soon. Okay, all right. Go ahead, Peter. Expert, channel the harp. Go ahead.
Let me go. My little harp is in the other room. So you say something. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. I also want to say, you can see in the background there, those are Peter's paintings. He's an incredible artist too, that takes these mandalas. These are visions of mandalas. I think I'm just talking about your art, Peter.
Yes, I have some behind me here.
Yeah, right. And are they photographs that you paint over, or how do you make those?
Oh boy, well, those are my portals of light.
Right.
Are paintings. They're photographs of my stained glass windows.
Right.
Which I have here. I was going to show everybody. See how I got into sound. Really, what first came to me is my stained glass, and I started doing sacred geometry and mandalas as a teenager, and this was the first thing. It's kind of hard to see in here. Maybe
I see it.
You can see the crystals on here. I put crystals and gems in, and I remember being in Atlantis and doing the glass work, in the temples of Atlantis with the crystals, and also I have memories of being in Europe and in the great Gothic cathedrals of Europe with the rose windows. I have a lot of memory of that.
Well, they look like sound vibrations too, though.
Well, they are. They are like, and this is what I share in my long workshop. Cymatics shows the patterns of sound. So we get out into all of that and show how this all interrelates. It's a really fascinating subject, sound and light, and the patterns that they make and how they interweave with one another.
Right. I could almost hear the sound looking at that.
Well, that's true. Yeah. This is my music is really very much a sonic representation of this. So we all know sacred geometry opens portals into consciousness, into awareness.
Right.
From the ancient mystery schools of Egypt and the world over, through the great traditions in Asia and Tibet and all this, the sacred geometries, and through India, the yugas, not the yugas, the yantras, that you meditate on, they affect and entrain you into different brainwave states and levels of awareness. So this is how it started with that. And then what happened was, through that, the music came, and I just thought I'd play for a second.
Yeah,
just
please.
to let everybody hear the harp. And I felt that I wanted to play this special instrument for everybody today. This is my double strung harp. It's got 2 sets of strings. Creates some just lush harmonic layered sounds. The beautiful, beautiful instrument I had custom made for me a few years back. So I'm just going to open here. I'm going to play, and these times have been just so transformational and so really moving us out of our comfort zone and stretching us into having all sorts of feelings and emotions, and so much going on within our own circle and community with the events unfolding in our country right now in the world. So I will just offer this music as a unifying force we could just drop all of the collective story of what's unfolding, and let's just remember our true essence for a moment here and connect back into the eternal light source that lives within all of us, into the inner soul, into the Christ self that lives within, that golden light that's in the center of our heart, that central heart flame that unites us all. So I'll just play to that for a few minutes, and we'll hear the double strung harp. All right. Well, thank you for being here with me today. I'm going to just show a few shots. I wanted to screen share a little bit with you. Can I do that here? Yep. Looks like I can. And I will share my screen. Are you seeing that, everybody?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay. Just open this up here. There we go. So as I was saying, in my journey, when I came to Sedona, a portal opened to me, and ultimately I was taken up out of my body, and I traveled up the central pillar of light, and I saw the glorious golden sphere of light when I got out of my body and went up into the higher dimensions. Um, I saw the golden light. And this is an image that's from Gustave Doré from 1926, I think, who illustrated Dante's books of Paradiso, all about the battle of in the heavens between the angels and the legions of angels. And this is an image where this is actually Jesus standing here on this cloud in the foreground with, I think it might be Moses and Jesus standing here beholding the multitudes of angels spiraling around. You can see it's a spiral, and they're moving, and they're all singing praises of glory, to behold the glorious light of God. This is the angels that brought me here. When I was taken out of my body, I was surrounded by a group of angelic light beings that I connected with. We ended up being able to communicate telepathically. And this was when I was doing my ketamine journeys. So I could just, inject myself with ketamine, and within 3 minutes, I could be up out of my body and I could be in this other realm with this group of angels. And I did multiple journeys with them. They took me all over the celestial planes. It was quite a remarkable experience, but ultimately where they brought me was to see this. And what they told me is, this is the wellspring, this is the Godhead, and this is the golden sphere of radiant light that is so common with people that have had near-death experiences and have crossed over and have seen this and felt the emanation and the pulsation of pure divine love coming off of this golden sphere of light in the inner planes, with the multitudes of angels singing praises of glory to the source of all the love and light in the universe. And so the angels took me here, guys, and I got to basically stand in the same place and behold this glorious heavenly vision and the sound coming off of it. I mean, at first, when I first saw it, when the angels were trying to show me, it looked like a little pinpoint of light when I was out in the vast distance of interplane space in probably the fifth dimension or a higher dimension. And but then we started moving towards it, and then it got very big. And then when we got closer, it turned into this giant sphere of golden light. And it was really intense at first. But as I relax and let go, because the angels kept telling me, trust, surrender, and let go. Trust, surrender, and let go. And the more I did that, the more incredible it became. And I was able to, come into resonance with the sphere of light, and the feeling then that just, it was like the most pure divine love feeling of ecstasy and extraordinary bliss I had ever felt in my whole life. And it just washed over me, like washing away all the sorrows of my soul throughout all my lifetimes. And I bathed in the radiant glory of this golden light. And the angels around it were all singing praises in one voice, like the angelic choirs. Just incredible sound coming off. It was like a sound of eternity with the most beautiful, lush harmonics of the angels. You can see them all just looking at the light and just singing. Here's another image that I really love. This one here, you can see, here's another view of it, and you can see the different, like the choirs of angels here. Here's another one. These were all done images in 1926. They were ink blots, but Gustave Doré, he was a real mystic, and he was a very illuminated artist in the way he portrayed this. And my journeys with the angels, I got to see incredible heavenly vistas like this. So it was incredible. And the angels that I connected with, they looked like this when I met them in my K journeys, very much virtual reality, but they were like playing harps and instruments, and the cherubs were the main ones. And they're like incredible. They're the little chubby baby ones. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but they're very real. And so they came to me, and that's who's been guiding my journey all along. I wanted to show you this picture here. A lot of people, when I tell my stories of the angels, they think I have a very vivid imagination. But, the angels told me that my mission, if I choose to accept it, was to be a channel for the heavenly music of what I was hearing. And they told me the instrument I was to play is the harp. So I eventually said I would join with them, and we would work as a team to bring through some very special music at this time of the awakening of the golden age on planet Earth. And just incredible things have happened once I joined with my angels to do this sacred work. Now, some people think I have a very vivid imagination. I love to show this picture. This is I've had a lot of manifestations of paranormal phenomena around me with the angels. This was a picture taken in Peru. I was on a shamanic journey in 2009 with a group, and we went out on Lake Titicaca on Amintani Island, and we spent the night there. And this is the morning after. We had just had breakfast, and these are the humble, I think Quechua Indians that took care of us. We stayed in their guest house. And my angels told me to play my harp for them and bring in some angels. We're in their kitchen with the dirt floor, and it was an open fire, and they're very, humble, beautiful people. And so I just got out my harp, started to channel some angel music for them. And then a few moments later, my friend who took this picture a few moments later, and you can see how an angel appeared in the room. You can see the orbs up here, but this beautiful, like a rainbow light angelic being was able to be captured in this image. So I just wanted to see this manifestation of the angels that I work with, because I work in unison with them all the time. Even right now, as I'm with you, they are working with me very closely to assist in opening these channels and portals to the higher dimensions. Now, I wanted to show you some pictures here. My work with the harp has taken me all over the world, channeling the angels' music. And one of the main things that I'm very famous for is the wind harp. So this is some shots of when I hold the harp up into the wind, and the wind vibrates the strings, and it makes these are on my tours here in Sedona, to show you a few images. And it's just the most incredible sound when you bring the harp out into the wind. And it sounds like angelic choirs. It's a very high frequency sound. These are some fun pictures with my clients out on the rocks with the wind harp. We have a lot of fun here. I just wanted you to see that. And I lay the harp right on the body of my clients and my friends, right up the spine. And this ultra high frequency harmonic tone just clears the body. We've had incredible testimonials of people out here on the land doing the wind harp here. There's a few more shots here. Let me just show you. Oh, there you go. This is really the main sound healing work I do here in Sedona with my clients. Oh, I also do levitation. We practice that here too. So you come, here's some of my clients just with the wind harp. It's the most beautiful sound. You've never heard anything like it. So I just wanted to get a sense of my work here on the rocks, just letting people experience this truly, truly angelic sound with the wind harp. So it's a joyful experience. A few more friends here with the wind harp, some of the place. So if you want to go on a tour, please look me up, and I think they'll put my website up, harpmagic.com. I think that's all I wanted to share on the screen sharing for now. Can you see me again now?
Yep, we see you perfectly.
Awesome. Awesome. So how much time do I have left there, Neil?
Let's see. I think you have 10 more. Let me just give you the exact timing. Yeah. We are behind schedule 20 minutes. So you have another 10 minutes.
Okay, good. So just to summarize all of that, my inspiration has always come from this higher power. And also, I didn't start my music career until I was in my early 30s, guys. So, you know, you're never too old. I love to share that with people because I had done a lot of different things. And then all of a sudden, you know, with my music, it came in my early 30s, and I had very little musical background. And even to this day, I do not play my music. I don't know any music theory, really. I really don't know what I'm doing. I just play by ear and by feel. That's how I play. I just play from the heart. And, you know, when I asked my angels, I said, should I take lessons and learn properly about music theory and all of these things? My guidance was not to, because that would perhaps change the essence of what I do. Because I really fly on the seat of my pants, very intuitively, working with the angels when I unify with them, with their beautiful divine celestial energy. And I'm really like a transducer, a transducer and a conduit for these heavenly energies to come through. And I've explained it in my workshops. It's like, really clearing the central channel, Sushumna, in the yoga tradition, it's called. I worked very hard on clearing all the blocks and going through all of my chakras and clearing out all the blockages and the crystalline, kind of crystallized dark energy pockets within my etheric body and the central channel, so that I could be a clear channel for the light, like allowing yourself to become like a bamboo rod, like a flute. It's called the flute of God. And when you're able to, open your crown chakra and just allow that divine light to come all the way through you and to anchor it into your body, to anchor your light body, your higher dimensional light body and your Christ self, and bring that into the physical body. And, I worked very closely with the Ascended Master teachings, and there's a beautiful image of the chart of the higher self. And I usually show that. I don't have it here, but really there too, from the teachings of the Ascended Master and the chart and the diagram of the Christ self and the higher self and the I am presence, you can see clearly that there is a central channel of etheric light that we need to clear up. And you can travel up that pillar of light, and you can connect with your Christ self and your I am presence, the magic presence. And that's what I did. And that's how the angels came to me. So I'm always, when I play my harp, I always endeavor to connect that circuit with the higher light, with the I am presence and the Christ consciousness, and be a channel for that to express. So I was thinking about this earlier to end. I'll do one final improvisation here with the harp at the end. And, today was a really kind of intense day. I'm having all sorts of intense exchanges with my old friends about what's happening in the world. And I really see how there's this great divide. There's this great polarization within our country, the world, and within our own spiritual light community here. So what's been very clearly given to me by the angels at this time for all of us as light workers, as rainbow awakened rainbow warriors, that we are to unite the tribes now and to overcome our different perspectives on things. And the best we can is to try to come back in to a unified field of oneness. And what I got today, because there is so much, shit flying around with everybody, of a lot of negativity, that we need a way to transmute the negativity right now that everybody's feeling. And one of the best ways that I always learned through the years was to invoke the presence of the violet flame. Saint Germain, who's the Lord of the violet flame, the kind of gatekeeper to the violet flame energy, which is given from ascended masters to an awakening humanity as a way to transmute the more dense vibrations of the lower emotions that we're all stuck in right now, and individually and collectively. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to play this next improvisation and call forth the angels for us, the angels of light, the legions of light, ascended master energy, archangels, and the angelic leagues of light to come and be with us now, and also visualizing the violet transmuting flame as given by the ascended masters to transmute and to neutralize negativity in our lives, in our family, in our communities, and in the world. So I'll play for you, and maybe in these next few minutes, as I play initially, and I'll guide you, let's just focus on our heart. And then we'll go up to our third eye, open our crown chakra, and let's go up the central pillar of light. And together, let's visualize going up into the magic presence, into the rainbow light body, okay? looking up into the golden light. Going up into the light now. All the way up. Making your ascension. Thank you, and God bless you. All the best to everybody in 21, and I hope to see you out there sometime soon. So God bless. Thank you for having me today.
Thanks, Peter. Always great to see you and connect with your work. I will be back in Sedona to visit you and the family.
I'm going to let everybody know, Alan, you're on your way back.
Okay. And hopefully, you know, when you go out, I've been out with Peter when he's done the wind harp, and it's the wind that makes the music in the harp. So you're laying there and the harp's over you, and it's like the wind is coming through you, making a sound.
Yes.
It's like there's no instrument there. It's just the actual vibration of the wind. And that's what I really love about that wind harp.
Yes, it's very unique, very special.
And you take people out into the canyons there, and you give guides and guided tours.
Yes, I do. I was just going to say, I'm seeing some of the chat, people in the chat. Please come and visit me at harpmagic.com, harpmagic.com. And I have my art, and I have my music and my book and all my stuff. And I have a page about my Sedona tours out to the vortexes and my work there. So you can see it all there. Harp Magic, harpmagic.com.
And you sell the stained glass. Someone wants to buy.
Well, you know, I'm not really involved with making glass right now, but, you know, we can talk. So just reach out to me and we'll
make him an offer. He'll sell it.
Yeah.
No, they're beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil. Always great to be with you and Portal of Ascension in your community here.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
And I want to say that you're at our first two conferences in 2012 and 2013. You were there, and that was our first connection. So, you know, and in the beginning, you're one of the people we did most of our events with. We had you on quite a few webinars too. So we've been you know, in the same circles for quite some time.
Well, Neil, I met you even before Portal of Ascension.
Yeah.
We met at another conference down in San Diego.
Oh yeah,
I believe.
The Holistic Expo.
Yeah, and I don't think you were doing Portal then, or maybe it was in its early phases then.
Yeah, it was.
But anyway, it's so great to be part of what you're doing, and I hope we can all get together in the physical sometime in the not too distant future.
Yeah, same here. Love you, brother.
Love you too.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
See you later.
Bye, Alan. See you soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's always great. It really is great to be out in the desert and to hear the music. It does transport you. It's really.
Here's an idea. I just figured, why don't we create a conference called the Rainbow Light Body Online Conference? And because William Henry does a full thing on it, Peter Sterling does a thing on it. I just put that down. Actually, I put it in my calendar and event thing, but I want to have Peter on and go deeper into all that material, you know, bring his
Well, I've been
workshop for everybody.
collecting a lot of information from different cultures on building the rainbow body, the Tibetans, the Toltecs, the Egyptians, the just the Western occult mysteries were all about that transformation of the physical into the light body. And you know, one person who we should have on who's actually done that, and I can only say I know one person who's done it, is J.J. Hurtak. In 1973, he brought his body to the higher levels of existence, and that was downloaded, the Keys of Enoch book.
Oh wow, that's how it happened.
And that's why I'm going to be speaking at his upcoming conference on Easter in Phoenix, on some of that and some of the other stuff I'm getting about quantum physics and UFOs. And quantum physics is a big part of this rainbow body. I mean, the principles of quantum physics function when you activate the light body, the non-local awareness, the faster than light travel, all that. So that sounds great. Yeah.
The rainbow body, the rainbow bridge is literally that wormhole, you know?
Yes, you got that rainbow bridge, as Jimi Hendrix said. But okay, who do we? Is Jody coming up next?
Yeah, we have Jody next. You want to introduce her?
My very good friend Jody Sirota. She just joined us for the walk-in conference. Jody, there she is.
Hi.
Hi, Jody.
Jody,
thanks for having me.
Like Peter, Jody is also a visual artist, so she creates these light lines. Is that one of your paintings behind you, Jody?
It is. Can you see it?
Yeah.
From a long time ago, but that's on canvas. I have a bunch of light language activations and codes to show today as well with the sound.
Great. So that's like, you know, it's like this friend of mine used to say yantra, which is the visual, and mantra, which is the sound, creates tantra, which is the embodiment. So the light and sound impact our bodies to start to change the cellular structure. That's what I think that means. Yantra and mantra equal tantra. So, which is the Hindu tradition of building the light body. It was through that tantric union with the divine that the light body would be activated. So Jody is one of my favorite sound healers because I've been listening to her for a long time. And, you know, it came to me when I was introducing you somewhere, that One Love conference we did downtown, that its sound goes beyond the logical thinking and it expresses things words can't. It expresses frequencies beyond the understanding of the linear mind, beyond the peace that passes all understanding. You see, our linear left brain always wants to put things we're taking into like a box. But what happens with sound, and why people love music in general, is because it hits the right brain. It goes right, and the right brain is directly connected, I think, to the soul. So it goes right into the soul cellular structure to start to change us. That's my theory of why sound is one of the most powerful transformational tools.
We are sound frequency, right? So we feel that we're solid beings and solid matter, but we're vibrating frequency. Therefore, it only makes sense that all vibration, all frequency can affect us. And then the biggest tool that we've ever been given, the original sound tool, is our own human voice, right? And I believe Jody is going to be guiding us in some vocal light language today, right, Jody?
I am. I work with visual, audible, and kinesthetic vibration. So I used to, when we had places to go and do this, I used to do concerts where I would project my art really large. And then you'd look at the visual part of it while I was doing sound off of the paintings as well as the audience, and then channeling information. So you would get sort of a visual, audible, and the kinesthetic is the feeling of it. So it has, and it also, like Alan was saying, it takes you away. The sound moves you aside from your intellect. So you're just allowing it to come in and just help you to be awakened and activated through your cellular and atomic structure.
And this is how they built the light body in places like Egypt. The rainbow body was with sound and light.
And I used to go to the crop circles for a number of years, studying there and working with the energies there. And also, I haven't been to Egypt, but I've been told also that there's a whole thing about how these different monuments have been created, where physically people couldn't pick these boulders up and put them up on to create these shapes. And so sound has a really strong effect. I've even had kidney stones where I've cleared my own kidney stones, because once I couldn't, I went to a hospital and they pushed sound into the area to break it down. So people use sound even for, if they have something in their shoulder where they have calcifications. Yes. So the sound, I found that the sound mixed, I do Akashic record reading, the reading of your soul's existence through all time, space, and dimensions. And I work with the sound comes through as I'm channeling. The information comes through with the channeling, but then in between my guides will work with sound and light language. And the sound that comes through me, they say, is more, the frequencies of the sound is more for transmuting old energetic charges or things from karmic experiences. So it helps to clear the karma, but it helps to clear the energetic lens that your life is being lived through in relation to issues and situations we've been through. But then they would bring in the light language, which through me is a combination of energies from the earth plane before karmic patterning began, before humans even inhabited the earth, so that it brings you back to also being aligned with the planets, the star systems, beyond the beyond, so that you remember yourself as being multidimensional, but it awakens your codes of consciousness. So they have
that's what you're going to do today. Are you going to clear our karma, awaken our codes of consciousness, and activate the rainbow body?
Completely. The energy. So what I would have is everyone to focus on some intention. As you focus on one intention, it will work on every intention.
Okay.
So because we're whole and complete. So, and I'll show visual things as well in between, having you open your eyes and look at that and then breathe it back in. But I was told right before this that I should bring everyone into a sacred temple of sound and color and light, where I used to be taken there to these places in my dream state or in certain meditations. A lot of times they were in the star system of Sirius or Arcturus, things of those places. But they would take me to these places and they were pyramidic shapes. So, and in sacred geometry, as energy moves through a particular shape, in the pyramid shape, it affects initiations, but also makes change, but it also integrates things. So, but when I would be taken into these temples or chambers, they were in a pyramid shape, but they were like we were just talking about stained glass. It looked like the walls of it were stained glass with different colors. And if you lied on the floor of this, you'd have energy coming from the apex of the pyramid, but also particular colors that you needed were specifically brought into your body. So it was color, but it was working with sound simultaneously. Color, sound, and the energetics of sacred geometry.
Great. Okay, so I'll stop asking questions and you can just do your thing, okay?
Okay.
Thanks, Jody, for being here.
Thank you for having me. So I'm going to say a prayer first, which I use. This was given to me years ago from Archangel Michael through somebody else who channeled this to me, and I've added on other things to it, but it helps me to go into this space with everyone. Ate Malkuth Vegevora Vegedula Le'olam Amen. I hereby banish from my space and your spaces and the entire space that you're in, all energies which are not appropriate, all psychic jamming, all negative emotional energies and memories which are not appropriate. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Ate Malkuth Vegevora Vegedula Le'olam Amen. The atmosphere around us and through us is cleansed and purified and infused with love. The atmosphere around us and through us is cleansed and purified and infused with love. The atmosphere around us and through us is cleansed and purified and infused with love. And I choose to be a clear, pure, open channel of God's wisdom, love, healing, and light, bringing through the highest vibration as we connect to all the people that are on this individually and as a group, to the Akashic records that are necessary for whatever you need to shift or clear or transmute in this particular time frame to be able to stop identifying with the energetic charges, the illusions of who you thought you had to be. And in this ascension process now, this is a particular time where we have the opportunity in an even greater way, where particular energies are in alignment with the earth through stargates to bring through frequencies, vibrations that will help us to awaken back to the truth of who we are, clearing those inappropriate energetic charges or old lenses that you identify with. The ascension in the physical form without leaving to go to a higher level and leave your body is to stay in your body and be on the planet and be here and be resourceful with who you are and affecting the greater whole here, which affects everywhere, to be part of these changes by letting go of, it's the death part would be the letting go of the identification of who you thought you had to be in order to survive. So this is about moving from survival to living and thriving, and moving from illusion to truth. So as you breathe into the heart center. The key to everything is the connection from your heart to the openness of that heart for yourself and for all that exists. So in the open space of the heart, in the body, you're emanating out in all directions and creating a pillar of your energy at least 5 feet apart from you. But still, you are the one that's emanating this love. It's love energy. It's a love pillar, awakening you through your heart into a pillar that anchors into the heart of the earth and the heart of the great, great, great central sun. So you're connecting at all levels, but you're staying in the body as if you're a lighthouse that's emanating. You're not disconnecting. So the key to your connection to everything that exists within yourself, with others, and also with all the other higher dimensional beings, and also the energies within the earth, in the earth, on the earth, and beyond the earth, are by staying in the body in this incarnation until you're done. So take a few deep breaths and breathe into your chest cavity as if you could expand your heart more and more through your breath. You've already been doing it with all the other people that we've been working with before. And as you expand, allow yourself to create a pillar of this energy going up and down at equidistant. If you can't get it equidistant on either side, as far as your pillar is going, or in front or back, just bring it in a little bit. So take a few deep breaths. I'm going to speak to you first in light language. Hold an intention of something you would like to focus on, and know that as you focus on one thing, it will affect everything within you and without. Ho shalamale kitaro rushiadaro. And imagine that pyramid, that way of your light, that your love that you're holding, that pillar. As you're doing that, it's as if you can see that there's a giant pyramidic shape around you, as if you're in a temple. An etheric temple just surrounds you as a pyramid shape. And it encompasses your fullness of your pillar of love. And as you breathe, just imagine, image it. There's no wrong way to do this or right way to do this. It's just imagine how it shows to you. A pyramidic shape that also goes underneath you so that you're completely in this shape. But the walls are stained glass, or they look like that. And they have all different colors. And as the energy through this journey, as you go through this, the energies of the sounds and the light will start to penetrate through particular colors, and also light coming through the top, as if you were lying on the floor or just sitting in where you are at the base of this pyramidic shape. The pyramid in sacred geometry is for integration. It integrates everything as we're doing it, so you don't have to process. It ignites initiation or change, initiating the changes that are appropriate or meant for your soul to go through, in letting go of the identifications of the old lenses of how you had to be because of old energetic charges from other lifetimes as well as this one. So you can finally shift these instantly. We call on Saint Germain with his violet flame to move through everyone simultaneously as we're doing this for transmutation. And we call on all the angels and the legions of the angels and the archangels to surround us and keep infusing us through this process with so much love directly into our hearts. And as we breathe out, it automatically goes to all of them simultaneously. And to feel the energy of the earth, Gaia, holding you, Mother Earth holding you and anchoring you with her gravitational pull, to stay in the body while you're expanded, ascending into higher levels of consciousness while you're in your body on this plane, not to have to leave or die, to go to that experience of knowing what you were here for and trying to figure all these things out, but to be able to have all that wisdom that you carry within your cells. The membranes of the cells hold the information that infuses the cells with the information of what you're here as you're here in your living experience as spirit in human forms, your soul, your divine presence in this human experience. And the combination of your body and your soul or your divine presence, it's like a marriage. They're connected. They've made they've created a commitment, a contract before you came in, that you have the perfect body with your perfect soul to be together here on this plane for the purposes intended, and for you with all your own purposes, your personal purpose, what you came here to work through, and your outer purpose to do the things you love to do, bringing the fullness and wholeness of who you are into the world and making a difference, affecting shifts or changes that are necessary, or just through love, your presence of love. Ashalam alakisa lokura barisha lokuru par emahali shalakuru pa ombadaru sholokula kila lumana ne guru shondo dullo to paru maru ha. Some of these frequencies you may not hear as well, as they don't go through the computer as well, although I have a good microphone, but you'll hear them even if you don't hear them fully, but the energy will be there. Take some deep breaths. Bashalalakila kalakitar. Inisu shalakila kalakilale. Itukur kishar kusha has to be integrated into the fullness and the wholeness of who you are, so you can feel it, so that you can know it. Awakening parts of your consciousness that you haven't really awakened before. Bringing forth the sacredness of who you are. Bringing forth the ancient quality of your soul. Anahishalakya, from all the different star systems and planets and beyond the beyond that you've been. Coming directly, though, from source, the God consciousness, God Goddess consciousness of all. But spending time in different places where you have that wisdom that you can carry to make a choice, to have that be accepted, and allowing yourself to reclaim all your truths. You reclaim your wisdom, the wisdom and the embodiment of that wisdom that you already know. So take a few deep breaths. So as you breathe, just open your eyes for a moment and just look at this. I write this from right to left, usually. This is specifically for just healing anything that needs to be shifted or changed or redefined. Just breathe that in. Ashalamalakila kulakina maragito kulalakina bata tumbare terbarkita shalakilakita maru ambarakila barkina 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 shata manu managadagi gongwang yang and take some deep breaths and close your eyes. Again, remind yourself that you're still in the temple. Imagine that certain colors are coming into different parts of your system. They may come one at a time, or they may together start to merge and become a new color that you don't see here on this plane, but they exist in other experiences, because there's this sense of light and the frequency. awakening those parts within yourself, to clear all parts that are not necessary, all the old perceptions, the belief systems, thought forms, things that have been passed down through lineage, generations, and ancestries, whether it's physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, psychic, creative, sensual, sexual, financial, on any level, anything where you perceive yourself to be in some form of limitation, awakening you to the wholeness, so you can move through your world, through this world, in wholeness, moving forward in every part of your being, to also receive everything that comes to you in fullness. Asamasaliki lamarikitar, Esholomalaki, we speak to your heart. Akuana hayakanishalar edikuriyar. This is another drawing or painting mixed with some other things. This is, if you open your eyes, this is for confidence, to feel that you can have confidence in knowing that you can shift anything, no matter how many times or people tell you it's not possible. Everything is just energy. It can be shifted. It can be transmuted. It can be redefined back to the original intention of who you are. And just breathe this in. Now close your eyes. And as you close your eyes, again, remember this temple. And feel the energy of Saint Germain moving through your whole being with a violet flame, transmuting everything that doesn't need to be there on all those levels we just said. Go back to your intention. Remember what you're focusing on. And as you breathe, feel the energies of Metatron standing behind you, one of the tallest archangels. He and Sandalphon, his brother, stand on the sides of God. Metatron brings in energies and transmissions of guidance through the crown. Sandalphon helps to anchor that information through you and into the earth so it can be used tangibly, so that you have more of a connection to everything that exists on all time, space, and dimensions. So you can have your own connection and feel that more, whether you feel it, whether you see it, whether you hear it, taste it, smell it, whatever it might be, however you receive, but try to be open to how you receive. Some people feel that they're not getting the information and it's showing in a different sense. So just know that there's all different ways of overlapping of senses. It's what's called synesthesia. It's not a disease. It's like you can overlap senses. When I'm painting, I can feel the color rather than always see where it should be, or the sounds. I've had people, when I've done all these things, see color. Somebody said once, like, a great light show after I was doing all sorts of stuff with sound. And so it's all interwoven, feeling things, hearing things, speaking, however it goes. So as you breathe, just open your eyes for a moment. This is for lightness of being. See, bringing back your light, bringing the light into the places you've kept in the dark to yourself for eons of time, out of survival. Ashalam ala kalakuru, tekule yakwa, atokum ala kila rushala. We speak to every part of your being. We speak to your cellular energy, the DNA of your cells, the membranes wrapped around the cells that feed the cells with the appropriate information for health and healing and well-being and awakening, to remember who you are in all of your consciousness, all of your wisdom, higher wisdom. And breathe. Take it in. Close your eyes. Again, feel yourself in that pyramidic shape, as if we're already being integrated, integrating all the information that's needed for your particular purposes. Alakula mani manati wangya ni nashungwa hayate tukur. Ikulalula malaki. It's like a calling out to you to remember your history, the history, though, in the higher dimensions. So this is a code that helps you with interconnective intelligence, helps you to reconnect to all the intelligence, the wisdoms of all the other beings, not the beings, all the other places that you've experienced, to carry that you carry with you the wisdoms, but you don't always know how to access it. So this is for interconnective intelligence. It awakens those codes. This is a code that awakens those codes within you. Anahane umahakya no koa. Tuputuria manakuli kelakia lala. Kuhu, kuhu, kuhu. Take a deep breath. Feel yourself in that pyramidic shape, that temple, the color temple and sound and color temple. And feel as you're breathing, as if you're breathing in the colors that are necessary for your awakening even more, for healing and for awakening your consciousness, so that you can embody and be the fullness and wholeness of everything that you already are. And to know the truth of who you are and be able to express that, communicate that to yourself and to others, and not be in fear. This is for clearing fear. As you breathe, just breathe in the colors, the textures, the languages. Asanan asiakoa mananima calling malakila ngamarkila turutu tumbo the gujago shagadugude do the band the gul again a man no ti eto kutari yishakua yatakuwa to. And breathe again. Just going to go through this. Is clearing communication. Look for a moment. Clearing all communication to yourself and others. Part of the communication problem is you to you. Allow yourself to open, to expand, to allow, to reclaim your ability to speak, reclaim your voice, reclaim however you use your communication, through anything through creativity, anything through your mind, your heart, your experience, your body. And breathe. This is the Christed healing for unification of all races on the planet and beyond, which we need desperately now. So look at this for a moment and just breathe. Breathe in the sacredness of if that could be, as if it already is, and we just have to remember we have that here and everywhere. It's part of our rightfulness of who we are as beings, beings of love, beings of light. So this last one of the paintings is for integration of healing and regeneration of cells to the original form, and redefining thought forms for higher thinking and co-creation with the heart. This is a bigger one. Hopefully you can see it. It's all light language. This is it up close. This is further away. I also do regular paintings, abstract paintings with color, but mixed with some of the light languages into them. So take a few deep breaths. Feel the angels and the archangels infusing you with love from all directions into your heart, the back, the front, and the sides, in all directions. And as you breathe, feel the earth sending her love from her heart to your heart. Feel your heartbeat connecting to the heartbeat of the earth, like when you're in the womb of the mother. You're feeling that you can connect and ground by just connecting your heartbeat with the heartbeat of the earth, as if you're being held. So you have a place to be through the anchoring, through her gravitational pull and her love. And feel your connection to all the other parts of the different galaxies and beyond the beyond the beyond, all the planets, the star systems, everything, including the sun and the moon and the great, great, great central sun. Infusing you with the father energy of the earth, brings up the mother energy and activates the divine balance of your right and left side of the brain. Here's one that has to do with that, the right and left side of the brain. Balancing that. For anyone who has brain chemistry problems, this is perfect for that. So just breathe that in. Take it in. Basa yakatan oshikuala kiamatate tutuakwa kayatai. Isa, 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 isa. And breathe. Remember your sacredness. Listen to this. This is the higher heart frequency of the F sharp. We're almost done. Just stay in that pyramidic shape. And start to come back to noble consciousness gently, feeling your whole being present but expanded. And again, just open your heart. Relax into your heart. Relax into your body, but feel the expansion of your energy, again, like a lighthouse, but it's a love house emanating into the world. The heart energy, the love energy, is a vibrational frequency, an all-inclusive frequency. So the more you keep your heart open, the more you're bringing through that all-inclusive frequency, which we need the most, especially now at this time on the planet, as we move through survival into thriving and living fully, and as we move from illusion to truth within ourselves. Make sure to stay hopeful. Don't give up. We're here to be here for a reason. Keep asking what your part is in this experience on this planet. But the biggest part is to really experience love in human experience, who we are as that love experience, that love energy, the source energy of all. So take a few deep breaths. Om Masalo Bahana Do Emalia Shukur Karishala Do Aloku Shalaki Sare O Doshiador Kashila Roshar Eprekishala le kurish kadari shoro kalakita ramane evra kurishare share share share. Start to come back to normal consciousness. Feel the energy of your heart expanding more. Start to feel yourself in this moment, wherever you're sitting or lying down, your presence, feeling wholeness, as if you're here fully whole, living through a whole new identification that's the truth. The truth sets you free to be everything that you are. And full empowerment is full expression of self. So remember that definition, full expression of self. Sending you so much love, gratitude. Thank you for being here with me, and thank you everyone for allowing me to be here. Much love.
Thank you, Jody. Jody?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Thank you. Oh, here you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, that's strange.
Thank you. Appreciate you so much, and definitely adding to this energy. I just love the fact that we've had so many different forms of sound, you know, and it's honestly is like for my research, even like the sound tools and instruments that we use to heal with the sound tools are actually many ancient civilizations mimic that from what they could do with their own voice.
Right.
You know.
So, and their sound has been used through all time, all space, all dimensions, through history, through all different, ancient times. So thank you again. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Jody. Okay, we'll be in touch soon.
Thank you, Jody. See you again soon. Okay. And what's coming up for you? Can you just tell people?
Well, I do channel the Akashic record readings. So if you want to be on my mailing list, it's jodisirota.com. JODISEROTA.com. I'm also going to be starting some smaller groups of like 7 people and just do some individual ones and ongoing groups. And then I'll be doing other events, hopefully maybe with you guys. So,
yes, I think we should do some more with Jody for sure.
Oh yeah, I already have a million ideas, so I'll be in touch with you next week.
And I've been working with some musicians too, to try to make music out of, I'm not like a regular musician, but I work with crystal bowls as well, but I'm trying to work with musicians in a way that you can use these languages, but interwoven into music so that it could be more listenable, but also have the effects. So if you have any work with me.
Well, do you want to do some of that with my hip hop music? That would be pretty cool.
Oh, that would be great to back you up.
I want it to be cool music.
Yeah.
That would be great, Neil. I think that she works with some really great new musicians. Nathaniel, one of them.
One of them is Pramik Russell, and he is an amazing musician. So we're working together. But
nice.
I'm open. I just want to do more of the combination of all these things.
Well, the other thing I think we could do with Portal to Ascension is the Crystal Skull events that you used to do. Right. Let's do one online. Have you done one of those online yet, Neil?
No, I haven't. I'd love to.
Oh.
And I don't know if what's her name, Joanne Parks will do it, but I have the green jadeite crystal skull.
Well, I have some other crystal people that could do this. Okay, so
yeah,
I did that 10-10 crystal skull event. We had 500 people there, Neil, and 20 crystal skulls.
And the languages came through me when I was I've been working with Mack, the ancient crystal skull, for like over 20 years. So that came through me then. So, and the sound came through me many years ago. So
let's definitely do a Portal to Ascension crystal skull event.
I'm down. Let's do it.
I know the skull keepers and okay.
Me too.
And Jody, I'll reach out to you. Let's have a Zoom call soon and we'll talk some ideas. Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Take care. Thank you so much.
And I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jody.
Really appreciate you.
So much love.
Beautiful.
That's my good friend Jo. She is good, isn't she?
Yeah. Thanks for the introduction.
Yeah. No. I go through like I feel her vibration. I mean, I feel it in my body. Are people saying anything? What are they saying in the chat?
Oh yeah, there's been lots of comments right when she was done. There's lots of comments. So next we do have Stephen Halpern. We're running a little late, so sorry about that, Stephen. We'll bring you on in just a moment here.
All right.
I wanted to do a poem before we go into it, Stephen.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Do one of your things because this is your expression, Neil. So
yeah. So it's a sound event. So the spoken word is sound, right? And in the beginning was the word, right? And at the end of today, I'm going to end the day with a maybe 2.5 hour presentation on what Jody and I just spoke about, the ancient civilizations and how they knew about sound. And I'm going to go into some really groundbreaking information about what they actually knew. And it goes even deeper than we may even think. And that's going to relate to quantum physics and the science and what the ancients knew about vibration and frequency. So that's the end of it. But right now, I'm going to do a little poem. Then we're going to bring on Stephen. And this poem right here is called Resonance, because my hip hop name is MC Resonance, and this is my story, my life journey, really. And it explains, the struggle I went through, and then how I created Portal to Ascension. There we go. At one time, each day was a struggle. I was trying to juggle my higher and lower self. Without assistance, no help. I was a lost soul, just a kid in this world who knew he didn't belong. I came from another planet, another home. But home is all I ever wanted, looking for it in the friends I loved. I confronted fears that were ingrained in my soul from a childhood when I didn't know how to say no. My trust in those were violated. It took decades before I owned that it wasn't my fault. I didn't know better, had no direction, felt disconnected. I could melt and vanish. No one would miss this misfit. I wish this life started different until I shifted the imprisonment of my own brain. I was a slave to the belief systems and imprints. So I went on a search for the root of all religion, to see why we're dismissed kids by the gods above. On a search for the pure unconditional love, travel the depths of space with the books and videos that made me realize humanity's soul was so deep. I began researching Earth's true ancient history and spirituality, minus the organized piety that got all these people worshiping from their knees. The poetry began to flow from me. From a place I've never seen this time around, I began freestyling from the underground, exploring concepts that were so profound, existential, the vibration and sound. Healed fractures of my soul. Plant medicine, it took me to another world, helped me release the density and the tension in this world. My free energy is what I envision for all. I became the portal to ascension, the cosmic henchman. I came here because I heard the cosmic call.
Wow, that particular piece, I feel, has so much more of you in it in a way. It's very personal, and more than your other pieces, I think.
Yeah, a lot of them are about the universe, ETs, different things, and talks about the overall growth. But this was probably one of the most like ones that are really about me, you know.
How many of those do you have?
Like hundreds.
Hundreds? Do you have them all written out? Do you have?
Yeah, sometimes they're on my computer. Sometimes I create 2 or 3 full pieces a day.
Wow, I think we could do something more with them. Definitely put them out there in a big way. I mean, someone like Stephen Halpern, for instance, you know.
Yeah, let's get into his intro.
He's a natural musician. Stephen is one of the original spiritual composers and musicians. I mean, he was there before people even knew what sound healing was, although they probably knew that in Egypt. But Stephen, you're an original, Stephen.
True, early on. Good to be with you folks. It was quite an amazing presentation just before, and also with Peter. And a lot of us have a lot of the same experiences on certain levels, and was really touched by your poem, Neil. So it's great to know that part of you as well.
But Steve, give us a little history, because really you were one of the first, maybe we'll call them new age musicians, where music was something else. Music was not just about listening and feeling relaxed. Your music and this type of music are activation. It's intentional activations. So talk about like the early beginning of that, and what were your influences, and how did you come up with this?
The music got into me is the easy way to describe it. But from an early age, even as a kid, I was always attracted to music. My parents played no music in the home at all. It was just WINS, WINS, all news, all radio, all the time.
Was that New York?
Yep, because I grew up on Long Island.
I grew up on Long Island, yeah. Okay.
Valley Stream, place that did not have a valley, did not have a stream. But at that point, it was still a decent place to grow up. And the early experiences with music was through trumpet, and then very quickly got into jazz improvisation. When I first heard people playing music without reading notes, without reading the little black dots written by dead white European composers, I didn't come up through a classical education in music, but through a jazz education. So I learned all about theory and scales and got very good at that on trumpet, and wound up sitting in with people like Rahsaan Roland Kirk and Pharoah Sanders at some of the jazz clubs in New York when I'd come in from college, University of Buffalo, where I studied with Ron Carter and Joe Ford, a great jazz saxophone player, went on to play with McCoy Tyner. But we co-led an 8-piece jazz rock band, and playing that high intensity jazz music like John Coltrane and Rahsaan Roland Kirk, where the music would just blow through. I had my first experiences where the music would come through, and I wasn't playing the fancy scales that I had studied and all coordinating this scale with this chord, et cetera, et cetera. I had my first experience of playing on automatic, where the music would just come through, and it was a higher order of music. Also, it was effortless. The barrier between me as a musician and the music broke down, and was just music being played. So that was my introduction, but it was in a high energy context. I started studying and was guided to study cross-cultural expressions of music throughout the world, which always involved tuning in to higher levels, using music as a vehicle, as a connection to the divine. That was what the ancient Greeks were dealing with when they're talking about connecting to your muse. And the word music actually comes from muse. So we had poets like Robert Creeley and Jack Clark, Robert Duncan up at the University of Buffalo. So my introduction to the sacred arts and the historical aspect of musicians tuning in to a higher dimension were there. And in my studies, I also found out, as we're hearing about today, the use of music in ancient Egypt. I had a sense that I was connected to those healing temples in Egypt. And when I got my first past life readings, that was made very clear to me. And when I got to Egypt in 1980, in 1981, I had some very powerful experiences inside the Great Pyramid, inside the Pyramid of Abydos. My tour guide said I disappeared when I was meditating in Karnak, and the tour group actually left me with no wallet, no passport, and I was stranded there for a little while. Had some interesting experiences in Egypt, but all that helped open me up to the concept that music could be much more than just fancy scales and just emotional aspects. It could be a way of really opening our own energy fields to connect with the divine. In 1969, after my jazz rock band was recording in New York City, we came down from Buffalo. Things did not go well. I had 2 weeks before I had to go back to grad school, where I was going to be studying what I just mentioned, cross-cultural expressions of healing music and transformation of consciousness through Africa and Asia and India. Had an experience underneath and in a sacred redwood grove 2 days before I was to hop back on a plane to go back to New York. That changed my life. I started hearing this new form of music. And since I had already been praying to know what healing music would be like in the 20th century, as an update of what Pythagoras was working with many, many years ago, many thousands of years ago, I started hearing this new form of music with the sound sounded like angelic chimes, which was an instrument I was not familiar, that had not been invented yet, as far as I knew. It turned out it had been, and shortly thereafter, I heard and met the Fender Rhodes electric piano, which became my main instrument to bring forth this new form of music, because in addition to hearing the music, I heard in my inner senses, this is the music that you've been praying to hear. Your job is to bring it out into the world. And I had no idea what that meant. My left brain said, okay, I'm a trumpet player. I have no money. I'm going back to graduate school. How am I supposed to do any of that? Within a matter of hours, I was hired to work at the sister organization of Esalen in Northern California, a place called Bridge Mountain Foundation, on which their old upright grand piano was the instrument that I first started channeling this new form of music. And within a couple of weeks, the weekend programs with people like John Lilly and Dr. Stanley Krippner came by, and the staff would say, you've got to listen to this guy's new music. It's amazing for meditation, etc. And they said, we see the subjective responses where people are meditating and they're doing yoga. If you want to be taken seriously, you need to do biofeedback research. You need to do scientific research to prove that something different is happening with your music than with classical music. And I said, how do I do that? And he said, there's a new program, Dr. Krippner said, and I am the dean and the director of it at the Humanistic Psychology Institute up at Sonoma State College. If you apply to do this kind of research, I will guarantee that you get in. So I applied, I got in, and I was the only person amongst several hundred marriage and family counselors who was doing research. And it was in that biofeedback research using Kirlian photography, brainwave biofeedback, and GSR, galvanic skin response, that I took on the most relaxing music that music therapists use, classical music, Liszt Liebestraum No. 3, the highest rated classical composition, against the music that first came out on Spectrum Suite. And basically, we blew it away. A difference of 100,000-fold in terms of the galvanic skin response, and the evoked aura was so much more healing, and the colors and the energy field shifted so quickly with my music that one of the researchers, I hired an independent research lab, Randall Fonts, who was also one of the people featured with Marcel Vogel in The Healing, The Secret Life of Plants. The book had just come out. They were part of the team that I hired. And he said, this is no longer your research project or your graduate project. This is your life. You need to take this information out to the world. And again, it was, I have, no funding, no company to do that. And at that point, there was no place even to record. So I was doing private concerts and meditation groups. The first meditation group that I ever played, my version of Chakra Suite, which became the updated version of Spectrum Suite, was actually in the meditation group that Dr. J.J. Hurtak started in Northern California after he had his experience, because in my research, there were two guys who had auras that were 10 times bigger than everybody else. So we pulled them aside with the Kirlian photography that we're using, which was, again, the first research using Kirlian photography and music. In fact, to this day, is just about the only research, but it was so dramatic. We pulled them aside and said, who are you guys? And how come your auras are 10 times larger than everybody else? And they said, well, we're just some college guys, but we go down with our mother to Southern California once a week to take this class with Dr. J.J. Hurtak. And every night afterwards, there's a UFO up, above the building, and Dr. Hurtak is coming to this area in a couple of months. So I said, I'm going to be there. And that's when we met and instantly connected. He understood what I was doing. He's been one of my supporters since the beginning. And I've been one of his supporters. I actually was a proofreader for the Keys of Enoch book. So that was a part of our connection. And they were doing a chakra balancing meditation using like a pitch pipe, which was, as a musician, was pretty corny sounding. I said, I could do something much better than that. So I started playing the keynotes with my left hand and then the window dressing to make it more interesting musically with my right hand. That became my first album. When the first, in fact, then it was 2 years later at Christmas, I'm at a party, sitting in with the band. Somebody comes up to me and says, you're a really good trumpet player. Do you have an album out? I said, no, there's no place to record. And he said, I just am opening next week the first independent multi-channel recording studio in Northern California. And I said, I'll be your first client. And I went in there on January 4th and 5th, 1975, and recorded in one weekend the entire album that came out as Spectrum Suite. And that helped put me on the map. People were saying, where could I get this music? I'd like to have something to take home with me. And I was making little cassette tapes or little reel-to-reel tapes, very time-consuming. And they say, thank you for the gift. No one wanted to pay for them. So that was not a financially viable process. I got my first album done. And then it was, how do you get this out into the world? So the hard part for me, when there was no distributor, there was no way to bring it to stores. So I physically would go to stores and say, this is the music that Ed Casey was talking about. This is the music that Hazrat Inayat Khan was talking about, music that would balance the brainwaves, that bring you to a higher state of frequency, of vibration that would connect you. And now, as we're seeing, a portal to the fifth dimension, etc. And the first store I was at, as I'm making my presentation to the manager, a little old lady comes by and says, oh, music for meditation. Can I buy that? And she grabs it out of my hand. And the store manager says, well, I guess I better buy a dozen of them. And then I knew enough to go to other stores and said, your competition just bought a dozen of these. You want to have some of this in your store. And just that was how I began to get the music out into the world. And then the New Age conferences of spirituality and science started happening. And I didn't have the money to go to those. So I called up the first conference down at UC Santa Cruz, and I asked them, who is your musical director? And they said, what do you mean? We don't have one. I said, you need one to set the stage between all the different scientists and speakers who are going to do their presentations. And they said, well, do you know anyone who could do that? And I said, yes, me. And that first gig got me a dozen other gigs of people around the country who wanted to put on their own conferences. That was It's All in the Mind. And then there was The Mind Can Do Anything in Portland. And then New York City started having the Diet Nutrition Expo, the Whole Life Expos. I was the first musician who would be speaking at those conferences and then playing the music. And that's how we started getting the music out there. And every city that I would go to, I would call up the radio stations and the TV stations and the newspapers and get booked to do interviews. And they'd always say, we've never heard of this. Music for relaxation, music for healing. And the FDA did not like you to use the word healing in those days. So it was music for relaxation, but that got the information out to the world. And then when people said, well, if we want music for relaxation, what's available? And I was then producing 4 albums a year because the store said, we'll take everything you can get because people love it. And this is what we want to share with our customers. And now, after LPs and cassettes and CDs, the phenomenon of streaming music, which for the first couple of years meant that people like me were getting royalties from Google of 32 cents a month. I mean, literally less than the price of a stamp that they'd send me this check that I would just stick on the wall, not worth my time to cash. But over the last 2 years, the shift to having so many millions of people streaming music, all those little thousands of a penny, which is the royalty for one play of music, really adds up. And the beauty of that, which is one of the points I want to make right now, is that when you're listening to Spotify or any program that's playing the same music to everybody at the same time, something very magical happens. When you listen to Chakra Suite or Deep Alpha, my album in 2012 that got a Grammy nomination, which was an amazing blessing and a surprise because I did no promo for it. What happens is your brain shifts from regular beta brainwaves in the, let's say the 13 to 39 cycles per second. Your brain slows down, the amplitude of the brain waves get larger, and particularly in the alpha wave, which was the 8 cycles per second key frequency in the deep alpha range, is the same harmonic, the same basic frequency as the fundamental harmonic frequency of the earth itself, the Schumann resonance. So we found that my music would immediately, within seconds, shift people into a state of higher coherence where their brain was balanced, the hemispheres of the brain were balanced, and in that state, your brain would entrain to the dominant frequency of the earth. So suddenly you're tapping into a higher power, literally. And with that information, when everyone would listen at home on their own home stereo system, that was an individual balancing. But now when we have hundreds of thousands of people listening at the same time, we are all going to the same state of high coherence and balanced brainwave entrainment. So that sets up what Rupert Sheldrake proposed and is a breakthrough in terms of morphic resonance. In other words, we affect a standing wave of consciousness on the earth. There's a morphic energy field and resonance that makes it easier for new people to meditate and makes our own experience even more powerful through non-local resonance and all the things that quantum physics is talking about. This can happen and does happen when you listen to music that creates this state in the individual. There's now a number of musicians whose music can do this, and a lot of them that the music does not. There's a difference between music for entertainment and music for brainwave entrainment of a higher coherence and balance. In fact, when this Deep Alpha got the Grammy nomination, Billboard and the Grammy people called me up and said, you have a spelling error on your front cover. And I said, what do you mean? They said, you spelled entertainment wrong. And I said, excuse me, the word is entrainment. And then I had to explain what entrainment was, and I'll do that for you in a second. And I said, this is not music about external entertainment, which puts your attention out there. This is about going inside. It's empowering the individual. quick definition of entrainment. A more powerful or external rhythmic stimulus will entrain a weaker rhythmic stimulus or rhythmic reality, so that the weaker system is entrained and forced to synchronize automatically. This is a law of physics, to synchronize with the stronger external aspect. So if you have a healing resonance and a healing rhythm, that's a good thing. If you're listening to hard rock or death metal or a lot of other music, that's not what the music is about. It creates other effects. And of course, one of the other big keys is the intention. When I am composing and recording in the studio, I do so with the intention of creating music that will assist the listener in raising their vibration and balancing their energy field, and helping them connect to their own spiritual essence, to connect to their to the unified field of consciousness. And we're hearing, so many people talk about this. Peter was talking about that earlier. Jody was talking about it. This is what's happening. And I was guided to work through my angelic and spirit guides early on, not to focus so much on who and what beings are assisting me, but I've always acknowledged the co-composing and co-creative aspects of that, but to let the music do the speaking and the research do the proof. And when I took this to the music therapy field in the beginning, they said, well, if you want to get relaxed, you can listen to this classical piece and in an hour, you'll be relaxed. And I said, excuse me, I come from New York. I don't have an hour. What do you have that'll get me there in a minute? And they said, there's no music that can do that. And then I would hold up my research papers and the first album and said, there's new music. And that's one of the reasons this new music got called New Age music, because there had not been music like this before. This was not what Mozart was dealing with. In the caffeine capital, Vienna of Europe, if you put people into a relaxed state, you lost your gig as the court composer. You'd have to speed people up. My music in the highly stressful times is about reducing stress, bringing balance, and shifting brain waves into a more harmonious and harmonic pattern. The music is like a tuning fork for the brain. And the beauty is that it happens so quickly and automatically. As someone who, in the 70s with Hans Selye, when people were talking about type A individuals, it was clear that I was a type A individual. Now, as 45 years later, we have certain aspects on the spectrum of adult ADHD or ADD, which is a good form of high energy, focus, high functioning. And I don't want to wait. When I want to meditate, I don't want to wait 20 minutes. I want to get right into the state. So when I meditate at home, I put on either deep alpha or deep theta, and I go right into a deep meditation state. And if I only have 5 or 10 minutes, it's all at the deeper state. And that's been part of my process. And millions of people have discovered that also, which is one of the reasons why my company is still not only alive, but thriving now, as more and more people discover how easy it is, because music resonates all our cells. Every atom, molecule, cell, and gland in the body is affected by sound. And when these sounds are in a context that empowers your natural immune system, well, this is one of the most powerful ways that we can self-orchestrate on the spectrum of consciousness, as Jean Houston used to say back when I first met her in 1977, where if we're concerned about COVID-19, instead of waiting for the vaccine, and that's another whole discussion, why don't we hear more information about how we could enhance and support our own immune system so we don't get sick in the first place, and we don't have to worry about getting a ventilator or all these other situations. I have always been a fan of healing myself, and this is one of the main tunes that tools and resources that I've used in my own life to keep myself in tune, to be able to play this music. It's why I always meditate before I would go into the recording studio and set the intention to bring through music that is healing, and why I continue to get a chance to compose and record new music that keeps me as an artist inspired and continues to put new information, new healing tools out into the world. So, in 1994, most people don't know that the FDA was busting some of the companies that work with the flashing lights, the little goggles that had flashing lights and sounds, because some of those companies works with, created a epileptic seizure in some of the customers. That's obviously a problem. The solution was not to include those flashing frequencies that some of them were known to do, but instead they tried to shut down the whole field. And I was called into a meeting with the FDA representative and Alex Schaus, the lawyer for the National Health Federation. And I remember very clearly, they said, Mr. Halpern, you're not a medical doctor, are you? And I said, no. But you talk about on your CD, you talk about music for relaxation. The FDA considers relaxation to be a medical experience. And if your music affects the structure and function of the human organism, therefore we think that your CD is a medical device. And, they're getting ready to put me out of business. And I said, first of all, what about when I go out and meditate and look at the sun and I get relaxed? Are you going to bust the sun? And he said, no, the sun doesn't make a claim on his CD. I said, well, what could I do? So, well, take all your albums off the market, get rid of the word brainwaves, get rid of the word relaxation. So I did all that. And the next year, when the Republicans took over Congress in 1994, they quieted down that overzealous FDA office up near Seattle. And suddenly it was safe to talk about music for relaxation, music that affects brainwaves, and music for healing. And that's when the whole field of sound healing suddenly became a popular concept. And then major labels like RCA and others, and I kept copies of their ads. They would take my ads, change a couple words, and say Mozart for healing, and Mahler for healing, and Vivaldi for Valentine's Day, and all these other things that were not what the music was originally scheduled for, because there was no truth in advertising. There was no one to police people making claims for their music. And a lot of people would think they're getting relaxed, and they weren't. When I put out the album called Mindful Piano, when we now understood what mindfulness is, suddenly a whole bunch of websites came up talking about mindful music, and most of them were not mindful music. Let me take one other second and give you an example. Mindfulness is being in the moment, is being dealing with an awareness of the now, of the present moment, is what Eckhart Tolle talks about with the power of now. Well, most music is not about that. Most music helps you project into the future. Watch what happens. If I sing this phrase that you all know, watch what happens in your chest, with your breathing, watch what happens in your mind. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. And how many of you are holding your breath right now? How many of you can feel that holding the breath? You heard that note in your head, do, the completion of that phrase. We are so culturally conditioned to anticipate where the music is going that we're not in the moment. We're not paying attention to ourselves. We're paying attention to the music. There's a lot of ego involved when you have a musician who wants you to pay attention to the musician and not to the music. So that's the context that I was working with and put out. So, again, there's a lot of misinformation out there, but there's a lot of real information. And that's what I've been doing. And Susan, I just saw that little chat. We should talk afterwards. And There's just a lot of information that's available now. There's a great school of sound healing near San Francisco called Globe Sound Healing Institute that I've been teaching at for since they began. In fact, their early curriculum came from, looked very similar to the table of contents of my books, Tuning the Human Instrument and Sound Health. But they've expanded. They have some great teachers. And of course, a lot of sound healers work with crystal bowls and Tibetan bowls. I describe the electric piano that I work with, the Rhodes electric piano, as a series of tuning forks played by a keyboard. And that's why the tone is so instantly healing, more soothing than just a grand piano. But when I do use grand piano, I work with the EQ, where I take out the harsh harmonics so that piano becomes much more soothing and more peaceful. And then, of course, it's the way I play. If you've ever watched George Winston play, great musician, of course, many people know him from the early days of New Age music, he'd always say, I don't play New Age music. And if you watch him, he's jabbing at the piano to get the tone that he wants. And if you watch my concerts or my YouTube videos on my channel, you'll see that I caress the keys, and it's a very soft touch. That gets expressed in the tone, and it's the energy that goes into creating the music, as well as what you feel when you listen. So that's an overview. And again, the fact that the music can work so automatically and so easy, it works better if you focus on it. But even if it's just on in the background, wonderful things can happen. In fact, after that 1994 FDA meeting, Doreen Virtue and James Van Praagh published their best-selling books dealing with the angels. I had this album ready to go, which I call Gifts of the Angels, but I could not put it out until it was safe to put out and say that, yes, this is part of my secret. I get a chance to work with some higher dimensional beings, and it's been part of my process. And the big project I've been working on for the last 2 years, my memoir, will talk more about that and really acknowledge some of the teachings and the openings that I've experienced, many of which happened in the recording studio, where I would just close my eyes, the energy in the room would shift. Sometimes the room would fill with light, which my recording engineer, studio engineer actually saw and said, what is that? What's going on? They said, well, we're just going to call it a voltage surge, because he didn't believe in angels. But each one of those tracks is on the Gifts of the Angels album. And that was the physical proof that was actually recorded. So it's not just my belief that something happened. We actually were able to record not just the physical notes, but the energies that were happening in the room. And that's one of the beauties about recording studios with music, is that you can record these multi-dimensional frequencies, and they exist and can be transmuted and communicated through not just an LP or an analog cassette or a tape, but through the digital domain, if you do it right. And it could be healing. And that's what I've been doing for the last 45 years. So how are we doing on time, timekeeper?
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, we have another couple of minutes if you wanted to share something else.
Well, Steve,
go ahead, Alan.
Yes, Alan. I hope you could play something so we know what kind of gifts you're talking about.
I would love to. Unfortunately, where my computer is set up is not near where my keyboards are set up. And to play something that sounds crappy would dishonor the music. So my choice is...
Well, do you have something on your computer that you could play?
Not that I could link up to this, but after the program, between my website, stephenhalpernmusic.com, I have samples of everything. Samples 2 to 3 times longer than anything else you'll find on the internet, and they're higher quality. And my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com, Stephen Halpern Music. I have at least one track of chakra suite, deep alpha, and deep theta, which takes you deeper into the experience. And working with the shakuhachi and the bansarai is deep theta 2.0, and all selections of gifts of the angels. So people can hear that for themselves afterwards.
All right. All
and
right.
I'm going to, when we have a pause, either after the next presenter or at the end, I'm going to play a video from Stephen's YouTube channel to funnel us out for the day.
There we go. There we
Right.
go.
Well, I think that was a great history of New Age music, because none of this would exist without people like you as pioneers presenting a new form of music, a new way of music.
It's true. And you know, when I started out, number one, I knew nothing about business. I knew nothing about being a record company. In fact, as a student in the 60s, anybody dealing with music or dealing with business was to be, shunned. But early on, as I was living on about $150 a month, which was possible in 1975, $100 per month and a lot of brown rice and beans, I had, in meditation, I was told, if you want to get the music out into the world, you have to learn about business. And I said, no, I'm an artist. I will meet somebody to run the business. Well, that was a girlfriend, it was a male friend. They didn't know how to do anything. And so I was told, either you have to learn about business or starve. And at that point, that changed my attitude. That was a real attitude adjustment. I said, in that case, I'll start learning about business. And then I had to learn about marketing. And then I had to learn how to talk to the media. One other quick thing, my first major international exposure was at the World Symposium of Humanity in Vancouver in the fall of 1976. So I went to and spoke to the media people there, and the big newspaper said, you're talking about music for healing. We're not interested. Now, I'll give you a hint. If you tell us about bad music and music for unhealing, and then tell us about music for healing, then I'll talk to you. So because I've been a sound sensitive all my life and highly sensitive to noise, I had a whole database of that all ready to go. So I was able to work both sides of that aisle. Amazing. And really learned how to work with the media to get the information out there. And I got on the Tom Snyder show, the late night, the Tomorrow show with Tom Snyder. The first person ever to play a chakra balancing composition on late night TV for America, which was a major breakthrough. And
congratulations.
Yeah, that just fell into my lap when I was in LA for another conference. Somebody canceled. I got a phone call. Can you come over to NBC Studios and be there in an hour, and you'll be on TV tonight? I said, sure. I didn't even have time to get nervous. And it was a cosmic gift, and so many things I just look at as a gift.
Actually, you played at the Crystal Skull Conference.
Yes, I did. I remember. Yes,
that was a great event, wasn't it?
And I studied with Nick Nocerino and Nick Wright. So that was part of my other, journey into spirituality and healing. And he actually did some of the first research with my music at a couple of hospitals late at night, and saw the effect on people who had some major problems. And he said, you need to continue doing this. So figure out a way to do it, because he wasn't a business guy either, but just a wonderful heart and one of my great teachers.
Well, Steve, you are a part of history. You are. You're part of where we all came from, the 70s, the 80s. I mean, that was the foundation for everything that we're talking about these, 40 years later. Can you believe that?
Well, as we go into as we learn what our mission is, in fact, one other thing I'll just reference for Dr. Hurtak, one of the other leaders of the meditation group was Della Heidi, whose psychic abilities would connect an individual to their spirit guides. So I signed up for that right away, and I was told some things and really got clear on what my mission was. And that's exactly what I've been doing for the last 45 years.
Thank you so much, Stephen. It's
Thanks,
like,
Steve.
we've lived in a world for so long where we've been disconnected from the fact that frequency actually affects us on every single level, right? And you can see it in the music. If we knew about this in the beginning, and if it was taught to us in school, all these musicians that will start creating music would implement these frequencies. There are some out there that know that they can embed certain frequencies to create experiences within them, but it's been so disconnected. And now we're moving to this reality where people are realizing, wow, everything is frequency and vibration. Oh, it's disharmonic. Oh, what can it do if it's disharmonic? What happens if it's harmonic? And you were one of the individuals in the beginning that was coming, like, you know, there were many people all over the world, but there wasn't as much as now. And you were like the first wave really of this resurrection of this information. And I'm just excited because now I see that more and more people are realizing that, oh, let's actually be intentional with what we create, because these frequencies can affect us in very negative ways if we don't really know what we're doing, right?
Exactly. And, you know, what you mentioned about your program later today, dealing on some of the things we've seen on TV on the Ancient Alien show with the ancient acoustic archaeology and some of what was known in ancient times, we're rediscovering some of that. And I know I had an initiation in Egypt when I vanished and then, you know, rematerialized, or so I was told. My experience was I was just meditating, but, you know, they came by, they didn't see me and said, so we're leaving. That was part of the initiation, which deepened my awareness and reawakened some of my knowledge of things I was doing in past lives.
Yeah.
So, full
So
on
beautiful.
with it.
Great. Thanks,
Amazing.
Steve. We'll talk soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you all.
Okay, take care, brother.
Everyone.
Okay. So we're running about a half hour behind, right?
Yeah, we are.
That's okay. That's okay.
We're good.
We have nowhere to go, so that's fine. All right.
This has been so good. I'm so happy.
Well, we still have like 110 people online.
Oh yeah, we have more people than we started with, actually.
Right. And we have all the people on YouTube. Thank you all for watching, just to hang out and have fun with us here.
Exactly.
So this next woman, you want to introduce her?
Yeah, let me do that. Okay, so this next performance is from Claire Hedden, and hopefully I'm saying your last name right, Claire. And I just connected with her yesterday because she responded to Deborah Giusti's email of promoting this conference, saying, hey, I do this sound healing, can I connect? And I was looking for, as you know, 2 more practitioners. And yesterday I was like, okay, I'm just not gonna have this extra person. And then I got Claire's number, and as soon as I saw the email, I called her immediately. She called me back, we connected, and she's actually, she's in the Bay Area, and she's connected to the Global Sound Institute with Stephen. So, you know, like, I create these events, create the schedule, and then I look back at it later and I see that every single person flowed into the next person perfectly and almost set the stage for the next one. And this is definitely what's happening here with Claire, since Stephen actually works with the Institute over there, and Claire as well. And a bit about Claire: she's a vocal, tonal, resonance, and energy master. She reads the underlying dynamics and aspiration in a group field and brings those hidden dimensions into the most fulfilling and harmonious expression. Claire knows that the evolving edge of healing lies in exploring our collective emergence, and she knows how to bring us to that edge. Maybe you have never heard the sound of our collective longing, our collective sorrow, or our collective joy, but you will in time in the presence of her work. So let's bring Claire on.
Great.
And then after this, we're going to go into my presentation, guys, and that will be our day.
Great day, Neil. Just to relax, hang out. There you are.
Hey, Claire.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for joining us today.
You're welcome. I hope I haven't got too much reverb. It might be only me hearing that.
Well,
right
that's
now.
okay. When
Just
you start
a little bit.
performing, it'll be okay.
Yeah, and when I do, I'll actually put my headphones on so that we don't get feedback.
All right. Anything you want to tell us about your music before we start?
Yes. Hang on. I'll remove that. That makes it easier.
Okay.
I've heard a lot. I've been watching all day. For me, it's early afternoon, and
Where's
I've heard.
this? I'm
in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Oh, San Francisco. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and lots of talk about ascension and light, and it's interesting, that arc, because my work tends to focus more on earth consciousness. And so there's sort of a grounding element, and when people experience obviously people will experience whatever they're going to experience. That's personal to each person. But it's fascinating to hear the journeys sometimes that people have. Kind of blows my mind a little bit. But it was interesting too to hear Stephen mention the Sound Healing Center. It's had so many names. And I actually co-founded that whole department with Dave Gibson, because it was originally a recording school in San Francisco.
Oh, but you're originally English or something?
I am. I'm British. Yeah.
British. Yes.
British. I've learned to say that. I used to be very colonial and just say English as if that meant the whole of the UK.
Right.
Which didn't go down too well with all my Scottish or Irish friends.
So great. So you've been at this a long time then.
I have. I started life as not literally, but in terms of my musical life, I was originally a singer-songwriter.
Oh.
And so composed with guitar and piano and just doing lots of layering of voices as well. And got to explore all my own stories, basically, you know, and it turns out that my stories aren't unique because we're original, but we're not unique in that sense that everything, we have stories in common and we feel them in the way that we might feel them. But it was so helpful, healing, to be able to kind of travel through the sonic reverberation, and I've never actually said it like that before, of a personal story. And the intuitive process, you know, of sitting at the piano, for instance, and realizing that until I sang a lyric, I couldn't tell if it was accurate. So there was something about amplifying the presence of it, going inside of it as music, that then I'm like, yeah, that's not quite it. And then it's like, there it is. And that was a very healing process. And I literally created about 5 or 6 CDs of songs. And later I can show, if you remind me, because I could easily forget this, I've got a few links lined up to screen share just to help people have a visual reference, because I find that helpful. But I have a background in exploring consciousness, you know, from an itty bitty child in the forest. It's like, you know, who are you? And having a relationship with the forest and with the sea and the wind. And these elements for me are my family, you know, and I feel that here, just saying that, it's like I get kind of choked up.
It's beautiful.
Well, I'm excited about hearing how you put all this into music.
And I'm excited
we'll
for
find out.
The grounding energy is exactly what we need.
I will just introduce one instrument, because some of these instruments you'll know, but not everyone knows this. This is the shruti, and it's a wind instrument.
Oh, nice.
And this particular model is made by my friend Stefan, who is based in Wales in the UK. And he designs them.
It's a wind instrument you blow
into? It's a
into?
wind instrument, but you pump it. So it's related to the harmonium.
Oh. Okay.
It's a much simpler aspect of the harmonium, but they're in the same family.
All right. Well,
yeah.
Let's go for it.
All right. So I just want to check I don't go way over. So I have about 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, I think so. Is that right, Neil?
Yeah, there's no real hard stop here. So 25 minutes.
All right. Well, get your sleeping bags out, everyone.
Okay. Do you put people to sleep? I need that.
No, I'm kidding.
No,
I was kidding about being a long time playing, but I won't.
Oh. But I do like music to sleep to, so okay.
All right. Can I hear myself? Yes, I can. And here's some reverb. And let me give myself. There we go. Hello. I'm not hearing myself. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I hear you. Where are you? Yeah, very loud and clear. Yeah.
Okay. And with or without, are you hearing reverb?
A little echo. I'd say not on your voice though. I heard it before more.
Interesting.
Okay, no.
No.
Not really.
Um,
Slight echo, maybe.
That's not what I want then. I wonder what.
Well,
let me just check the audio settings in here.
Well, it sounds like an echo though, but it's not reverb.
It's not really reverb, but it should be.
Oh, all right. That's okay.
Well, we'll make do.
I'm sure
it doesn't
it's
rely
fine.
on that. Yeah.
Whatever. Well, it does. Yeah, it's echoing. Yes, for sure. But that's
oh,
okay.
you know what okay. All right. I'll just check. Let me double check the outputs on this. Make sure I haven't done something strange. Output headphones. That's right. Okay. All right then. I might start with a short poem. I am the one who runs for the sparkly things. I am the one who believes in fairies, loves to run in fields, who will change the world. Because I am the one who believes in innocence and lives with the wisdom of the forest, is lifted by the air, tastes freedom and happiness as I fly. My gift to you is impulsiveness, spontaneity and action. I want you to believe in yourself as you did when you were my age. who runs with the sparkly things. I fly through the fields. My freedom, my partner, my life. I am the one who runs for the sparkly things. My freedom, my life.
Claire, so beautiful. Thank you so very much. I definitely felt an elemental energy there.
Yeah. Me too.
Moment to just integrate all of that. I think that was the third time I cried today.
It's quite something to cry when you're singing.
Yeah, right? Wow. Well, thank you so much. I'm so glad that we're connected. Oh, there comes Alan.
Oh, hey, yes, beautiful. Thank you. I was just, meditating and had to find a good space to do that. But let's do something with her again, Neil, with this new talent.
Oh, definitely.
Or not new to us. She's been doing it for a long time. But,
yeah, let's stay connected. Claire, could you share with everybody where they can find more about you?
Yes, I'm going to do it through my screen. Is that okay?
Yeah, do it. Go ahead. Finish up.
Okay, thank you. There,
okay.
This is it.
Oh, great. Let's just go over what that says. What's the website there?
Okay, so let me remove that. So my music website is this, clairehedin.com. And by the way, Neil, it's Hedin. And don't worry, nobody gets it right the first time because it doesn't look how it sounds. But thank you for asking if you had. So on this site, there's a little video. I sing in Grace Cathedral here in San Francisco, which is an amazing privilege. And like 600 people come to do yoga. And different artists, we kind of rotate each week. And so there's a short video there. You can hear more.
Grace Cathedral has a labyrinth in it, doesn't it?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. You can see we're actually sitting on it.
Oh, nice.
It's wonderfully sacrilegious. They do yoga all over the whole cathedral floor. It's a different kind of reverence.
This is a duplicate of the Shard Cathedral.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And Richard Feather Anderson, a friend of mine, he was involved, as was Susan Alexandra, in designing it.
Right.
A long time ago. And then this link, which is on the same site here, you can actually listen and buy different music, CDs as well as singles. This is a lovely story, which I'll probably save for another time because it's takes a few minutes to tell, but it's in short about being given a song by a being that never quite made it into this plane to help her parents heal from the loss. And then this is some of the singer-songwriter stuff.
You wrote that song?
Well, yeah, I channeled it. It's it's got multiple parts. It's a beautifully simple song. The other thing that I do, because of how I work with energy, is I help people learn more about their energy fields, so that you can kind of articulate that to others if you work with others, especially for the people who are more left brain, who don't really relate to how it is that we're energy becoming all the time and how we influence each other. And so how to learn, like, to work with that in a way that's creative and artistic and empowering and fun, actually, and energizing. So how to keep your field clean. And so there are courses that people can do, and you can find this easily, dynamicemergence.net. And then there's this whole community where people chat about what they're seeing in the courses. So it's a really, really nice environment. And the other thing that I'm going to start doing things like concerts on, or sound healings, is Insight Timer. So wherever if you just type in my name, you'll find me, because luckily there aren't many Claire Hedines in the world.
Do you know the work of Gary Malkin?
Yes, we perform together a lot.
Oh, yes, he's a great artist, great performer.
He is. No, it's lovely because he just takes over the piano and I get to just sing. So, and we do the music at Grace Cathedral together.
Right.
And yeah, we've been friends for a while now, actually. And then there's a sound.
I'm going to be interviewing him. He did the music. Yeah.
Go ahead, Alan.
I was just saying he did the music for the recent Thrive movie.
That's right. He did both of them.
Yeah. Yes, he did. I'm going to interview him about that. But go ahead. What else do you have? This is music online?
Yes. So there's my YouTube. There's SoundCloud, which of course is free. So you can always listen to stuff. And actually, just because it's a really nice thing to be able to do, on the music site, people can actually go to this and they can pick a color, any color they like. So if I pick purple, for instance, and you click on that, and because of my relationship to, I guess, the elements, I take loads of photographs, thousands of abstracted photographs of nature, and then combine them with original music. And you can come and listen to these anytime you like. They're just there, they're available, and every so often I'll add a new one. And they're about 10 minutes long, usually, but it's a wonderful sound break from whatever else you might be doing. So just wanted you to know about that. And then this of course, is you guys. So was there something else I wanted to make sure I mentioned? No, not really. But I'm thrilled. I'm just so in love with the serendipity of life, that brought Neil and I into a conversation together. I hadn't quite realized how close our timing was. When you said, oh yeah, it's tomorrow, I was like, all right. So I'm a big fan of life. I'm a huge fan of how life tries to help us move towards our own light, our own enlightenment, and the different ways that each of us has to do that. The joy that we can find in the way that belongs to us or that we belong to. So, yeah. I work with people one-on-one for their own voice work and expression of truth in the world and creative power. It's just, we're here, I know we're here multiple times, but in this moment, I know I can say I'm here now. And we each can say that, and we can probably say I'm in 1,000 other places now too. But the one I'm consciously aware of right now is the one that's having this conversation with all of you. And whatever we can do to make that journey more authentic, deeper, more connected, kinder, more joyful, and that means sometimes going into the dark places to kind of fold it in, to find the gold in the suffering, transmute it, transform it, and so on. So I work with people in that way, and I love it. I love people.
So you're a teacher. You teach You're mostly a teacher also of music and sound.
Yes, but to be honest, the teaching is also very much to do with energy and dynamics. So that's the dynamic emergence. So I created a whole model, I downloaded a whole model of consciousness for today, which helps show our relationship. Hey, I should show you a picture because it's a really cool picture. Hang on. So dynamic, let's go here. So there's a map, and a lot of this stuff is free. The only stuff you have to pay for is the courses. This is a picture of us.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, isn't that lovely? So I spent a couple of years downloading all this information, and there are loads of maps and videos, very, very friendly. Like, they just come through really easily. And each of these, like, you've got infinite consciousness on the outer realm, which of course is our home, infinity and the cosmos. And then you've got planetary consciousness, and then the collective consciousness, which is where everything, whether it's named or not named, influences what's possible next for all of us. So that's where our personal responsibility comes in, because the more work we do to connect with our joy, which can be a long journey, it was for me, then the more we help that expand and breathe and become more and more vibrant. So it's a very exciting thing to do, because it's a win-win. It's a win for us, but it's also a win for the we. And then this is all to do with the stuff that happens in here, like the psychology as it relates to energy, the different ways of knowing, like rational, emotional, sensory, kind of connecting these to different ways of being. And when they're out of balance, which I would say they are today, too much emphasis in the rational, that we lose touch a bit with the emotional and the sensory. And here we are right here in the center too, our seat of potential. And then the one thing that is very important, I think, for humans, for all of us to kind of grok, which I suspect everyone here already has, is this, the ajna, the third eye, which is the not knowing. So anything that we know, to hold it lightly and to be more in the being and feeling the energy of that, because that's our best measure, I think, of whether we're being accurate with our choices, accurate with our relationships, and all those sorts of things. So I love this dialogue that's always happening with life, talking to us, nudging us, knocking on the door, whispering.
Yes.
Depending on our level of responsiveness, of course, the messaging gets louder and louder and more abrupt. But that's our free will choice, you know, and it's a beautiful thing. But this talks about each layer being your home, our resource, our potential, our impact, our personality, our sovereignty, our creativity, our gift, our life.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, it was fun to create that.
Thank you for sharing your beauty and your harmony with us. I'm so appreciative.
And put all your information in the chat.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that when we hang up.
Thanks.
I guess I should do that now, because I think I'm the last.
Yes.
So hang on.
And what we're going to do is before I do a presentation, we're going to bring on one more guest, Alan, and we're going to have a 10-minute light language singing download.
Great. Who is our last guest?
So our next guest is Emerald, and she's a friend of mine that Sol and I met when we were in the middle of the Amazon doing ayahuasca, and we became good friends. And over the last 6 months, we've become even better friends, working and doing things online with each other. And so she's going to be coming in, doing some light language and also singing for us.
Great. And then that's going to be 20 minutes. And then you're coming on for about an hour to do your work?
Yeah, until my voice goes out. Hence,
Okay.
Hence the sound activation. Because my presentation is 4 hours, so I'm not going to do the whole 4 hours.
As long as you want. It's your portal.
Yeah.
So,
Claire,
okay.
do you have any final things you want to share with us?
I just want to say I love you, all of you, everybody, and love yourself. Just love yourself into being.
Thank you.
Claire.
Thank you
Speak
so
soon.
much. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
that was a great surprise. I never knew about her, and there she was.
Yeah, I love how the synchronicities flow and everything comes out so well. I mean, it's beautiful.
Dancing with the universe, like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, are you hearing? Are you hearing echo now on my?
No,
end?
no echo. It was her microphone. She has such a good setup that it had this reverb effect. You know, but we're good now. Okay, so we move on.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, we're going to be bringing on, and I gave the intro already, kind of, we're going to be bringing on Emerald, really good friend of my wife's soul and myself. And I've been wanting to, you know, I've been listening to her music and what she's been creating in her light language just over the last couple of months. And I reached out to her last week and said, this is the perfect event for you really to come on and to emanate the sound and vibration that she really is. So we're going to go ahead and bring Emerald on now. Hey, Emerald.
Hello, you wonderful, wonderful soul. Can you all hear me okay?
Hear you perfectly.
Excellent.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be here. How are you?
Good.
Well, you've been doing a great job today.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited to have you download whatever you feel compelled to share with us. So it's all yours, okay?
Excellent, excellent. Ready to go. Okay, hello, wonderful star beings. I am so happy to be with you all. And I go by Emerald Tlatoani, or since I am living here in Tulum, Mexico, you can call me Esme Tlatoani or Esmeralda, the Spanish version of my name. That's my birth name. My mom had a really good idea, right? Or rather, I planted a really nice idea in her mind to name me that. So I am coming to you, I like to say, from the Andromeda Galaxy. My moon sign, if anyone's into astrology, is conjunct or aligned with the Andromeda Galaxy. And so when I give you these frequencies, vibrations, and energy from me, you can know that my soul is speaking directly to your soul, and that is an Andromeda Galaxy frequency, vibration, and energy, which is one that encompasses many of the constellations and the star beings and the deities that many of you communicate with and are familiar with, okay? So I won't go through all of them right now because there are quite a few. And I've had many, many experiences that some of you can really relate to, but I'll focus for now on the transmission itself directly from my soul, my spirit to you, and we'll just get into it. All right. Welcome to my world, y'all. It is so much, there's such a pleasurable feeling of me being here with you. This is for you to get acclimated to the sound of a regular transmission to make it feel more comfortable for you and to feel more everyday. I want you to know that whenever you hear me, you are safe and you have full control over your experience. And we're just going to ride this wave together and see what comes. At this point, I am living totally, fully, 100% or 360%, right? If we're being thorough, as this being that you see before you. And I had to go through many, many experiences knowing myself as a human and then knowing myself as many, many other things. One of the reasons that I'm able to tell you exactly what I'm saying is because I am creating this right now, okay, as opposed to receiving something from outside of myself. And that had to do with a long integration process. So instead of translating something that's coming from another being, I'm able to express to you exactly what I want you to know. I also dance these frequencies, vibration, and energy, and I sing them as well. And at all times, it's meant to be healing and transformative. But like I said, you are in control, and you are able to navigate this experience of your own free will. I want you to know that this can be a magnificent and magical and wonderful journey that we share together. And I am just so honored to share it with you right now. Let's get into some singing, and let's see if it's necessary to translate, but maybe we'll just have you feel into it, huh? Sinekuna tularwa kai muai atela nai sarai sena tualai kurna kula erdogi no kurna se kurna le urdu la mai na kaya kala yistunto tala erna kaya. I'm bringing you right here to the Yucatan, right here with me. That you can feel the ancients with you. That you can feel them walking around the space with you and knowing that you're safe. Kira urlo kuler no wete bar ma bo kamo tu kara ertu dala boy ma ko ta kwala yundu kara nasna ertu la ertu kala mo kaya ka ndaler na kaisnat. In one of my incarnations here, I was known as Spider Woman. And I like to help you remember how to dance with freedom. How to dance with freedom and joy and humor. I understand that these things can be frightening at times, but this is a loving frequency that I'm communicating with you. And may you add it to any experience that has upset you, so that it can soften that for you. I want you to know that whatever comes of this experience this day and all of these activations, that you have safety within, that you have security, that you have love, that you have comfort and care that you can access at all times. You are so courageous to be here right now, so brave, so willing to show up. Don't think for a moment that it's gone hidden or unnoticed. It is so beautiful for you to be a being that would show up to this moment right now, totally synchronized with the universe, with the cosmos. I spend my days communicating with the cosmos, with the star beings, and existing as one in a body. Though it was a really treacherous experience for me to arrive here in this position, I did that so that it would not be as difficult for those who are still in that integration process. But I've also had to hide in plain sight. I want you to know that even though I'm offering you English words in between, that these frequencies, vibrations, and energies coming through can exist alone. And so for that reason, I'm going to remove the English for the remaining time. And Neil, please pop back on when I'm running out because I forgot to set my timer. Okay. Uru cornaler no kala burmo kwemba ku na kalis na tura uru kala makimboto na ya kala irudulana iranola ruta kala sanat el eruta la makmay potura kari urna la ruto hisna gila kutendo kala no ay mabuta kala kari kurna ar uru ko na mai ilar no dala uru ako may boto sa kala ina kurna kay tatalar para kaya na gitala ko isang shurili una la uru kay mafatisnat ar uglikuta kari luto wala may pupod na iluta kala isna to siyaw 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 inadayaru yakenadayalai siyawamay talay denadalay lenadalay dalay danay henadanay kurma kaya na tataliro may kananay talay siya nalitual makay wahua may dalanay sinatilaw makwakya kanalatua talakay mamaya talay dalay malay dalay mala dalay mala dalay malay Kurnagita la ruak masata la ruak dali kurnata del kurnagitel dale kurnagitel la ruak matat ale kurni kalarna kizunul wake pala urnakaya karnutu la karnutu kallem akwak pakanyat sa talar tu wake pero tutur la kailam no kurna ko imatas karite kurna makasane al kurna kay turna dale kurna tay kalanat ali kurna ko makaitasnat kri urna kay star korda de rina la urna y por mandaket arya kurnata arya korikana la rutura ma ko potasnat kairno ko la ma ko potal arwi to la kay siniki la ro emasat tara erna kaya la tuala ko malaite tala maya ko akala tala maiwan tala maya ko akay kinwalaite akinay Yala no duela maya nanadaya karena tayo amasara kwai marituara na yare kurna import makai. Thank you.
Thank you, Emerald. That was so beautiful. I love you so much. Thank you for everything.
Love you so much, and thank you all for bearing with me from Tulum, where the Wi-Fi is a little spotty right now and the lighting isn't that great. I appreciate you so much. Thank you very much.
Well, you were great and beautiful and transcendent. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for adding the energy to this whole entire experience that we're creating today, Emerald. We'll be in touch soon, okay?
Well, this has all been a gift, Neil, and you just offered it for free too. So thank you for
you're welcome. I'm really honestly like words I can't express how many words right now. It's vibration. It just is, you know what I'm saying? And that's just what I feel right now. And I just posted in YouTube. It's like, you know, and I speak about this. I wish soon I don't have to keep talking about how divided the world is, right? Because even for a long time while I was doing this, I didn't talk about it that often. It's only been within the last few years, it's been so apparent that we talk about it a lot now. But what unites us is like, out of everything that unites us, right? There is always some sort of, maybe there's a group of people that don't have those similarities, right? Maybe they don't need these things. But one thing that unites us and goes across dimensions, physicality, light, is sound, is vibration. So today we all just experienced the frequencies that literally unite us all. And I feel we called in all types of frequencies and sent out a beacon, if you will, to the universe.
Yeah, we should do this every other month at least, kind of.
Yeah.
put this out there, different people coming forward. I think
Yes.
everyone in the chat room seems to have enjoyed it too. I mean, like everyone. It's
Yeah.
just, I mean,
It's
so
great interaction today. Yeah, and I think this is a perfect opportunity because, you know, we do exist. Portal to Ascension isn't just for people that are already making moves in regards to spreading awareness and consciousness. It's really about assisting people that have something to share and they might not have a platform to do so. So that's what we're here for. And now, you know, with us brainstorming together, we're figuring out more and more how to do it. And I think this type of event repeatedly would be a good opportunity for that.
yeah, and there are lots of types of gifts out there that we
Yeah.
probably haven't even thought of that people can
Yeah.
do. Someone mentioned dancing. I don't know. We could show that maybe, and
Yeah.
performing, magic. I mean, there's all sorts of
Lots of different
gifts
things to do.
people have. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is.
You know, whenever you think of some cool ideas and names of conferences, just text them to me. And that
Yeah.
goes for everybody in the room. If you have some ideas on things that we should go deep into and maybe I haven't thought of it, shoot us an email and let me know, and maybe we'll create a whole event on it.
Great. No, I definitely think we should. So next up, you're going to do your
Presentation, yep.
All right. Maybe I'll just mention my book that's coming out about
Let's do it, yeah.
UFOs.
You want to share screen too and share?
Well,
show
I
us?
can't share a screen because
do
I'm
it.
on my phone, but this is the, let me see, I put this, let me see, is I put it in the, oh yeah, I just pasted the, oh, let me just.
Here, I got the screen share here for
You got
Amazon.
it?
If you want me
Okay,
to
let
share,
me just, oh, great. So let me just put this in the chat too. Yeah, it's on Amazon. Oh. Well, thank you, Neil. Yeah, this is a book I have coming out called Making Contact, and it's a collection of essays. If you press read more under there, do you see read more?
Yep.
On the, yeah, and you just scroll down, you see who I've curated this collection with the top names in the field. Linda Moulton Howe, she's probably the top of the UFO field. Whitley Streiber, John Mack, who was a professor at Harvard in abduction, Darryl Anka, who challenged Bashar, Nick Pope, who worked for the Ministry of Defense about UFOs, Grant Cameron, my friend and poet Henrietta Weeks, George Norrie did the forwards. That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yep.
Marie Rodwell, who's been a guest on this program, and Cory, who did this movie Superhuman. She's everywhere too. She's on Ancient Aliens. And my good friends JJ and Deisree Hurtak have always been an inspiration to me. So this is a collection of essays that goes from the outer realm, like Nick Pope talks about just the phenomena, just the government cover-ups, as we go, and then we go deeper and deeper into the phenomena itself and how it interfaces with consciousness, how it affects beings coming to the earth like starseeds. I mean, Whitley's talking about his ongoing experiences in there. Linda's mentioning her whistleblower exchanges she has with people from the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agencies. So I tried to give people the whole scope of what the UFO phenomena and ETs are all about as far as we know it. This is, they call it a preparation because what we're about to meet is beyond anything we have known. So at least this gives a foundation, I feel, for how to meet the others, how we need to change the way we think. In John Mack's essay, he talks about other ways of knowing. And I'm going to be expanding upon that at my lecture at the Exo Consciousness Conference. So other ways of knowing, and that's remote viewing, intuition, but it really means stepping away from the left brain. I mean, we've been talking about that, and accessing the, not comprehension, but apprehension. It's a different way of accessing knowledge. People are afraid of apprehensive things, but it's like a premonition. It's like an intuition, and that's something we've underutilized. And this is my thesis. That's just one contribution in that book about another way of knowing, which was activated by John Mack's lecture. And I knew John Mack, and he was a great guy, great communicator.
And I'm happy to have I asked his estate if I can include one of his unpublished essays, and they gave me permission. So it's exciting to pull all these people together and try to create a foundation for how we're going to go into this new time when we really do have exchange with these other beings. That's exciting. I mean, you're doing this on your program all the time. Star seeds, the walk-ins. These are other consciousnesses coming into the earth plane. But I think it's going to happen in a much bigger way.
Yes.
Like,
I agree. And we spoke about doing a conference with your speakers from your book, and I think Making Contact online conference would actually be a really cool name.
I think it would be. Making Contact is sort of like the kind of a spin on what people are saying now. Let's make contact, Yeah. So, and it's a two-way street, making contact. We are making contact while whoever they are making contact with us. So, so we have to let down our fears, our apprehensions, and go into more of a trusting mode. I mean, a lot of people are afraid of ETs. I mean, maybe not this crowd, but I think we have to just stay open to new possibilities and let the flux of new knowledge into us, so we can then create a new world, a new society. So let's talk about that.
Okay, and to add to what you said, I mean, like, the Israeli space chief that came out and said the ETs and the Galactic Federation and all that. But one thing that he said that some people may have overlooked and not have noticed was he really did say that we're not ready. They believe that we're not at the level. And what that was to me, let's translate that into our community, right? Our consciousness isn't prepared yet in order to have open contact. So we still need to do some work. I feel that we can have, we have contact right now, right? In different forms, channeling, but in regards to intergalactic centers where beings are coming down, or where like they're teaching us how to travel into space, that's the world that I really envision. And what needs to happen is we need to have this collective dark night of the soul, get over certain fear mechanisms. As you said earlier, the anger, the lust, the greed, the pain, the struggle, all of those experiences that are definitely here to give us the contrast, so that we know and accept what the light is. We know the difference between the darkness and the light, right? And then also embrace it all. But we need to really get to that level of consciousness before we have open contact, because otherwise, what will our governments do, right? And we've seen it. They've been saying that this is a threat. And the reason why it is a threat is because we've lived in that. And what we've been doing, like, look throughout all of history, we've been imposing our view on God as if God is us. So everything that we do, like, God is made in our image more than we're, like, we believe like God is this vengeful God even, right? In the biblical terminology. But really, we've done that on extraterrestrials as well. Like, oh yeah, well, this is what we do. We fight with each other. So then if an ET is coming here, we can only just believe that maybe they're doing the same thing, right?
You're right. That people project what they know and their own behavior on the other. And if they wanted to come and invade, take over, they would have done this by now. I mean, they've been here I think they're really here to make sure we don't blow ourselves up. I don't think they're going to solve our problems because we got ourselves into the mess, but they are assisting kind of peaceful transition of power. Let's put it that way. And, we have more to fear from each other because of this conditioning of our minds to fear than we do from these other beings. I mean, not everyone out there is great, but the majority of them, like the majority of people you meet, they're pretty decent, they're good. They just want to live their lives and enjoy and be happy. And so I think we're an outpost of experimentation. How can you put people down, isolate them, and fend for themselves? It's like that book, Lord of the Flies or something. But I also think one of my favorite sayings of John Mack. Do you know who John Mack is? Did you ever?
Only through you. But now I know a lot about him because you said it.
Well, he was the head of psychiatry at the Harvard Medical School.
Yeah.
And he met Bud Hopkins, and Bud Hopkins said, people are talking about abduction. John Mack thought these people are crazy. They must be psychotic. Until he started to meet them and work with them and hypnotize them back to their regressions of their abductions. And he said, well, these people are not any crazier than anyone else. And so he got into a lot of trouble at Harvard. But anyway, he legitimized the fact that there are these other levels of consciousness that people interact with in the ET experience. And that's also, I think, is something the government can't explain. This other state, these like alpha states of consciousness that come on the person. Like if an ET was to appear right here in front of us, we would shift consciousness, because there's a sort of, this is just my theory, of sort of field of their mind, of their consciousness that is so overwhelming. That's just because who they are, the frequency, that it's hard for us to maintain lucidity. So we have to practice lucidity, being aware, being conscious, if we're going to maintain any kind of equal relationship. Some people are saying, oh yeah, funny you should mention Lord of the Flies. That's what the riot was like. Hollywood ran into, so anyway, just looking at the chat there. So anyway, thanks for discussing that. People can pre-order that book, Making Contact, on Amazon. It'll come out. I'm hoping to do either maybe an online launch party with you, Neil, or a physical party at Contact in the Desert. That would be fun. Somewhere else. All right. Okay, what are you going to do for us? Thanks.
Okay, so I love creating segue statements. So this is a segue into from what you're saying into this. So, like the reason why we can't perceive these beings is because it's a frequency game, bringing it back to sound and frequency. The extraterrestrial question is all about sound and vibration. In my two of my presentations, one that we're going to experience now called the Ultimate Sound Frequency Presentation, is actually a 5-hour presentation. I did it in 3.5 hours on my website. You can see the whole 3.5 hours for free on the website. I'm going to do a little bit off it, but in there is a section on the limitations that we have as humans within this body that we've kind of, basically been born into. And then also there are mechanisms in place around the world and constructs that have actually inhibited our frequencies even more so, right? So what needs to take place really is a frequency shift in order for us to be able to communicate and interact with them. And even when it comes to channeling, right? Channeling is a vibrational game as well. Bashar says it, that basically they match vibratory frequencies. For lack of a better way of explaining it, Bashar said it in this way, that the ETs lower their vibration and the humans increase their vibration, right? And a low and high really is a construct of humanity where we're like one frequency is higher than the other, therefore it's better. So that isn't a good way to explain it. However, let's just say one lowers the vibration, another one raises it, and then they meet halfway. And then with that, there is a communication going on, whether it's trans channeling or just downloads in which you're communicating the information and the thought patterns that you're receiving from these beings. And that's what first contact really is. First contact's been happening for a while. First contact's happening probably forever, because we're always getting inspiration and insight from these beings.
Right. Well, you've really learned a lot doing this stuff. That's great. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Shall we do this? All right, cool. So here we go, everybody. This is the Ultimate Sound Frequency webinar. And again, the whole entire presentation is on my website. I have the Sound and Vibration Ancient Civilizations presentation. I have the Sound and Vibration Quantum Metaphysics presentation that goes into the science of sound and vibration. And then I have Sound and Vibration Future Applications. And this presentation is a combination of all three of those presentations. It's a part of the course in which I teach people sound, basically how to be sound practitioners. But when it comes to what I want to teach individuals on how to be sound practitioner, has a lot to do with the science. And because when I got into consciousness, I didn't just come into it based on faith. A lot of people have that spiritual background where they go into it based on like, oh my God, this is real and I know it. I didn't come through that route. I came from an analytical mind where I needed to have this be proven to me. Two of the biggest proofs were ancient texts talking about extraterrestrials, where biblical text came from, right? So if this is older and this is more likely to be the true story, why is it talking about that? And then the second component was quantum physics, vibration and frequency, realizing that all metaphysics, all ancient civilizations and scriptures have some component of vibration and frequency in there. And even in creation stories, original creation stories, almost all of them have some component of sound included in that, in their creation story. And even when you don't think they're speaking about sound, there actually are. And I'm going to go through some of those. And as I said, this presentation is so long. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just going to go until I can't go anymore. And I have a birthday to go to in a couple of hours. So we're just going to go for like an hour and a half or so. Trisha McCannon may come into the room. She's going to shoot me a text. And I told her if she comes in, I'm going to take a break and we'll bring her on for 10 minutes. So it might take a little break, but we're going to get into this now. So what we're going to cover, or hopefully we get to cover the majority of this right now, is sound and frequency utilized by ancient civilizations, and an introduction to sound healing instruments and toning. May skip that part. You can check that on the full one. And then the science of sound frequency, misinformation regarding sound frequency awareness, psychedelics and frequency, extraterrestrials and frequency, and what does this mean for our future? This is what this presentation is really about. And now, really, if you want to know why I even created this event, it's got to stem to like a quote like this that I found a long time ago that explains everything to me. The forms of snowflakes and faces of flowers may take on their shape because they are responding to some sound in nature. Likewise, it is possible that crystals, plants, and human beings may be in some way music that has taken on visible form. So the concept here is basically saying that everything is vibration and frequency, and it looks like all these structures, humans, flowers, are just music taking on a visual component. Just like Peter Sterling was saying earlier with his stained glass sacred geometry, which his music is the audio version of the visual element. Each of those have a frequency. One frequency of a number frequency will have a geometrical component, but that frequency also has an audible component. So there is the same frequency, but it's expressed with different senses. And Nikola Tesla said it himself, right? If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. So before we get into some of the information here, let's lay down some ground facts, things that we can probably all agree upon. We are vibratory energy beings, right? Quantum physics now, and just the science of sound and frequency has realized that on the subatomic level, right? So not the atom, but the subatomic level, you and I are vibrating subatomic particles. But the interesting part is not that the subatomic particles are vibrating, is that they are vibrating in and out of reality, like phasing out, phasing in, phasing out, phasing in. Sounds very similar to a hologram. Our brains produce electricity. That's something that we can all agree upon, that there's some acid in our brain. The brain creates this electrical current. The electrical current goes into our nerves, into our brain, down our neck, down our spine, into our organs, pumping out organs so that we can have life, which is why you are not brain dead. You're not dead until you're brain dead, right? That is what is accepted conventionally. You're not dead until you're brain dead. And the reason why they say that is because when the battery power from your brain switches off, then there's nothing left. And then also vibration and frequency is measured in hertz, right? So that's a ground level piece of information to know. The universe is singing. So you may not understand why I'm saying that, but that is a universal ground fact that is accepted by mainstream. And the reason why we have the word universe is because it's one verse, one song, right? It's even named after music. So the universe is singing, and hopefully we'll get into some videos today where I'll show you the sounds of different planets and the fact that these actually planetary bodies are emanating frequencies that we can hear. Humans have lived on Earth for hundreds of thousands of years, more than widely accepted. If you don't believe that, go to Portal to Ascension, watch about 1,000 hours of footage, and after the first 2 hours, you'll probably think so, but we have over 1,000 hours probably of ancient history information that breaks the conventional timeline. And then why sound? All ancient religions and origin stories talk about sound. So that's why I chose sound, right? The universe is full of frequency. That's why I chose sound. We only hear and see a limited frequency range. That's why I chose sound. If we only hear and see a limited frequency range, but we know that frequencies exist outside of that range, now we are finally at the level of consciousness where we know realities exist and frequencies exist that we're unable to perceive. We lived in a reality for so long where we thought that this was all it was, right? Obviously, we've had time in the ancient past where we knew more than that, but we have these limitations of frequencies. Countless inaudible frequencies around us always. And a good example of that is the dog whistle. Dog whistle, who hears it? Not us, but the dog. So there are inaudible frequencies around us. Plus, just where I am right now. I have an LED light here. I have a computer there. I have Wi-Fi coming to me right now. I'm picking up all types of radio waves. I got digital TV frequencies coming. There are frequencies everywhere. So sound and frequency is extremely important to delve into so that we can create an intentional world. Here's a picture of myself and my wife at one of the sound events. This is quite like 4 or 5 years ago, but this is kind of how our setup is. We have our yoga mats. We have all types of different sound tools. We play the didgeridoo. We have tuning forks, solfeggio healing tubes, Tibetan bowls, crystal bowls, a xingqing from China, around 15 different instruments from all over the world. And then we facilitate sound baths. So what is sound healing? I'm going to go through this slide quickly because we probably already have a feel of what it is. We've experienced it all day. So just like adjusting a piano or tuning a guitar, your body can also be tuned. And Stephen Halpin actually spoke about that when he referred to the tuning fork, tuning our minds, right? Ancient instruments used to heal and align. Utilizing sound tools will instantly alter your body's biochemistry. Again, Stephen Halpin said that, you can meditate and attempt to get into this state, but then you can put on this frequency and it's almost like a fast track to that same experience. And it's also something that you can utilize to align chakras, emotional, physical, and spiritual bodies. And some of the benefits here, I'm gonna skip that just so we can get into some more content. And here are some brain waves, right? And we got the gamma wave, which is a genius brainwave, the beta wave, which is the linear analytical. Right now, we're in that brainwave as I'm communicating to you. Alpha wave, which is relaxed productivity, creativity, visualization. We have the theta wave, which is intuition and flashes of inspiration on high creativity. And then we have the delta wave, which is the deep, deepless state, deep relaxation, loss of body awareness. For some reason, I went all the way to the end of the presentation. That was weird. Hold on, let's go. So as a sound practitioner, if you ever were to take a course with us, these are some things that I've realized that you are really helpful to notice and know when you're actually being a sound practitioner is patience, right? Especially if you're learning an instrument, you're doing a meditative experience so being patient with it is key. There's a sacred instrument, so treat them as such. And intention is everything. There's two components. There's the science and then there's the intention. And you can even argue that the intention is science too. And this equation is in Jonathan Goldman's book, which is really what kind of like inspired me so much to do a lot of sound events on Portal to Ascension. And intention plus frequency equals healing is what he says. And this is his book here. If you guys want to take a look at it, Healing Sounds with Jonathan Goldman. And his other book, The Humming Effect, is a phenomenal book. So the origin of the word chakra, we're going to get into chakra systems right now. The origin of the word chakras were originally known as kakras, right? And can be found in the early Vedic text, the Rig Veda, believed to have originated from around 1500 to 1000 BCE. But some people say much further than that. Chakra, as the term appears, is in the Rig Veda, which means wheel, disc, or circular. So here is something that really helped me connect the science of sound frequency and just vibration frequency in general to the human body. And what we're looking at here is we're looking at a snapshot of the human spine and the nervous system and how it connects to all the organs in your body. So as I said a little earlier, is that your brain produces this electricity, right? And this acid in your brain creates this electrical current. The electrical current stimulates your brain, goes down your nervous system, down your neck, and then there is an outpour. There's multiple holes or let's just say outpours of nerves within the spinal, within your spine. So look up here, you can see where all these, like the first set of organs are coming out, like your mouth and all that right here in your eyes. You can see another one where the heart and the lung is, and then it keeps going down. So when I first heard of chakras, right, and even though I was born and raised Hindu, surprisingly enough, for the first 20 years of my life as a Hindu, no one even told me that chakras existed. So in this, what happens is that the electrical current goes down your spine, takes the energy through your nerves, your nerves, and then they come out. The energy comes out of all the areas that there are holes within your spine that go out to these corresponding organs. So the electricity starts in your brain, goes down your spine, comes out to these nerves, pumps them with power, gives them the energy they need to exist and to pump and to do whatever they have to do. So at first I used to think chakras were some metaphysical term for an energy center that doesn't really physically exist, but is etherically. So it does exist etherically, but I'm here to tell you now, the chakra systems are actually real physical areas in your body. They do. There's actually areas in your body where the nerves come out to the same organs that are within that chakra. So when I realized that, it started making me realize, well, there's a science to this whole thing. So the neural foramen is what it's called, is the opening between every two vertebrae where the nerve roots exit the spine, chakra point. The nerve roots travel through to reach the rest of your body. Without the foramen, nerve signals could not travel to and from the brain to the rest of your body. Without the nerve signals, your body would not be able to function. So now that we created some context here, we're going to get into some ancient civilizations information. And the fact is that ancient civilizations knew about sound and vibration, and they knew about intentional sound frequency utilization. And we're now in an advanced age, right? And it could be argued that we're not as advanced as we may have been in the past because of the unconsciousness that's involved in the way we utilize technology. However, there is a resurrection of this awareness going on. But the reason why sound healing incorporates tools that have been around for, thousands of years, some of them, is because that these ancient people, when they created these tools, they had vibration and harmony in mind. And then you can go into, how did they know it? Maybe they didn't have a meter where you can read the frequency and tell you, yes, harmonic. Did they go into channel states? Were they meditating? Was there an extraterrestrial component there? So sound of resonance is all in many creation stories. And here are some of them here. We have, of course, the #1 creation story that is also a myth. People forget to realize that this is also a theory, right? The Big Bang. So what is the Big Bang? The Big Bang is an infinite singularity that exists with infinite mass that existed and then boom, exploded, and all of creation was created. So when we're talking about the Big Bang, we're talking about that infinite mass that existed. So how come when we explain it as the Big Bang? Because we're talking about sound, right? It made this oscillation. In the Vedic scriptures say that oscillation sound was Om, 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 the sound of the universe. And then the Egyptians even say that the universe was sung into creation. And then, of course, we have in Vedic scriptures, we have Om and the sacred seed sounds for each of the chakras. And you can see here that each of the chakra points actually have their own corresponding sound. And I'm just going to read them really quick. And if you want, you can take a screenshot of this. And what I actually have started doing is when I do talks like this, especially when I'm nervous, I do this 3 times before I even get on to a microphone. And it activates me and makes me feel much more articulate. We have Lam, Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, and Om, and then Om again, third eye and crown. And these actually correspond to the vowel sounds, A, E, I, O, U, U. So you can even say those, and those correspond to the chakra points as well. This creation story right here is such a beautiful one. It really says so much that it may seem just a beautiful myth and a story, but I'm going to break it down right here. And it's really the smoking gun of all of creation. And this one is from the Laguna Pueblo Native American myth creation story. And here it goes. In the center of the universe, she sang. In the midst of the waters, she sang. In the midst of heaven, she sang. In the center, she sang. Her singing made all the worlds of the spirits, the worlds of the people, the worlds of the creatures, the worlds of the gods. In this way, she separated the quarters. Singing, she separated. Upon the face of heaven, she placed her song. Upon the face of water, she placed her song. Thus, she placed her song. Thus, she placed her will. Thus, wove she her design. Thus, sang the spider. Thus, she thought. So every time I say this one, I really get chills. Like I just did a mini presentation like this yesterday to promote today, and I was getting chills just reading it. And this is why, right? In the center of the universe, she sang, infinite mass in the center of all of creation, the Big Bang. In the midst of the water, she sang. Did you know that the space is considered the second ocean, which is why the Navy has precedence and has jurisdiction in space? The US Navy has jurisdiction in space because the space is considered a second ocean, right? And which is why that goes into the secret space program and how the Navy was one of the first people up there because of the fact that they had the jurisdiction there in the first place. In the midst of the heaven, she sang. So we're talking about space, in the midst of heaven. And realize we're talking about a she here, the feminine energy of creation and nurturing. In the center, she sang. So the center again. Her singing made all the worlds. So the vibration, the sound made all the worlds of the spirits, so the non-physical worlds, the spirit world, the worlds of the people, Earth, Mars, Maldek, whatever else, the worlds of the creatures, right? All creatures, the worlds of the gods. Wait a second, wasn't God here before everything? Isn't God the creator of it all? Well, firstly, realize that they have a lowercase g. Actually, they don't capitalize God, right? So lowercase g, and they're talking about multiple gods, and it's the world of the gods, right? In this way, she separated the quarters. Now we have biblical references and other references of separating the waters and the heavens from the sky. Singing, she separated. Upon the face of heaven, she placed her song. Upon the face of water, she placed a song. Thus placed her song. Thus she placed her will. Thus wove she her design. Thus she sang the spider. So now we're going into thus wove her design. Wove her design. Thus sang the spider. Now we're talking about quantum physics and fractal nature. What happened after the initial, quote, Big Bang was a fractaling of all creation. And even the Fibonacci spiral of the way the galaxies are created, all things are basically doing what the galaxy is. And even the galaxy is rotating around another central black hole or some sort of entity in the center of whatever we may perceive as a center of the universe. All the galaxies seem to be going around. We're rotating around our galaxy just like our solar system is rotating. Our galaxy is rotating around the central whatever in the universe, the same way our solar system is rotating around our actual galaxy, right? It's just as above, so below. And that even goes down to the atomic level because our atoms are exactly like galaxies. So now we're saying, thus wove her design, thus sang the spider. Anytime you see a reference to a spider in a creation story, they're talking about sacred geometry and fractals. Because what does the spider create? The spider creates a fractal sacred geometrical web. So the spider was in the middle, and then the spider came out and created this web. And this goes into so many more topics about the spider people, the ant people, and just what these indigenous tribes really thought about all of that. So I love that one. And then moving on, we have the Australian Aborigines. They speak of 3 sacred songs, right? The song paths sung by the primordial ancestor spirits who walked across their landscape, singing its landforms into being. We have the 6 days of creation, the 6 aspects of Om, the 6 solfeggio tones, the 6 aspects of the all-seeing eye of Horus. And in the Krishna Ayurveda, this quote right here might seem very familiar to you, even though you never heard this exact one probably, is in the beginning was Brahman, with whom was the word, and the word is Brahman. Wait a second, doesn't that sound like John 1:1? In the beginning there was the word, and the word was God. Wait a second, once more. Isn't that in the Vedic text? And shouldn't there be some distinct differences between Vedic information and Christianity? Well, we all came from the same source, right? So let's break that down just a little more. I don't know why I keep going to the end accidentally. Let's go here. Oh my God, I have so many cool things here to show you guys. Okay. So John 1:1, let's break that down. In the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. So what are we talking about here? What is the word? The word is sound, right? In the beginning was sound, and the sound was with God. So we're talking about the sound being with God in the beginning, and the sound was God. Like this line right here, I can't really drill it enough how important what they just showed us is. The universe is based on paradox. We exist, and we're also just vibratory frequency. We're physical, but we're also vibration. The universe is infinite, but it's also finite within our own minds because we can't even imagine the infinite. We live in this world of paradoxes. However, our finite minds within this limited frequency range are unable to understand the paradox. We can accept it, but understanding it within a limited frequency range with a planet of amnesia isn't really an easy task. So we're talking about the word was with God and the word was God, the first paradox. The first line of John 1:1 gives you the initial paradox. Not only was the sound with God, 2 separate entities together, but the sound was also God at the same time. He, who's he? Sound. Sound was with God in the beginning. Through him, who's him? Sound. Through sound, all things were made. Without sound, nothing was made that has been made. So what happens when you dissect this into conventional Christian terminology? It's all of a sudden we lose track that we're talking about the word. And when we start saying he and him, most individuals start believing we're talking about God. But if you really read this, it's actually talking about in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. He was with God in the beginning. We're not talking about God was with God. We're talking about the word still. Sound was with God in the beginning. Through him, through sound, all things were made. Without sound, nothing was made that has been made. Without sound, nothing was made that has been made. I don't even understand that one. In sound, actually, I do kind of, but not really. In sound was life, and that sound and that life was the light of all mankind. Okay, now we're getting deeper. There are a lot of researchers out there that says sound existed before light, and then light came from sound. And underwater, Michael Tellinger did some experiments with this. Sound travels faster than light. So we're talking about here, and what is the universe? Space? Space is the second ocean, right? So in sound was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. So now we're talking about how the light and the darkness actually coexist. Moving on to ancient Egypt. And we did, I know that Alan spoke a little bit about, actually I think it was Jody spoke a little bit about ancient Egypt to sound, or it was Alan. And just for the sake of time, I'm not going to show you this video with good colleague and friend at this point, Robert Schock, who I love so much, that I'm just going to explain to you what he's showing in this video. And this is from the Portal to Ascension conference that Alan was also at in Irvine that we did 2 years ago. And Robert right here is basically explaining through geological studies that the Sphinx is much older than we've been told, that it goes back to maybe at least 13,000 years ago. And the number one way of actually figuring that out, actually there's two ways that they've realized that that was the case, is one, the erosion around the Sphinx is so much so that it's got to be at least 13,000 years ago. Also, we know through ancient scriptures and hieroglyphs that the Sphinx was actually facing the constellation of Leo at the time, right? When it was in its heyday. The last time the constellation of Leo was directly in front of the Sphinx, 13,000 years ago. And here is a picture of the cross section of a pyramid in Giza Plateau. So there's a documentary on Netflix, highly recommend it. It's called The Pyramid Code. Robert Schock and many other great minds are featured in it. And this one breaks down the pyramid on a level where you will just, it was literally, and I've been through and I've heard a lot of presentations, but every other minute my mind was blown from all the information. And one of the things that I found out on there is that in the pyramids, or below the pyramids on the Giza Plateau, there are aqueducts. The aqueducts were designed in order to take in water. What used to happen is about 13,000 years ago, the Nile River, another thing that proves that the 13,000 year is probably right. 13,000 years ago, the Nile River was in a complete different location than it is now. It actually was on the other side of the Great Pyramid, right? It was on the other side, it moved over. And what would happen during certain seasons is that the Nile River would flood, right? When the Nile River would overflow, the water from the aqueduct will go below the pyramid, right? And what happens when all this water rushes down in the aqueduct when there's a copper rod pointing into the ground, right into the aqueduct, is that it would create an electrical current. The electrical current would then be carried in the copper rod, and then the copper rod, as you can see here at the bottom, would shoot out into the pyramid, and then it would just be a hollowed out tube where the frequency that was picked up from the water in the aqueduct carried by the copper rod now became a sound. So the frequency that was created it was an acoustic sound instrument. And then all of a sudden inside the pyramid in certain chambers, there's this oscillation, vibration, and frequency. Brian Forster, another person we've done a lot with, he has a video that is going to be coming up here in this presentation that I'm not going to show, but I'll explain it to you and you can see it on YouTube. But in this video, he actually goes into one of these chambers and they start emanating different frequencies to see what would occur. And they have all this vibration bouncing back and forth. And even though they're just doing one separate tones, even though they were all doing separate tones, the frequency came back the same frequency every single time. A equals 432 hertz. And they actually went in there and show it all in the video. It's pretty amazing. So in Egypt, there's possibilities of sound being utilized in Egypt, right? Sound was used to create megalithic structures. That's one of the things that many people are now alluding to as a possibility. And there is a 2,600-year-old papyrus that states the Great Pyramid of Giza was created in 20 years, right? The pyramid contains 2.3 million individual blocks of stone, meaning one block would have to be laid every 5 minutes of every hour, 24 hours a day for 20 years. But the problem with that is each block weighs at least 2 tons. And that's about 1,764,000 pounds of stone being laid every day for 20 years. So doesn't really check out, right? So could it have been utilized, levitation be utilized at all? And if it wasn't built in 2600 BC, well, like, could it be a combination of both? Maybe they were using levitation and also placing it there. These are the questions that we're now asking. The Egyptian language also was created in a way to emphasize specific frequencies. And basically the way they communicated it was very much like light language, in which they were emphasizing certain frequencies in their communication. Sound frequency generated by aqueducts, we just went through that one. So could these pyramids have been energy generating devices sending frequencies into the planet? So now the theory is that these were definitely not tombs, right? Even though some may have been buried inside the tombs because of the frequencies in there, and maybe they thought that these frequencies could assist them into getting to other realities and dimensions, but they seemed like they were power generating devices. And there wasn't just one or 10 or 20 pyramids. There's pyramids all over the world. This was a worldwide pyramid culture. And you can see on our website a 4-hour presentation with Trisha McCannon called Worldwide Pyramid Culture, where we like go through so much of this information on pyramids. And I'm going to do a conference in 3 months called the Pyramid Online Conference. And it's going to be an all-day conference just on pyramids. And that's going to be really cool. We'll also have Dr. Sam from the Bosnia Pyramid there. So anyways, so it was a power generating device, and it looks like that maybe we were dropping in consciousness to a certain level, that these pyramids could have been put on certain ley lines and certain energy grids on the planet in order to create a grid where our frequency didn't shift into a more dense version so it could keep us up. But now what we're noticing in many of these pyramids, and especially in the Red Pyramid in Egypt, is that it seems like maybe there was a time in our history within the last 12,000 years or so where these pyramids exploded. They basically had a meltdown like a nuclear reactor, that there was explosion because they couldn't cultivate and energize the planet anymore and tap into the Earth's frequency on the level they used to, because the frequency was getting so dense on the planet. So it could have been that these were being used in order to keep us at that frequency range. And then after thousands of years of that, they really couldn't sustain themselves anymore, and they basically shut down. And now some individuals are saying that we're in a state where they're actually being put back online again. So the Great Pyramid of Giza could have been a power plant built with frequencies in mind. Experiments conducted by Tom Danley in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid and in the chambers above the King's Chamber suggest that the pyramids were constructed with a sonic purpose. Danley identifies 4 resonant frequencies or notes that are enhanced by the structure of the pyramid and the materials used in this construction. The notes start from an F-sharp chord, which, according to ancient Egypt texts, were the harmonic replica of Earth. And here is a video just to kind of show you that this is happening. Like, we are now figuring out how to utilize sound and frequency in order to levitate. Amazing, right? So it's definitely a reality, and it can be happening. That video was years ago, and that was in Russia. Definitely other studies have been done since then. And here's the video of Brian Forster at the Red Pyramid. Check it out on YouTube, Red Pyramid of Egypt, acoustic resonance testing. You can see in there how they came to 432 hertz equals A in the chamber that they were all in while they were chanting. And now this takes us to the all-seeing eye of Horus. And some of you may have seen this before, but the all-seeing eye right here, which represents a mystery school, is actually the same exact style and design and like outline really of a cross section of our pineal gland. So if you can see here in our brain where the pineal gland and the pituitary gland is, that the all-seeing eye of Horus is that. So what the belief is here is, and the ear also, and what the belief is here is not only the all-seeing eye of Horus represent the all-seeing eye, which was taken by, you know, elite and made into their thing as well, but it also represents the third eye, the all-seeing eye, the inner eye, right? And then it's connected ultimately to the area of our brain, which we call the third eye in the crown, which is the pineal gland and the pituitary gland, because it looks exactly like that. So that brings up the questions of, how did they know this? How did they know what the inside of our brains look like in that area? And then how did they create such a beautiful art representation of that specific place? Was it through meditation? Was it through psychedelics? Was it through sound frequency? Was it through extraterrestrial contact? There was definitely, I feel, one of those, or if not multiple ones of those. And then the all-seeing eye of Horus is such a beautiful representation of the mathematic intervals. The mathematic intervals are also musical intervals. And the mathematics, to me, is the explanation of the universe in a masculine energy, whereas music is the feminine energy. I'm not talking about gender here. I'm talking about the masculine energy and the feminine energy that transcends gender. So they're the same thing, except mathematics is the way it's explained in the analytical masculine energy mind, whereas music is the creativity expression, but they have the same components to it. They have the same intervals even. In ancient Egypt, vowels were not used in ancient world. Ancient Egyptians thought they were too sacred, so they left them out. The vowels got introduced within Eastern cultures' variations of chants for healing and spiritual ascension. So what it's saying here is that vowels, A, E, I, O, U, which is in English, but different things in different languages, actually stimulate and activate certain energy centers in the body. We used to be at a level of consciousness on this planet where the vowels weren't needed in order to be at that level of consciousness. So what the theory is here, and some may even say that they have evidence for this, is that vowels were introduced thousands of years after Egypt was created, when it was falling in grace, basically, and the frequency level was shifting in order to be implemented so that when we communicate, we're still activating and aligning those energy centers. For example, ah, right? For A, ah, that's a very heart-opening sound. If you look at different ancient religions that knew about this, you can see they've named their gods with these vowels in mind to inspire the heart opening. For example, Allah, Allah is definitely about the heart opening. Even in the Hawaiian, aloha, and how things end with ha, it's that heart opening, warm kind of energy. And so the vowels were introduced in order for us to keep activating that. And showing you this slide one more time here, the A, E, I, O, U on the right hand side, how the vowels are actually connected to that. You can try these sounds on the left, which are the sounds of the seed sounds of the chakras, but I really do recommend taking a look at this and doing this. It goes E, A, I, A, O, U, but you chant it like this. Or the A, for example, will be like this. A. The level of presence doing this, especially if you do them 3 times, I don't know why, that's just like my lucky number when it comes to chanting these, is just amazing. Complete presence for myself, and just the ability to, like, nervousness is gone, and the complete like understanding of, okay, this is what I'm doing, helps me focus quite a bit. So the humming effect. Now this is a book. The Humming Effect is by Jonathan Goldman, and you know, humming effect has existed ever since we could hum, right? So, but he created a really great book on it. Well, that was just amazing. And just like with Jody earlier today, and I love bringing in all the presenters to really bring it back to everything that's happened today, right? This is full circle. This presentation is right now, it's about bringing it all full circle. So you can understand now, after the experience, the information now about why we went through all of this. And also, I believe knowing this information allows us to be more intentional with sound and vibration. Okay, which is why when we do sound experiences, we're doing a 1-hour sound healing, my wife and myself, I start out with a 15-minute explanation of the science behind sound and frequency, because there are many people that just like it, just think it's meditative, but they don't know how impactful it is and what these things can actually do. So giving this information provides us with the tools to be able to teach it to more people, and also provides us with the tool to ease our analytical mind, our linear mind that has the doubts sometimes, so that we can start actually knowing, not believing. It's not about belief, it's knowing that this is real, right? So we are our own biggest tool, like I jokingly like to say. You and I, we're the biggest tools in the world, in the shed. And the reason for that is because sound tools were actually created to mimic the human voice. Many of the ancient tools were done like that. Even the didgeridoo was actually being created with voice before the didgeridoo was actually created. Sound instruments were designed to mimic the human voice. We have all the power we need to use in us to harmonize ourselves and tap into our innate gifts and abilities. We have 3 brains. So doing something like this is utilizing your voice and your ancient ability to align yourself. We have all the power we need in us to harmonize ourselves and tap into our innate gifts and abilities. We have 3 brains, our mind, heart, and gut. Each one can be activated, and through sound, we can move the energy to wherever we want. Hum with me and let's try. And the reason why humming is also really great is, I forget the name of it, NOS, there's this hormone, it starts with N. I always forget it. I should put it in my presentation. But when you hum, what happens is this area right here, when it vibrates and then air comes out, it has this effect in your body where this actual hormone, and this is peer-reviewed science, I'm not saying this based on some text that I saw somewhere. It creates this increase of this hormone that is depleted, especially in Parkinson's and Alzheimer's patients. So when you do this humming effect, it increases this hormone that allows for, them to get some of that back, or even kickstart the process again, so that they can not decay at such a fast rate. And some may even say heal themselves on some level. So when you hum, it has that overall alignment effect. So let's just take a moment here, and if you would like to, let's hum together. And what we're going to do is I'll lead us in this. We're going to all take a deep breath in when I give the cue, and then when we exhale out, we're just going to go something like this. So I'm just going to show you first. Hopefully you can pick that up on the microphone. I'm not sure if you can, but so we're going to do that now. So let's just take 3 deep breaths in and out. 1 deep breath in, out. Now the inhale through the nose. Let it out. 3rd one, inhale, and let the 3rd one out with a little sigh. Now just relax, breathe normally. And in a moment, we're going to take a deep breath in and hum on our exhale. So keep breathing normally. Now on the next inhale, take a deep breath in. And let's out with a hum. What I love doing is providing tools for people to empower themselves. I could say meditate. Then I can say, wait a second, something a little more, something that you can tap into a little better maybe would be music and sound frequency and healing. Stephen Halpin's album, for example. And then I'll go down to, okay, maybe you can't go into that and you're not into that. Why don't you just chant the sound frequencies of the chakras? And then if you really want to be something like, oh, I don't remember the sound frequencies. Oh, I don't have access to the music. I don't know which music I want to put on. You have the most simplest form, and still it could be argued one of the most profound forms of sound frequency is your hum. Hum to yourself. And yeah, you can hum along like you're singing a song. That's always great. But I'm saying that deep inhale into the diaphragm, into your lungs, and that humming. Do that over and over. And I've had some troubling times in the last couple of years that really messed with my head, and I hummed my way out of it. I literally did. And there had some where I couldn't do that because I get so caught up sometimes that I might I don't want to do something to get myself out of it. You can get in that rut too. But humming is something easy that you don't need to really set yourself up for or look for something, or you can just hum to yourself and see how you feel. And you're tuning into your own vibration at that point. So now we're moving into South Africa and a place called Adam's Calendar. And Michael Tellinger, one of my really good friends, done over over 160 events with Michael Tellinger. About 140 of them were live events all over the US and Canada. For 3 years in a row, we did lots of events. So Adam Callender, scientific evaluation has shown that the circular structures are energy generating devices using the natural sound of harmonic frequencies that emanate from the surface of the earth, C#. So these structures here in South Africa, there's all these structures, as you can see at the bottom, laid out. There's thousands of them, right? Unfortunately, there aren't really too many archaeologists. Actually, there are no real archaeologists putting out some ancient information from South Africa. Michael Tellinger is an archaeologist, but he's a researcher of archaeology. So he's really one of the only people that are doing the research on this. Some other speakers go there, but he's there full time doing a lot of research, and they're filming and all types of stuff and doing some tests on these structures as well as other structures. So there's a bunch of these everywhere. But what I found out later is I was watching a documentary, I think it was on the History Channel. All of a sudden, this documentary came on and it says Africa Stone Circles. And the whole entire west coast of Africa, starting in South Africa, going all the way to Morocco, tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 stone circles. Why is no one talking about it? Right? So what it seems is happening at these stone circles is that there are energy generating devices using the natural frequency of Earth, emanating frequencies into the gigahertz. So all stones are made out of dolerite, which is not natural to the region. And you see that in Peru, you see that in Egypt, that these structures are made from material that isn't natural to the area it's at, that it comes from a little further away. And then it implies, how did they even get it there in the first place? And it's estimated to be 75,000 years old, at least, these structures. The shape of the circular ruins are all very specific and unique because each circle represents the geometric shapes of the sound energy. So, like, take that in for a second. Doesn't this look like cymatics to you? And if you had a sand plate, I'm assuming many of you may have seen this, about when you have a plate and you emanate the frequency on the sand plate and then you put sand on it and then all of a sudden all these geometries start creating. This is what is actually happening in these areas. And all these circles are different somatic frequency representations. The theory is there were ancient gold mine underneath these structures, show evidence that these structures may have been utilized in ancient gold mining operation. Now that ties into the whole ancient aliens and the Anunnaki question. Is about 75,000 years ago, there was some, and even in the Anunnaki and the Sumerian scriptures, they talk about one of the gods going down to South Africa in order to mine gold. We got these things right here that look like there were power generating devices assisted to mine gold underneath. And underneath these structures are actually empty caverns under some of them. So you can see how amazingly there have been structures specifically in this area where it's all types of geometry, complex geometry in the way they're laid out. And of course, just like we see in Giza and many other places in the world, some of these structures put together in this specific area that this is showing are actually aligned to Orion's belt. The frequencies of these stones go into the gigahertz, over 380 gigahertz, which is unheard of on Earth in today in any normal application. So first of all, any normal application, that frequency is unheard of, especially naturally occurring in an area based on stone and rock that isn't being artificially created by humans. This vanished civilization had a keen and amazing understanding of energy that still we're trying to understand today. And you can see here with Michael Tellinger, let's show you this. Okay, so in these dolerite structures, there's all types of stones that actually come off the walls and have fallen down, what they're made out of, right? And these stones actually ring like bells.
I'm going to show you some of the most remarkable artifacts that I've collected. This particular stone in my...
I'm going to put it at the area where he does it. Let's do this here.
And that's how it rings. I can actually feel my fingers underneath are deadening the ringing because I'm holding it and it's deadening some of the effect. There we go. That's better. That's what you want. You realize that this thing really rings like a bell and it reverberates for quite a long time.
So that's amazing, right? That it goes even deeper than that, because some of these stones are actually fossilized bones. Fossilized bones of a human that has to be at least 20 feet tall. So that goes into many other things that we've done. You have 1,500 hours of footage for free on our website, and all the Michael Tellinger footage is free. We have over 100 hours with Michael on different things. And you can go into some of those right there and really dive into what these structures were made out of. So now we're moving to Hampi, India. And right there is actually a temple dedicated to the deity Vitala, right? So this is Hampi, India. You can see right there, my motherland. Actually, England is my motherland technically because I was born there. My mom's motherland. So Hampi, India, there's this beautiful structure dedicated to the deity Vitala. And Vitala, so here you can see, right, beautiful place. Vitala is actually a hybrid being that is two gods put into one. One is Shiva, and then one is Vishnu. So it's Vishnu and Shiva reincarnated into Vitala. And then I think, Alan, did you want to say something? I think you just came on.
Oh, no, I just switched platforms. No,
okay, cool.
I'm telling you. Okay.
All right. So in here, we have Shiva, who has a drum. And the drum is known that Shiva uses. Shiva is the recycler and the creator of, the universe. And he recycles the energy. And the central black hole is a really good representation of Shiva. And the drum is the drum and the beat of the universe and the heartbeat of the universe. And the sound that is known that Shiva's drum makes is Om. And now Vishnu has a conch. And the Vishnu's conch also is a universal tool that also makes the sound Om. And so Vishnu's drum and Shiva's drum, Vishnu and his Vishnu, and he, I guess it doesn't really have a gender, makes the sound Om, and that creates Vitala, who is the representation of sound frequency. And Vitala temple in Hampi, it was constructed during King Devarya II's reign in around 1442 CE to 1446. And the thing there that is the most beautiful and the most awe-inspiring thing is the musical pillars of the Ranga Mantapa. The Ranga Mantapa is one of the main attractions at the temple. The large Mantapa is renowned for its 56 musical pillars. These musical pillars are also known as the Saregama pillars. Saregama is the solfeggio, is the do, re, mi, fa of the Eastern musical structure, right? We have the Western one that could be argued started with Pythagoras, and then we have the Eastern one, Saregama, goes Saregama, sa, like that, right? So these pillars are, and each of these Saregamas correspond to a certain frequency, and these pillars seem to emanate those same frequencies depending where you hit it. And let's go ahead and play this, and you can kind of take a look. Okay, so that's how much I'll show you for that one. But the amazing thing is that you just heard one of the pillars that was made into the sound of a drum. Different pillars actually have different, they all do the Saregama scale. So they all have the frequencies. The Saregama corresponds to your chakra points, but all the pillars are different instruments. So
I've been there, Neil, and it's incredible. They don't let you hit the pillars anymore because the temple was starting to delicately fragile.
How long ago did you go there?
I went there about like 2005 or something. Have you been there?
No, I wish. That's awesome.
It's great, yeah, but it's relatively late. It was sort of helped by the Portuguese too. It's not just pure Indian.
Okay,
but,
yeah.
It's really beautiful layout of the temple grounds, and yeah, I wish they don't let the tourists hit the pillars anymore because
makes sense that they wouldn't. So these are emanating frequencies, and actually when so some of them have drum sounds, some of them have string instrument sounds, and no matter what instrument it sounded like, each pillar still follows the classical sarigama scale, and each sound must, like, because the sarigama is a journey from the root to the crown, so it's theorized that these were actually played, or when sound or rain would come, or if it was windy, that they would make these frequencies and assist us in connecting the root to the crown. And when the British actually went to and discovered this area, they took down some of the pillars and cut them open to try to figure out how these were constructed to make these sounds, and they couldn't figure anything out. They looked all the same inside. So it still evades us today on how they even constructed those. And then we have here the sarigama scale and what chakras that it goes with, right? And now we're moving on to Palenque, Mexico. And this is a picture that I took myself because we were there. And this is actually a good plug for my presentation that I'm going to do on the 24th. You can go to portaltoascension.org, go to online events, and it's the second event down there. And I'm doing a 3-hour presentation on a journey through the Maya Empire. And it's going to be extremely interesting, you know, and I'm gonna show you videos, images, mini documentaries I created, the architecture, the history of cacao, the trade routes, and all that. But in Palenque, Mexico, we discovered, well, this is discovered before us, of course, but we came across some amazing information. First of all, there are over 1,400 unexcavated temples in Palenque. So Palenque, in the excavated area, there, you know, it's just this one specific area that's massive, but there's also 1,400 plus unexcavated houses, temples, pyramids right next to it. So when you go to Palenque, you have the option to get a ticket to go to the main area or to go into a jungle trek and see the pyramids. So one day we went to the main area. The second day we went on my birthday, exactly a year and a month ago now, or a year and 2 months ago. So I spent my birthday on top of one of the pyramids in Palenque. It was the best birthday I've ever had. And we went into this area, and basically there's all of these unexcavated pyramids.
And you can see it because it elevates.
We're standing on top of one right now. And you can see the rock. I'm trying to show you there. Yep, there we go. ¿Cuántos pirámides templos?
1473.
1,473 unexcavated pyramidas in this area right here. And here's one of them. Wow. Just wonder what's inside these things.
You talked on the
Okay, and then we have, so Palenque was a central hub for trade, commerce, and diplomacy and foreign affairs. Many different ethnic groups were represented here and may have been an area for global affairs and great minds to share ideas. There's a pyramid structure. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to comment. The reason they know there's that many is because the Yucatan is flat, and wherever you see a mound is where the jungle has grown over an old temple. That's how they can count that many and know that they're really unexcavated. Yeah.
There's so much to be explored. Like that area, they actually have people going to, but there's areas in the jungle of Guatemala, in Yucatan, that they don't even have a way to even go to right now. We've only seen it through LiDAR, right? So, okay, pyramid structure that was specifically for all, so there was a structure in Palenque that was a pyramid structure for intellectual scientists, mathematicians, astronomers. And at the top of the structure, they would get together and exchange ideas in basically how to create the Maya civilization. So they lived and worked in this building, and here is the top of it. And this area right here was a place where a lot of those individuals would get together and discuss these matters. And I think, here we go, sound on the roof. All right, so last time we're here, unfortunately we can't go into that side right now. It's closed off for some reason. But you see that slab right there, and the slab on the right-hand side. Those are actually part of the roof originally. This whole thing had a roof over it. And even though they're solid rock, and we have a clip that I'm gonna look for at home, see if I can plug it in here. When you hit those rocks, they make these harmonics, these beautiful harmonics. Whereas when they were over here and as the roof, when they were part of the roof, when it would rain. You see that slab right here, that right there? That was actually a roof of this area, and they've all been, over the years have fallen down, and they put around the side a few of these, and these roofs actually play just like the humpy pillars, and some of them you can even say have even more resonance, that if you were to play it, it would do that. So basically this was on top, used as the roof, and when it would rain, and maybe even wind, because they actually have like a really good ventilation system up there, and you can see right here, here's like one of the windows for the wind. It would actually create frequencies and sounds when the rain would hit this structure. So another theory is that the intellectuals would be under here, and because these structures would create certain frequencies, it contributed towards their, whatever they wanted to create, and creating a level of enlightenment, utilizing frequencies so that they can be these intellectuals, mathematicians, astronomers, and receive downloads. So that is it right there. And I don't know if I have the video of me playing it. Let's see. In India, for example, we actually have pillars that were made to give you the same sounds as
things. So pyramids and structures were known to have sound frequency from nature.
So that
was really helpful to humanity.
So then they had the understanding of sound and harmonics, and they utilized it for themselves and for the spiritual purposes. So just some other ancient sites that may have used sound frequency or even levitation is Pumu Punko, H blocks, and the locals, you have ancient stories that actually say that the H blocks were actually put there utilizing levitation. Then we also have Stonehenge, which local legend says was transported by levitation, and or giants. Had to throw that in there because there's also a lot of information in ancient folklore that says that giants could have actually placed it there. And then we have the Bosnian Pyramid Complex. And if you really want to know how incredible the Bosnian Pyramid Complex is, and it's literally the smoking gun of pyramid technology at this point, I did a 10-part series on the Bosnian Pyramid with the videographer of the Bosnian Pyramid called Jock Doubleday. And that's on our website under interviews. So it's 10 parts, 2 hours each, 20 hours of that. Plus there's a 3-hour presentation with Dr. Sam, the guy, the Bosnian Pyramid guy, basically. And they go into detail on that. But sound and frequency is prevalent in that area and still exists right now. And people are having actually great experiences. There's some place called the Bosnian Pyramid Complex Tunnel, Bosnian Pyramid Complex Tunnel. And in that tunnel, all these people, and Dr. Sam Samir has been taking people over there, and they've been getting miraculously healed of all types of illnesses and sicknesses. One of them was cancer, one of them was Parkinson's. Being in that, going repeatedly into that tunnel, and there's this frequency there, and it helped reverse. And I couldn't really believe it when I heard it, but then I did a 3-hour presentation with him, and he broke it down. The presentation is literally called Bosnian Pyramid Complex Tunnel. It's a 3-hour presentation on the science of the tunnel. So you can check that on our website as well. And then County Meath, Ireland, which is another very interesting one, is a 5,000-year-old structure found to be amplifying the Earth's natural magnetic frequency there in that area, which is 110 hertz. And 110 hertz, we're going to see that come up a few times here. There's something ancient with that. It was built around 3,200 BC in the Neolithic period. And it was built in the last part of the Stone Age, and it's thought to be older than Stonehenge. And here it is right here, the beautiful structure, County Meath, Ireland. So on February 17th, this is a mainstream organization and conference. So on February 17th, 2012, Vancouver Archaeoacoustic Convention. So there is actually a whole entire mainstream component of archaeoacoustic individuals that are mainstream scientists that are into archaeology and the acoustics of archaeological sites and ancient structures. So they had a conference in Vancouver, February 17, 2012, in which archaeologists, anthropologists, and scientists got together to discuss the sound and resonance properties of ancient sites. If you want, you can look into many videos from that convention and really know what the mainstream is coming to understand as well, which is pretty much what we've known in this consciousness disclosure community for a while now, is they went to Malta and they tested the frequency. So this is in Malta now, the caves of Malta, in the island of Malta. So they went to Malta and they tested the frequency, and they discovered that the frequency in this area, 110 hertz, yet again. Then EEG tests were performed. They wanted to see what part of the brain responds to 110 hertz. They discovered, this is also mainstream, these aren't spiritualists, yogis, yoga instructors, or anything like that. Like, obviously they might be into it. I'm not trying to say they're not into any of this, but they were trying to figure this out linearly through linear science. So they had 110 hertz and they wanted to see what part of the brain was stimulated with that frequency. Some participants who were a part of the study claimed to have out-of-body experiences, right? Ancient Aliens has the whole thing on 110 hertz, and they call it the alien frequency. If you want to look up a 10-minute video from Ancient Aliens, type in alien frequency, Ancient Aliens, and you'll find all this information on 110 hertz. Researchers detected the presence of a strong double frequency resonance at 70 hertz and 114. So it's double oscillation was occurring in the area. And now phys.org, which is physics.org, there's an archaeologist, Fernando Coimbra, said that he felt the sound crossing his body. So archaeologists, we're not talking about alternative archaeologists, mainstream archaeologist Fernando Coimbra said that he felt the sound crossing his body at high speed, leaving a sensation of relaxation. When it was repeated, the sensation returned, and he also had the illusion that the sound was reflected from his body to the ancient red ochre paintings on the walls. He had the sensation that he had the hallucination that the sound was reflected from his body to the ancient red ochre paintings on the walls. One can only imagine the experience in antiquity, standing in what must have been somewhat odorous dark and listening to ritual chant while low lighting flickered over the bones of one's departed ones, because there's a mass grave in this area. And so the whole concept is, was this structure created at 110 hertz because it allows for the body to transport itself through the rainbow bridge into this other reality? And looks like it could be. So even though it's this frequency structure, there's all these bones in there, and they would basically bury these individuals in the structure that emanated frequency. So this, right at this point, there's so much evidence from ancient scriptures, scientific evaluation of ancient sites, and proof of advanced sound technology that, to me, it's harder to disprove the ancients had an advanced awareness of vibration and frequency than it is to prove it. I feel there's so much information for that. And just to show you some more acoustics of how structures are created, here we are at Uxmal in Mexico, which is our second home. We have a local Maya family there that are really good friends, and we actually created a portal to ascension sweat lodge at Uxmal that is the first in many, many years to Mezcal/sweat lodge that is actually not a part of a hotel or resort, but is actually run by local Mayas, and they're able to do the rites and rituals that the Mayans did rather than what the hotels tell them to do. So we're going to actually take people there in November to that, and all the sites as well. And this is going to be spoke about in my presentation. And you can see my wife here.
So the Mayans had a really great understanding of acoustics in a lot of different areas. When you clap, things like that, there's some echo back, feedback. Plus, when there's like only a few people here, and then if she's up there and I'm over here and she like whispers, I can hear her. Priestess Temple.
So this leads me into the truth of Pythagoras. Okay, Trisha McKenna just texted me, so I'm gonna just text her back. Come on in, bring you on in 20. Okay, so we're gonna go 20 more minutes with me. Okay, so Pythagoras, we know him as the Greek philosopher. Pythagoras, 500 BC, was the father of music therapy, the Western music scale. The Pythagoras Mystery School in the island of Kotana taught the use of the flute and the lyre as the primary healing instrument. With his monochord, Pythagoras was able to unravel the mysteries of musical intervals. And there's a lot of occult elite societies, even the Illuminati, that actually like worship Pythagoras because of his discovery of this frequencies, the music scale, and sacred geometry. And right now, like, let's just give you a little history lesson on that. Like, what happened with Pythagoras is he discovered geometrical shapes that we're able to utilize in order to build structures. And because of his awareness, a lot of the things that we create now, including bridges and everything, really stem from a lot of research that he did. But little do people know is he wasn't looking for geometry. He was looking for sound frequencies. Geometry was the physical, visual representation of what he discovered. So he went to, it's been said, and Trisha McCannon, who you guys will meet in 20 minutes here, it was said that Pythagoras went to Egypt for 10 years and was initiated into many different mystery schools. And a lot of people in Egypt weren't even allowed into those mystery schools, but there was some sort of contractual agreement where they allowed him to go and be initiated and receive a lot of information. He was provided with ancient events awareness from celestial beings. This is another story that comes out from some of these researchers, and successfully connected geometry and mathematics to music, thereby founding the entire Western music scale. So what I was giving you earlier about that history lesson is that, so let's just say it was like this, Pythagoras really started finding out all of these ways in order to create structures and geometry and so much more. And then this became the secret. The secret was how to build civilization. Who became the builders of civilization? Who were the only individuals allowed, let's just go to Europe, for example, to cross borders from nation to nation or tribe to tribe, in order to build structures? Well, the stonemasons, who were their counterparts that took them from place to place. The Knights Templar, right? So there's some sort of connection there. And the stonemasons, what did they eventually become? The Freemasons. What did the Freemasons eventually become? Skull and Bones, Illuminati. Some are still innocent Freemasons, but all these other things came from it. So the secret was the building of civilization. So Pythagoras considered that music contributed greatly to health. He called his method musical medicine. To the accompaniment of Pythagoras, his followers would sing in unison certain chants. At other times, his disciples employed music as medicine with certain melodies composed to cure passions of the psyche, anger and aggression. So Pythagoras didn't set out to find out anything mathematical. He didn't set out to find out about geometry and teach us how to create structures. He created this university to explore musical intervals and frequencies. There's actually a quote that is attributed to him, right? It's in English, so it was probably completely different back in his time, and it may have even had more, but he wanted to find out the frequency of God, right? He wanted to find out the frequency of God. That's what it said. And what does that mean, right? That, well, now we're talking about dimensions and frequencies and realms. So did he mean that there is a frequency to this enlightenment existence, and that through the exploration of it on this university that he could discover it? But then it goes into, with certain melodies composed to cure the passions of the psyche, right? Mental issues, anger and aggression as well. So he was trying to see how he can create harmony in someone utilizing music. And this video right here is Terrence Howard. He's a famous actor, and he basically talks about Pythagoras in this video when he's at, I think this was the Grammys or something like that, or some award ceremony for actors actually. And in this video that I'm not going to show because it will take too long, he says that he's now been activated. He's telling on broadcast on live TV on Channel 5 that he's now been activated, and he has to come out and teach the truth of Pythagoras, and that we had it all wrong, and that he has this information that he needs to bring out to the masses. It's very interesting because the elite, a lot of them worship Pythagoras, and it doesn't mean Pythagoras is bad. They worship him for his information that he came out with. And I'm not saying everybody, there are occult societies that do. So it's interesting that he went on national TV and just blurted this out. And if you watch this video, your mind will be blown. So take a look at it on YouTube and just see how it's crossing over into the mainstream right now and what they're trying to tell us. So music of the spheres. Pythagoras theorized that all things have a frequency. Even each of the planets has its own vibration. He called the sound each celestial body in our solar system collectively made the music of spheres. And then this brings us into the universe sings. Just gonna play that for a moment there. And that's the sound that Saturn emanates. And now here's Jupiter's sound. Isn't that beautiful? And I think, okay, here's a better version. We already did that one. That one's called the Eerie Sounds of Saturn for a reason. And now we have sacred geometry, right? So we went from Pythagoras to sound to the planets, the musical, the spheres. Now, how does this connect to geometry? Geometrical shapes that are formed from equations that are the same equations of how our universe is created and even how black holes are formed. Geometrical shapes that take on the design element of harmonic frequencies. The frequency is the audible component. The geometry is the visual component. Geometrical shapes that represent each dimension of existence. So there's also people that believe that each dimension of existence has its own corresponding geometry. And there's also ancient artwork used to expand and awaken collective consciousness. And we see it throughout all ancient civilizations. Just to give you some views here of geometry, that's the sand plate one, but I'm not gonna show that. Again, the whole entire presentation is on the website, plus many others on sound frequency. Right, and then geometry. Mitosis, the splitting of the cells, is actually a representation of geometry from the dot to the vesica Pisces to the fruit of life to the seed of life to the flower of life. It's happening as above, so below. Look at the mitosis. My wife is actually going to get tattooed the mitosis on her arm, and I'm going to get tattooed this right here on my arm because it's like the feminine component and the masculine component of it all. And then we have, of course, this frequency of geometries everywhere, even our earlobe. Let me see what else is here to go through actually real quick. So much. Okay, I'm gonna skip that. So now we're gonna just talk about, okay, now I'm gonna skip tuning forks as well. Let's go into, if you wanna see all that stuff, go to the website, take a look there. Let's go into the didgeridoo, right? This is the component of the experience of this presentation where I actually go into different sound tools and their history and what they utilize for. And the didgeridoo is one of my favorite instruments. That's why I chose to go through this one right now. The didgeridoo originates from an Arnhem land in Northern Territory, Australia. It may be the oldest musical instrument, and scholars say that it's over 40,000 years old. Traditionally, didgeridoos are actually made from eucalyptus trunks and limbs hollowed out. And what would happen is a termite will hollow out the didgeridoo and it was then cut to an average length of 130 to 160 centimeters. And here it is. Here are some didgeridoos in the making. So what would happen is that all these eucalyptus trees, right, are over there in Australia, and then termites would make their way into these eucalyptus tubes and they would hollow it out from the inside and they would create didgeridoos. And all that would need to be done is that the mouthpiece was created and it was shipped so that you can put it over your mouth, and now you have a didgeridoo. But the amazing thing is, out of the, let's say 40,000 years of this being created and all the termites, you know, digging into this trunk and making the didgeridoo, all the ancient didgeridoos all came out to the same frequency. So no matter where if it was like a eucalyptus tree 100 miles away from another one, both of them were carved out by termites, and then both of them, when you blow through them, all came out to C sharp. They all came out to the same one. So now we exist in an advanced age, so we're able to create all types of frequencies from it. We can change things up. We can make it out of all types of material. But for the longest time, all the didgeridoos were at C sharp. Today's didgeridoos are made from large variety of materials. The didgeridoo was traditionally used as an accompaniment along with chants, singers, and dancers, and often in ceremonies. Many tribes, only the men used to play. In some tribes, only a few of them, they allowed women to play. Now, obviously, men and women both play. The word didgeridoo is a Western word, so just know that it was created by the Westerners, given to the instrument around 100 years ago. All right, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna slowly go through my slides here because I'm not gonna go through them all. and I'm just going to tell you what they are so you can check it later, because I'm going to go to the end of the presentation right now and talk about what this means for our future. So we have the solfeggio scale that I break down in this presentation, the origin of it all, and what they mean and all that. And then we go into the cosmic 432, in which I break down some of the facts and also unprovable assumptions, because there are some things that we've made claims for that have become common knowledge, but when you do the research on it, you only see maybe one article that it stemmed from, and there isn't that much research to back it. However, I feel, especially in our community, we are so open and trusting that we accept things that have been told to us, and sometimes they might not have any actual backing in fact or historical context. And for example, the Nazis changing the scale from 440 to 432, I tracked it back, and there isn't actually enough material to say that's a reality. I'm not saying it's not true, but there isn't enough material to say that it's actually happened like that. All right, this next part here is quantum physics, and let me just take a moment here and kind of like look at this presentation so I give you the right stuff that I want. Okay, the rest of it's so much science right there. There we go. Let's just do the last part, the future, the now. So what does this all mean? What does everything I just said mean? What does everything that we experienced today mean? What does everything that you did not just see because I fast forwarded through the presentation mean, right? What's happening in this moment? Well, new studies are being released on an exponential level every year that are discovering new ways to use sound and frequency in technology, healing, and other common uses. Even secret space program, unacknowledged programs, black op programs are already using these technologies, right? So full disclosure, we'll hopefully bring these out. And we've worked with many whistleblowers where we've, they've spoke about some of these technologies. And some technologies may have been around for decades, such as the Right frequency machine. So we've been utilizing this stuff for quite some time. And if Edison didn't do what he did to Tesla, right? Imagine what we lost a whole century. We did a whole entire, it was a 5-hour presentation called The Lost Century. And it was all information on how we literally lost 100 years of evolution. I don't believe we lost anything. There's no lack mentality there. I'm just using those terms to explain this because we are right where we're supposed to be. But there was a lot of stuff that happened towards the beginning of the year that if it wasn't suppressed and not disclosed or hidden or destroyed, we would be like probably intergalactic by now. Or not intergalactic, maybe at least galactic. Some technologies, okay, an ultrasound, for example, this sound we're already using. Ultrasound is a frequency sound. We're using that, and now there's new ways to use ultrasound. There's data transfer revolution. Now we're realizing the best way to transfer data is actually through sound frequencies. Travel and ticketing. Within the next 5 to 10 years, you're no longer going to use tickets to go on a plane. I'm telling you, this is actually real. Within the next 5 to 10 years, if not sooner, you're going to have a sound on your phone that you're going to go pip, pip. Your sound frequency has the signature of your ticket. It gets picked up by the ticketer person or whoever's there at, before you go on the plane. And through that sound frequency, you're identified and able to access the plane. And then marketing, we're now using it in marketing. Underwater communication, sound can travel much faster in water, and therefore it's an ideal candidate for underwater communication. Wi-Fi reforms. Did you know that your dial-up modem, when we had dial-up modem, actually utilized sound frequency to carry data? However, it wouldn't take it further and far enough utilizing the sound, but now we've even mastered that, how to use sound frequency in order to do this. So I'm not going to explain that. Okay, and then bilocation teleportation. Here's another thing too. If we are all frequency, and then we can get out of this concept of linear time and shift our vibration and break the barriers of the limitations of frequency ranges, whether it's light spectrum, whether it's audio, now that puts us into a whole reality of bilocation, existing in 2 places at once. Well, I would say that we exist simultaneously everywhere all at the same time anyway, except we have amnesia and we've disconnected from that whole reality for a good reason, because it's much more exciting, I guess, to be in this world where you're trying to figure it out rather than having all the answers. So bilocation is definitely something in our future because we are already bilocating now. We just don't see it or realize it or remember it. Teleportation, already being worked on. Some people say that they've even created it already, but being able to dematerialize your frequency into your body into pure frequency and then rematerialize it somewhere else, and even utilizing that whole concept of teleportation for space travel, being able to put in a place in space and then just dematerializing this area and rematerializing in this other area. and even tractor beams. This video right here also won't be showing you, but this is actually a tractor beam that this video shows you how you can create your own tractor beam. And what it does is it actually, like, you can put a ball on the other side and it'll pull it in. So this is made on a small level. This is in 2016. So imagine where they are now with this technology, but chances are, you know, Black Op projects were probably utilizing something like this before even this guy came up with it. But this goes to show that we're able to use sound even to use it as a tractor beam, just like in sci-fi movies. And then also firefighting. This is how
we're both graduating from the Electrical and Computer Engineering department at George Mason University this coming May. We're here, we're just going to test out our device that we use that uses sound frequencies to extinguish flames.
I see this device being applied to a lot of things. First off, I think in the kitchen, it could be on top of a stovetop. But eventually, I'd like to see this applied to maybe swarm robotics, where it'd be attached to a drone, and that would be applied to forest fires or even building fires, where you wouldn't want to sacrifice human life.
Professor Brian Mack really stepped in to help us.
Just gave us a lot of support.
I think as a whole, engineering is really just...
So what they did there is they found a frequency of sound that can actually cancel the frequency of fire. Why aren't we using that? Look at what just happened in California, right? Last couple of years even. Like, that is out there. That was 2015. It should have been implemented already, right? So this is what is happening in this world, and this is why it's so important to get this out. We can transform the world using sound frequency. Right frequency machine, some of you may know, you can check this slide out later, but that also had been utilizing frequencies for quite a few decades now to help with different diseases. And now also sound to separate cancer cells. In 2016, they figured out a method to utilize a specific frequency that separates the cancer cells from your normal cells so they can target the cancer cells and delete them. Hasn't come out in the mainstream yet. That goes into a whole conversation on Big Pharma, which we're not here to talk about right now. So, and then this one also talks about sound to destroy cancer cells. So biomedical engineers at Johns Hopkins University have discovered a way to release and deliver concentrated amounts of a drug to the brain of rats in a temporary localized manner utilizing ultrasound. The method cages the drug inside the brain. So this is important because now they're able to help people with Parkinson's stop the shake. You know what they're doing? They're actually using ultrasound to put in this medicine that goes into the brain and then severs a certain area that is creating the shaking. And, you know, it's in its infant phases. They're going to hopefully expand on it, but this has been around for quite a few years. But the reason for that is in Parkinson's, the reason why it's so difficult to treat it is because you can't even really physically go in there without maybe damaging something. So it's such a deep part of your brain that when you try to penetrate that area of your brain, that you're gonna, like, if you do it just through conventional surgery, you might damage something and then the person is screwed for life. But with ultrasound, you don't damage anything, and they take whatever they need to do through the sound frequency, encapsulate it, it goes into the brain, into that area, does what it has to do. And there's a whole video where they show how they did this, also on the internet. This is the video of that. Ultrasound treatment, stop Parkinson's tremor. So what does the future hold for us, right? The future really holds when it comes to sound and frequency is the cures for illness, disease on a wide scale, technology to transport physical matter to other parts of Earth and space, traveling faster than the speed of light, bending space-time. This is all sound frequency and how it can assist us. We can reach altered states of consciousness, like it can be argued happened in Egypt, and gain otherworldly experiences. We can communicate with extraterrestrials, interdimensional beings. We can transfer data instantly across the galaxy and the universe. We can use new advanced forms of transportation, harnessing energy from the vacuum. But what needs to happen now is really, in this world of monetary system, these technologies aren't funded enough for it to be on the cutting edge of it all, because governmental organizations, big pharma, the elite, corrupt capitalist societies, they don't want things out there that you can't monetize, because these are permanent fixes that can heal you without the need to monetize it. So what needs to occur is major funding, but it's happening on an independent ground level, where it's not these huge corporations and private companies that are doing it. It's individual people like Nassim Harriman, for example, where he's doing his own thing, or like Dan Winter, for example, and many other people that are really putting in their own money to make these things come to fruition. And then to continue with what the future holds, free and sustainable energy, right? Free energy is thrown around a lot. We exist with infinite energy. We are the same energy everywhere. You can even utilize your bodies in a certain way to power a light bulb, right? So frequency and energy is everywhere. So utilizing it and not having the zero footprint and being sustainable is in our future. Conscious and intentional music, bringing it back home to everything we did today. When we understand frequency, we can have conscious and intentional music because we know what frequencies create harmony, right? There's a lot of, when we're doing it unintentionally, all of a sudden there's all this disharmony. And you can even, like, I do a whole presentation on heavy metal and drop D, and I was a huge metalhead and I still love heavy metal people, but it goes, drop D is actually tuned to the sacral chakra, in which it empowers the sex, drugs, and rock and roll mentality. So it's just like, we're not intentional with our music because we don't know how to actually, we don't know the information because it's not being taught to us, right? So this is the re-education. You guys are a part of the re-education. A revolutionary understanding of our universe and the nature of reality that's happening right now. Redefine how we conduct ourselves between nations and socioeconomically. When all of a sudden, all the things that, you know, wars and nations are competing with each other on start fading away because we don't have poverty anymore. We have infinite food, we have infinite energy, and we're all on the same level, which many people do not want, which is why it's been such a challenge to get there. It redefines the way we communicate with the nations, between nations, and socioeconomically. And then an intricate understanding of what it means to be human living within our physical bodies. An understanding, what if everybody on earth knew that we're vibration and frequency and sound, and everything has a vibration and all things around us affect us, and everything that we thought is even a frequency. So an intricate understanding of what it means to be human. And then applications are really and truly infinite. Some of the outcomes will be a near future where we'll see complete terraforming of our planet if we continue down the trajectory we're on. It's inevitable. We're heading there. There's people trying to stop it. There's people trying to slow it down. Yes, that's happening. But we're at that frequency range. We're even in everything within our solar system, the position of our galaxy, the cycles of time, the zodiac, everything is pointing towards this shift in consciousness that we're undergoing right now. So it's inevitable, right? It's up to us how we get there. Special interests, corporations, corrupt governments would have to stay in a reality that they can control. That's what they want. However, the science does not lie. And with so many independent inventions and discovery, it's only a matter of time. Time to fund these technologies and reroute the money into creating a sustainable future. And my hope is we'll reroute it so we don't have to have a world where we're all based on this monetary game, but we can all live in peace and harmony. And harmony is the key word here, right? Here's a graph, and I'm only got a couple slides left, but here's a graph of our technological growth, right? Look at us from the 1400s. It's been pretty flat all the way to the 1900s. And then look how slow technological growth was up until around the end of the 1800s. And look at where we're at now. So that's part of the inevitable growth. We're just going so fast, discovering so much more, and we're not flattening out over there. We're actually continuing up this exponential graph, and we're taking quantum leaps, really. So the real question here is, how do we use sound frequency and these sound technologies, vibrational technologies, let's say, consciously? That's what the question is. We can create a world without war. We can create a world without poverty, without hatred, and without the separation anxiety that we all feel because we feel so disconnected, right? Not all of us, but the use of sound and frequency can assist with that. And that's what happened today. We're all sound and vibration. The one thing that unites us more than anything, think of anything physical on earth and be like, oh, that unites everyone. Well, the one thing that probably transcends that even is the fact that we're all sound and vibration and frequency, and it affects all of us. So that's why we spent the day today in a realm of sound and vibration, because what is the answer, guys? The answer is we must awaken in consciousness. It is the only solution. And that's my presentation. Thank you all so much.
Wow, Neil, you go on for 4 hours though, if you could.
I skipped over half the presentation, so it's like 4-hour presentation there.
But So what's your overall kind of feeling? Like, do you want to fight or support these new technology? I mean, how can we all get involved? Like that you're right, that thing that puts out fire, that's incredible. I've never even heard of that before. Hi, Trish.
Hi, friends.
Hey, Trisha.
Hey, Alan. Hi, Neil. That was really wonderful. I'm going to want to see it from the beginning. You know, it's great. I didn't get to see all of it, but the part I saw was amazing.
Thank you. So to answer your question, Alan, like, okay, that's why the reason why I ended with that is because that's what Portal to Ascension is doing. Like, I'm constantly working, and at this point, it's probably been over 600 different speakers I've worked with, and many of them are pretty well known, and then other individuals I've assisted. And so what I say in almost all my promotional videos is that by supporting Portal to Ascension, you're supporting all these technologies, because I'm working with these people creating these technologies. They're doing events on our platform. They're getting paid for working with us. So right now, I would say at this point, we're probably the largest funder of the largest range of individuals within the conscious movement. People from, that are trying to create free energy devices to other individuals that are teaching people how to do breathing exercises, right? So that's what my true vision is. And even our Patreon, for example, a percentage of all the Patreon goes into a fund that I actually give to individuals that are working on technologies.
So, but as far as like talking to people or doing something we can do, listening, taking in this information, what do you propose?
What can we do as individuals with this? So I feel like the more we all not believe, but know that we're all vibration and frequency, and then how that connects us to the metaphysical and spiritual world. Because that's what happened with me, is that I found out about vibration and frequency, and then I realized, oh, yoga, meditation, eating well is all vibration. When I'm putting all those things into my body and doing that, I'm able to shift my frequency and then tap into other realms of existence. So what we can do is continue to teach individuals that this whole spiritual thing isn't new age woo-woo, like it's said so many times, but is actually a science. And metaphysics is metaphorical quantum physics. As I've said last time, in metaphysics, you have oneness. In quantum physics, you have singularity. In metaphysics, you have dimension. In quantum physics, you have dimension. In metaphysics, you have realm or dimension. Like every term in quantum physics has a counterpart in metaphysics, and I created a graph on it. So what we can do as individuals is accept this, know this, realize that we're all frequency vibration, and then continue to inform the masses, because I feel that's how the structures, the organized religions that are corrupt, the governing agencies that say like, meditation and stuff is just like what is not something that can actually assist in some huge change on earth. That's all incorrect, because we can now prove that we have the ability through meditation, through sound, through frequency, through technology, that sound frequencies, to reach a level of consciousness where we can create this new world. So what we can do, honestly, that's a long explanation, but what we can do right now is do what we're doing right here, just be a part of this experience and spread it. Yes, Trisha.
Neil, and you had texted me about doing a meditation, and I'd like to give our circle a couple of powerful chants. Since October, I've had about 1,000 people on the planet chanting these chants. At least one of the chants, and the other one we've just started chanting. One of them is to break the mind spell. There's a certain amount of, let's say, mind spelling that's happened in our culture. So that's only 4 syllables, and I can teach that one. And then the other one has to do with opening up a doorway into higher dimensions, opening up the heart to be able to have spiritual experiences with masters for yourself. And it really opens up the heart field. So if tell me when you're ready, but if you'd like, you ask, what can we do? We can chant these 2 chants.
I love it.
So one will, the more people that can chant the one to break the mind spell, the better. I can just tell you, since we've been chanting the Amaru Kumara chant with 1,000 people, we wound up, there was a big insurrection going on in the Ivory Coast, and we wound up shifting that to where it didn't happen. This whole thing happened at the Capitol. the way it was originally laid out to happen, there would have been over 100 people killed. So I had over 1,000 people chanting, and we've been chanting every day, 3 times a day for the last, really since October.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So if you're game,
well, let's Ellen come back on really quick because I wanted both of us to say hi to you first properly.
Okay,
you
sure.
know?
Yeah. Hey. Wait, where's my cam? Okay. There. Yeah, Trish, I've known forever as well. Don't have an eye, Trisha. She mentions me in her first book. Thank you for that. The Angels and Extraterrestrials. Is that the name of that book?
No. The first one's called Dialogues with the Angels, and definitely because I adore you, and for so many years I was going to New York 2 and 3 times a year, and you were one of my great, marvelous pals that I would see as I've continued to see as we've traveled around the world and run into each other in England and Italy and all these different places, San Francisco, California. But yes, you're in that book.
I kept wanting you to channel Rigel, right?
Rigel and Oriel, yes, I'd have like about 150 people at a time in New York and San Francisco. For years I did that, as well as speaking at the big conscious expos. And we've all been on the national and international circuit. I was in Europe every year for 20 years in the summer, and it's been great. And I've been very fortunate to be able to present some really wonderful presentations with Neil over the last 3 years. I've probably done 12 or 15. Lots. And I've got a new one coming up the end of I think January the 30th. The hidden
what's that about?
Of the goddess. Yeah, and I'm just recording. I just did a program with you in December on the sacred temples of the goddess. Sacred sites around the world that are still activated with lots of juice. And so on January 30th, we'll do one on the hidden history of the goddess, which will be great. So, very much the divine feminine is coming up right now to be, to try to help balance that masculine. We have very enlightened men like you, Neil, and you, Alan, and probably some of our listeners. But, we all know that they're, the bubbas and the good old boys out there that haven't kind of balanced their masculine and feminine. They're still on the, there's a UFO, let's shoot them, Bubba, and, bring them down. Yeah, I'll bring the trophy home. So, that's an important piece. But as you know, I've spoken on, let's just talk about some of the subjects I've spoken on for you, Neil. Atlantis,
Antarctica, Atlantis, Lost Years of Jesus, Mary Magdalene. Come on, what else?
UFOs, Hidden History of the Planet. Quest
for the Holy Grail Stone.
The Galactic Cycles of Time.
The Mayan civilization one.
Nostradamus. Gosh.
That's probably most of them. We got a few more.
It's a few. Yes,
Sacred Sites. We just did the Sacred Sites one too.
Yeah,
that was fun.
It was very, very fun. I love doing them for you. And I also speak for one of your other collaborators, Sacred Stories Media, where I've done these very long, 6 and 7 part courses. And if you're interested, you can always go check them out on sacredstoriesmedia.com. They're great. But the one that's coming up, I'm very excited about the hidden history of the goddess, because most people don't realize that for thousands of years, everyone could look around and see the only one that gave birth was the divine feminine. So logically, who would have birthed the universe? Oh, it would have been the divine mother. So as long as that model was held, men and women ruled together in a partnership model, and there was no war on the planet, no war. Because the goddess or the divine was seen as being not only outside of creation, but entwined in creation. The sacred was in the plants and the trees and the forest. It was in you. It was in me. So you don't want to just wantonly go out and kill, because there's consequences. There's consciousness everywhere, which is one of the things you've talked about. So of course, the victors always write the history books. And so the phase we've been in for the last 4,000 years is a patriarchal phase where, slowly women lost their rights and they became dominated and so forth. But, more than that, it's been an imbalance in the way we're creating our society, the way we're treating our earth, the way we're having our lives. And we have to come back into balance. And there are people like yourself and Alan, I think, that are really wonderfully balanced men. And the same thing with women. I mean, when women finally got some power, they went all the way over to the women's lib side and, was angry if a guy even opened the door. Women have to come to the center too. So it takes both the yin and the yang for the circle to be complete. So
yes, we've been in the wounded masculine and wounded feminine for a while. Now it's time to bring the divine back to both of them, right?
You said it beautifully.
Trisha, please do lead us now. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying we haven't had that balance yet. We're working towards it, but that's why everything had to change. That's why we're in this, I wouldn't say mess, but in this crisis of transformation, because none of the old structures on any level were working anymore. And we're still going to be in it for a while.
We are going to be in it for a while. And, we've had that stellium happening in Capricorn, where the three kings, Pluto, the lord of the underworld, Jupiter, the celestial lord of light, and Saturn, the world of the king of the physical world, they were all together in Capricorn all of 2020. I mean, they were kicking our rear ends, and that has not happened in about 1,000 years. Pluto takes 248 years to go all the way around. So the last time Pluto was in Capricorn, Capricorn rules government, structures, corporations, business, things like that. It was right before the French Revolution and the American Revolution. If you go back another 250 years, it's right at the beginning of the Renaissance, the 1500s. You go back another 250 years, it's at the time of the Templars, okay, that unfortunately had to go underground. Then you go back another 250 years to 1,000 years ago, the Gothic cathedrals were coming up and being built, and the Cathar movements and the Waldestinians, and basically, people were discovering that the church had become corrupt at that point, and they were splintering off and choosing more spiritual forms of Christianity, basically. So Pluto is still in Capricorn until 2023. It's around 24 degrees at Capricorn. But finally, Jupiter and Saturn have moved into Aquarius. They're like 4 and 6 degrees. Jupiter will be in there until February, I think, of next year. It'll be in there about a year. And Saturn will be in there for 2.5 years. And this is going to lighten everything up. It's going to really help. One of the reasons that, the pandemic, I mean, yes, we can say, yes, it was biologically created by crazy people who want to wipe out, 10 million people on the planet. This is all true. But, astrologically, one of the reasons was because Jupiter, which is normally a very benevolent planet, but when it intersects, there's the north and the south nodes in astrology. And in Vedic astrology, they look at the destiny as, I think, Rahu, but Ketu is sort of like the trouble. So Jupiter hit Ketu right around the very end of December 2019. So whenever that happens, it's always like an earthquake, a assassination, a riot, a pandemic. It's something big. So we're moving out of that whole thing now. And I think by, May, I think March it'll lighten, May it'll lighten more. May, June, things will be really getting back to normal. But, this whole thing has happened, has exposed, I think it's given people a time out. It's given the earth a time out to regenerate. The skies, the waters, the animals. You remember in the spring when there were all these pictures of the animals coming down to the cities going, what happened to the humans? I think I'll eat this bush. This looks good. The canals are getting much clearer. The air, like you can see the mountains for the first time in years. So even in what appears to be bad, there's something good. Even in this crazy thing that's happening with the riot and the good old boy white supremacist, it reveals the underbelly of things that need to be resolved. We need to get over this crazy racism, you know, and there are probably many wonderful police officers, but there are some corrupt ones in there. Time for us to take a look at that. Time for us to look at a balance. For the first time, we're going to have a male and female, a president and a vice president, a man and a woman. For the first time, we could maybe come into some kind of balance. And it's a good man. It's a really good man, and it's a good woman. So, you know, I think, you know, maybe a return to some level of moral compass, you know, that would be good. So, okay.
Thank you, Tricia. So go ahead, and if you want to lead us in these chants, and then I'm going to close out with a poem. So we'll come back on when you're done. Okay.
Okay. So the first chant is one to try to break the mind spell. Okay. Whatever the mind spell is about. Okay. Whether it's, you know, there are different people on different sides of the equation with this whole thing that think that, you know, one thing's right and the other thing's right. Well, just chant, you know, and let it begin to work with you. And it's only 4 syllables. Ma, sa, ti, no. So ma, Divine Mother. Sa is hard to explain exactly, but in the Egyptian teachings, it's one of the 9 subtle bodies. And they say that holy people put out sa. So you could think of it almost like a nectar, and almost like an Enrita, almost like the Holy Spirit energy. You could look at it like that. It's a spiritual quality that emanates out from a highly conscious master. So ma, sa, ti, no. So you can chant it like ma, sa, ti, no. Ma, sa, ti, no. Find your own rhythm with it. You know, you can change the inflection if you want to focus on ma, sa, ti, no. Ma, sa, ti, no. Find your own rhythm with it. It's fine. But chant it for 5 minutes, 5 minutes in the morning, 5 minutes at night. Very simple. If you're working with groups, you know, turn the groups onto it. Let's all chant so we break out of whatever the mind spell is that's going on in the country and the world. The other chant is Amaru Kumara. And let me spell that for you. Ama, A-M-A, Ru, R-U, Amaru. And the second word is Kumara, K-U-M-A-R-A, Kumara. The Kumaras are spoken of in the Vedas, the mystic Vedas, as the 4 sons of God that periodically come to the planet. So Sanat Kumara is the head of the Great White Brotherhood, or the White Robe Order of Masters. Sananda Kumara was said to have incarnated as Jesus, and probably as Osiris earlier. Sananka Kumara was probably the great master Thoth, master of wisdom in Egypt. And Sananthana Kumara, you don't have to remember all these Kumaras, I'm just giving you some background. Sananthana Kumara was, his MO is like Horus or Rama or Krishna. He comes in, he's a musician, he's a poet, he's a lover of the divine. He's a healer. And then some great evil comes and he has to pony up and go to war and battle it, although he doesn't want to. And that's Krishna's story. That's Rama's story, who was said to be direct incarnations of Vishnu. That's Horus's story, who had to fight his evil uncle Set that, you know, murdered his father Osiris. So this is Sanatana Kumara. It's said that he very rarely comes, you know, only in times of greatest darkness. So when you chant Amaru, Amaru is the Divine Mother. Many of you know of Amma, the hugging saint. So, you know, that's one of the great names for the Divine Mother of all. And the Kumaras would be the Divine Masculine. So it's a very balanced chant where you're calling in Divine Mother, Divine Father, Divine Soul, Son energy. And I've had people chanting this since October, and they've had, I mean, everything from, you know, Krishna show up, Saint Germain show up, Mother Mary show up, Isis show up. It's just been immense. It's been very, very powerful. But you have to really go into your heart. This is a real important piece. The heart, you know, the mind is dualistic. We are always constantly going back and forth with our mind. Am I fatter? Am I skinnier? Am I smarter? Am I dumber? Am I prettier? Am I not as pretty? Am I richer or poor? The mind is a very dualistic vessel or creature. And it's very difficult for us to master our minds. But the heart and the soul are singular. They are aligned with the highest self. They're aligned with your divine self. So if you go into your heart, and you can do it with a breathing technique, we call it the Pegasus technique, where you breathe in, and you breathe into that little center point in the middle of your heart, and you hold it for just a moment, and then you breathe out, and then you hold it for just a moment. When you breathe in, you have this moment where you'll feel, after you do this several times, where you'll feel this little explosion in your heart, like a flame that has just gotten burst, you know, to a brighter level. It's like you can feel this warmth happening in your heart. So it's really good if you can to, you know, breathe in and breathe out with the Pegasus breath. Do it several times and then start your chant. It'll keep you in the heart. You stay in the heart with that process. You can connect your heart and your third eye and your crown, and you can just send your chant out to the universe. You know, you can send it up to connect with the masters, the guides, your higher self, and then send it literally just on the broadcast, the universal broadcast system. Masatino. 5 minutes of that. And then do Amaru Kumara. Amaru Kumara. You do it all on one out breath. You don't break it. Amaru Kumara. In each case, the ma goes up. Amaru Kumara. Amaru Kumara. So the ma raises each time on the out breath. Again, sing it any way you want to, make up whatever tunes you want to, just vibrate it out. You'll find that it will open up your heart center. And if, you know, the more you pay attention to your heart, stay out of your mind. You know, the mind, it's like a wild animal, okay? Part of spiritual mastery is taming the mind. And the way to do it is work with heart consciousness. You know, there's a spiritual path that I have followed since I was 19, where I've been working interdimensionally with masters from many planes. And these are very great masters. One of the reasons that I have been teaching in the world for the last, whatever it is, 25 years, is because these masters are my teachers. They're my mentors. And I was just the student for so many years. And of course, I have clairvoyant gifts, and I'm a hypnotherapist, and I'm a healer. And, you know, I travel and teach and speak, and I have 4 books and all of that kind of stuff. All of this really grew out of their teachings for me. So I'm always the perennial student, although I'm the teacher as well, because I transmit and pass this on to all of you. If you're interested in knowing more about the masters, you can go to, there's a website, you can check it out. You can learn about the different masters, male and female. You can learn how to begin to access this for yourself and have these experiences. It's called the Way of Truth Mystery School.org. Very simple. The Way of Truth Mystery School.org. And, you know, there's a lot of stuff you can read on there about the dimensions, and it's the path of the light and sound and heart. So everything Neil's talking about is really, sound is the underpinning. The 3 highest principles are love first, sound second, and light third. So everything around us is made of love. And in the beginning, you know, was the word. It was the sound current that went out. And from the word or the sound current that scientists call phonons comes the photons or the light particles. And from that, this becomes the sacred geometry. The sound creates the geometries that are the underpinning in the 6th and 7th dimension of the 5th dimension, the 4th dimension, the 3rd dimension. These are the worlds of form. These are the worlds we live in. These are worlds of duality where we're going to see dark and light. We're going to see, we're constantly being tested. Do we pick love or do we pick fear? Do we pick, unity or do we pick division? Do we pick harmony or do we pick chaos? We're constantly being tested about this in these worlds. So, but we can have a better version of this world than the one that we have, still have duality in it, but where the cow or the dark force isn't winning, where the light is brighter. And of course, I think that's the life all of us want. And that's the life that has flow and ease and joy and love and community and harmony. And so chanting and working with these vibrational chants will not only begin to open up these spiritual centers in you, but it will also help, the more people do it, to create a vibration of harmony in your community. It'll calm things down. And the more of us that do it, the better. So feel free to pass on the Amaru Kumara chants. Feel free to do it with your friends. It's just about opening the heart and opening that space then where you vibrate at a high enough level that you can begin to have these experiences with the masters. And then the Masatino, of course, it'd be great if all of us could wake up from the mind spells, wouldn't it? So thank you so much. I can do a meditation if you want, or I can just leave it there and let them do it in their own, in their privacy of their own home.
Let's do a meditation. Maybe like 5 minutes. Do you think we can do a little meditation here?
Okay.
Good way to close out.
Will it allow you guys to chant with me, or will we sound like a bunch of, on the Zoom platform? Will it sound like a bunch of howling kitty cats?
Do you mean, can you see and hear people? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, it'd be great if we could all chant. We can
Alan, should we do what we did last time? Bring everyone on?
That would be so great. And we can start with Masatino for like maybe 2 minutes, and then go to Amaru Kumara.
Yeah, let's bring everyone on. That's good, Neil.
Well, I think some people say no, they don't want to come on. So
they don't have to come on. If people don't want
to. Yeah, you don't have to start your camera. It's just going to be your set as a presenter. So don't start your camera or your microphone. Mm-hmm. But let's bring whoever wants to, come on screen. You can.
It's fun, but no one has to. Yeah.
Oh, saying no to the chant. Okay, someone's saying no to the chant, not no to coming on.
You want to?
Well, it's up to you, of course. Always free will reigns on this planet, and we always have our choices, don't we?
Oh, wait. No, not no to the chant. No to the word, to the word and chant. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. So let's skip that. Let's go ahead and bring people on here. I'm loving this new thing of bringing everyone on at the end.
Yeah,
it's great. A big after party.
Yeah. It's just like a real conference like that, like you get to talk and interact with everyone.
Right. That's fun.
Well, it's a lot of fun. I see some people I know on here. I think Connie, Kirk, and
if everybody could just keep their microphone muted until I make everybody, presenter here, just so that we don't have any feedback. I think we have feedback.
Alex. Hi, Alex in Cameroon. Hi, Alex. Antoinette.
Only 48 more people to go.
Great.
Yes.
We had a lot. We had about 100 people.
Well, it's pretty wonderful, I think. Look at that. Lane Curtis has an owl. Is that an owl or parrot?
It's a African gray.
How beautiful.
Oh, can you make it meow?
3 African parrots.
I thought we were supposed to keep our microphones off.
You can talk now. There was feedback before. You can keep your microphones on now, guys.
Hey, Emerald, you were great. Emerald, love.
Hi, Emerald. Beautiful hair. Look at that mane of hair, girl. Beautiful.
Our old friend Jody Sorota's here.
I know. She's another beauty.
Hi.
Hi, darling.
How
How
you
are
doing?
you?
Good.
It's
Thank you for your presentation. It was great.
Yes, thank you. And of course, Neil is just brilliant in his own right. He's another just incredibly conscious person. It's so wonderful that there are so many conscious people that have found a way to connect with each other. I mean, I really think that there's quite a lot of masters walking the planet right now, and they may be, you know, hidden as housewives or new age writers or you know, musicians or dancers or whatever. But I think that the people who follow this kind of work, that what's happened is their soul, who we really are, is awakened at the higher level. It's just when we come down here, we have amnesia and we forget who we are. So part of it is to wake up within the dream and to begin to connect with who you really are in your mastery, not from an ego place, but from the place of authenticity, the place of your true soul self, being able to speak through who you really are, whether it's through dance or music or writing or cooking food or healing or whatever the medium is. And so, as Neil said, we exist on all these dimensional levels. We're just mostly unaware of it. And so it's such an exciting time to me. I think all of us knew at a higher level before we came in that we were going to be in this transition on the planet from the age of Pisces to the age of Aquarius. And I think we volunteered to come down to be part of the movement of light, to transform the planet, to birth the planet into this new age. And it's going to take a lot of us, honestly. I mean, you can sort of see that, the old patriarchal consciousness out there is holding on tooth and nail, and so when we have enlightened people like you all on a call like this, it's so very wonderful and uplifting and hopeful. Don't you think?
100%. So we have everybody that will start the camera on. So if you want to lead us in meditation, and then right when you're done, we'll pause just for a minute and feel that silence, and then I'll go into spoken word piece, and then we can close out. Sound good?
That would be really great. I see so much light. I see Rachel, you have a lot of light around you, and Connie too. And Lane over there, although she just went, invisible with her beautiful parrots. It's great. And Alex, let me say, Alex is from Cameroon, and he's a very high initiate in the way of truth. He's a spiritual leader in his own right over in Africa, who's, making a difference with a lot of people. So
from Cameroon?
Cameroon. Yeah, Alex is from Cameroon. And Antoinette, are you also from Africa? You are, aren't you?
No, I'm in Virginia.
Well, there's a lot of initiates from the way of truth that are in. There's probably 1,000 easily in Africa, and they're so pure. They're really dedicated. I mean, they're not like on the computer and the TV all the time. I mean, they do have cell phones, okay? So they're not cut off from, society, but they're like real pure. Maybe, I'm not sure why, but it's great. Anyway, so there's Violet Star Voyager. Oh, that's a cool name, isn't it? And is that Connie Kirk down there? Is Connie K? I see her.
Connie Keys.
Hi, Connie Keys. Nice to see you.
Hello.
And Corinna and Mark. Mark, where are you from?
Panorama City, California.
Oh my gosh, well, we love California. It's really the coolest state. Really, if I could just save one state, that would be the state, because a lot of cool people live in California. So Okay, so you guys ready to do a little chanting?
Do it.
Okay, so we're gonna do, you could turn on your microphones and then we'll see if we sound like yowling kitty cats with this platform or how it goes, but we're gonna do Ma Sa Tino first, okay? So we'll do that like for a minute or two. So just breathe in, go into your hearts. If you want to turn your microphone on, that would be great. And then breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. And especially on this third breath, pay attention for that little explosion of warmth in your heart. Ma Sa Let's try to sing together. Let's try to sing together a little more, okay? When you sing that, when you do that chant, become aware it's like heart, third eye, and then like a crown sending the rays out in your broadcast. I know it's really hard to do these things on Zoom because the audio quality doesn't sync up sometimes. But when you do it in the privacy of your own home, really let yourself go into each of the syllables. So it's ma sa. Let me just try by myself, like if you can. Ma sa ti no. You can kind of feel like you can deepen into each one of those syllables. So that you know what happens when you chant. In the beginning, you chant, but after a while, the chant chants you. There's this place where the chant chants you. And usually it's about 3 minutes, 5 minutes into chanting. You'll start discovering that you're not even thinking about chanting anymore. You're like in the zone of the sound current moving through you. Now, one of the things about these chants is it can start opening up your inner hearing. You know, we have clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, and claircognitive ability. These are some of the 33 gifts of mastery. Okay, there are other gifts like telekinetic ability, invisibility, levitation, all that. But these 4 are pretty easy to start opening up. So underneath everything is the sound current. Every dimensional level, the sound current is coming down, and it sounds different in every dimensional level. On this level, it sounds like kind of like a seashell put to your ear. It sounds like the roaring of the cosmic ocean, just a deep, low roar. When you start chanting, I'll give you one other chant you can chant. This one you can really start hearing the cosmic ocean. It's just Hu, simple, simple. Hu. It's a high seed syllable sound. of the divine. And you chant that for 5 minutes and you'll hear it in the whoosh of the traffic. You'll hear it in the train. You'll hear it in the refrigerator running. You'll hear the hue behind everything. You'll start to open up your inner hearing. Okay. The more you do this, the more you'll become clairaudient. You'll start accessing this inner gift for yourself. So hue is a great one for that. I've chanted hue for, well, over 30 years. Let's just put it like that. A long time. Okay. So now we're going to do Amaru Kumara. This one is Divine Mother, Divine Father. And Alex could probably tell you, he speaks French and English, but his accent's a little thick. But he could probably tell you, he's written me letters about so many of his experiences. And with Amaru Kumara, haven't you, Alex?
Yes.
Yes. You want to say anything?
Amaru Kumara is a marvelous song. Amaru Kumara brings us much love, peace, harmony, and sharing our great light. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to chant this by myself first. We'll try it together, but I don't want us to sound like a bunch of howling kitty cats. It's not you, it's the system, okay? But let me try it first, and then we'll try it together. So I'm going to do it like 3 times, and then join me on the 4th, okay? Try to stay together if you can. So here we go. Amaru Kumara. Amaru Kumara. Amaru Kumara. Amaru Now you can also do variations. You know, you could say Amaru Kumara, 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 Amaru, Amaru, Amaru Kumara. Have fun with it. Just be in the vibe. Close your eyes, go into your heart, and let it take you on the journey. That's the thing. The sound current is connected to the source of all creation. You can ride the sound current up through the dimensions. But I must warn you, it is beyond the mind. So if your mind tries to hold on, you know, it's like riding a dragon. We see pictures of Kuan Yin riding the dragon, coming down from the higher worlds. The dragon is like the Shekinah, it's the sine wave. The sound current is a sine wave, like our heartbeats, like our brain waves. This is the Shekinah. This is the Holy Spirit. In Christianity, that's what we call it. But every mystical path, if you go deep enough, knows about the Bani, the Shabda, the sound current, the Akshar, the hue. It's the vibrational spine of the universe that creates everything and interpenetrates everything. So use these chants beautifully. Q, to open your inner ears and connect. Masatino, to broadcast out, break in the spell. And Amaru Kumara, to go really into your heart and open up your connection with the divine so that the masters vibrate with you and you vibrate with them. Does that sound good to everybody?
Sounds great. Thanks, Trisha.
My total pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. And I hope I get to see some of you again. And I still hope to see you on the inner if I don't see you on the outer. And maybe I'll get to see you January the 30th. But thank you so much for having me, Neil. I want to go back and watch your whole presentation from the beginning. You're brilliant, my friend.
Thank you. I love you, Trisha.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything.
Thank
All right.
you.
God bless.
Thank you, Trisha.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys. So we're coming up to the end here. And Alan, how you feeling, brother?
I feel great. No, this has been, well, just one of those portal. We are in the portal, Neil. You just open the portal, everyone jumps in, and we just cruise.
Yes.
Because we're not on the other side of the portal yet, but that's okay.
You know, I mean, it is hard work to put on events, but it does seem like a lot of this is becoming effortless now. You know, it's just you build it and they come. You know what I mean? Like, it's time. Everybody's stepping up right now. The world situation is such that we have the ability to focus more on our consciousness and our spirituality. And look, we just did 3 conferences back to back in the first 3 weekends of this year, and they were fully attended. And you know, the first conference was a disclosure event, and I was promoting it as the first UFO disclosure event in the year, because I think it was right. It was like 3 days after New Year. So
yeah,
it just goes to show that like where everybody's ready with all this chaos and division happening in the world, it just means more and more people are stepping up to bring the unity. And that's what we did this event for. And that's why we continue doing everything that we're doing.
Yeah,
Portal to Ascension.
Really fun. And it seems we are so much a part
Thanks,
of
Alex.
non-local consciousness. I'm looking at people here, but that's not who they are. They're the emanations. I mean, it's even more obvious than ever that people are just not their little square. I mean, on the internet, they're not even their bodies. They are the totality of consciousness that's pouring through each one of us. I mean, it's so much more obvious this way because obviously this is not who we are. I mean, I'm not this little square here.
Yeah, right. It's just a window to a whole reality in a realm of consciousness.
Yeah, no, and I think what you're doing, we're building a collective that actually will really know that. It just this is what this whole year worth of conferences are building towards. Like eventually you won't even need the internet. That will be a real portal to ascension.
Yep.
You do these gatherings without the internet, without just psychically tuning in, right?
Yeah, that's a part of it. I feel that we're moving into that age where we need to, I feel, work out all the kinks of our consciousnesses and the struggle that we've gone through, what we may dub as impurity or lower frequencies, so that we can get to that level where we can be so transparent with each other that we literally pick up the energetic signals and telepathy and have that type of communication. So I do feel that's eventually where we're going to go. And right now we're in the process of working out all the kinks so that we can be the people that we deserve to be telepathic with each other, right? So that we deserve to know what information that we all hold within ourselves.
This is training wheels, until we wait. Emerald, do you have anything to say? Because I just want to, because
I am just agreeing with the telepathy fully.
Wow.
And as Bashar says, telepathy.
Telepathy. It's empathy with the tele-empathy.
Yeah. Through empathy, we create the telepathy.
No, but I think just gathering like this, sharing consciousness, I mean, and just interacting with so many people in the chat today.
Yep.
We are doing this together. We are doing this connection. I just feel more connected. Then when I shut it off, I'm all alone. But when I feel so connected now, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay to have both. It's good.
It
You need
is.
that balance. But okay, you're gonna do what, Neil?
I'm gonna do a couple of poems here, and then we'll call it.
Anything have anybody have anything to say?
Yeah, if anyone wants to share anything right now, please do.
Bonnie, you look very
Love
happy.
you. I love all of you so much. Oh my gosh.
Well, all of this is very amazing. I think I'm drunk from the energy, all this energy. So I was telling my friend, I'm so drunk of the energy. It was just bless all those people. They are very unique in their own nature of whatever they are sharing with everybody else. So thank you so much. It was amazing. Thank you, Neil, for doing this. You are amazing too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ida.
Okay.
Anyone else want to chime in?
I was just saying, Bonnie looks very happy. You have anything to say, Bonnie Clark?
Oh.
You're on.
Muted. I've just enjoyed today thoroughly. I've always loved sound healing, and I learned a lot today, and I love the experiential aspect. It just is so endearing and so needed to have like-minded communities. And I believe that the coherence is definitely a happening thing with various groups of various types of meditators around the world right now. And I think the old's dying out, and that's what's bringing the fear out, because people are afraid of something new, and there's some people, the Neanderthalic mentalities but anyway, no, just appreciation and gratitude. So I'm just happy to be in community with like-minded people, and you've had some wonderful, everybody has been wonderful today. So thank you. I feel
Bonnie.
of you and the heart of Neil and the heart of each presenter. And that supersedes everything else, even though everything was great. But so that's why I'm happy.
Thanks, Bonnie.
I just want to say ditto to what everyone has said. This has just been wonderful.
Right. Thank you. Stephanie, did you raise your hand? Unmute yourself. Unmute. Stephanie.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I'm so thankful to be here. I was able to catch the tail end, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest. But I also just had hoped to, just in such deep resonance, just hope to share a little bit of kind of an inspired global vision that I hope we might have an opportunity to co-create together globally. And hope to share it just in hopes of being able to share some inspiration and seeing this manifest together. It's a global vision of a vision seeing us all being fully empowered in support of everybody being able to co-create the greatest world and the greatest future possible for every single child, adult, and population, where everybody's at their highest health, their fullest potentials, able to do everything that they wish, desire, and dream, both in their lives and in our world, and helping to fill our planet together with light and love. And it's incredibly humbling. I'm a pediatrician. I survived something similar to COVID about 5 years ago. And in addition, there's just been this healing journey. And over this time period, it's been so inspiring and incredible to come across just such incredible efforts and work of people sharing their love. And I'm only newer, to learning about energy and frequency, but there's such a deep resonance in a beautiful way. And I just love the direction that things are going in. And I frequently would ask myself the question, if we could find a way to support everybody in their highest manifestations of their dreams, what they love, what they feel inspired towards. But if we could also find ways to support synergy and connection, between and among, what an incredible, future we're going to be co-creating together. And so this is, I just feel very humbled. I started to realize that this was getting guided. And I know that I was very, very, very humbled to start to understand that it's meant for now, like for all of us. And I hope to find a way to be able to connect with everybody here and the world together, so that together we can find a way to manifest this year together in support of everybody.
We're manifesting it right now, so there you go.
On to that.
Mm-hmm. And Jody, anything from you?
I just want to thank you guys for having me be part of this, and thank you everyone who came to hear everything that we're all doing. So it's been a really good day, and I feel good. So I just want everybody to still just have hope that we're all gonna, don't lose hope that we're gonna all be okay, and we're all working toward the same thing, trying to be connected. So needing to be connected to ourselves, to source, everything that exists, and it's already happening. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jody.
It's great to see all these familiar faces from last week, Rachel and Joe and Paula. Yeah, good to see everybody. And you want to say something, Joe? Yeah. Oh, wait.
Oh, we can't hear you, Joe.
Your sound is off.
You are unmuted, but your sound's still not coming through. Maybe you need to change your microphone.
Not yet. It's somewhere in your...
And maybe you can change your settings. And let's go to Deidre. Deidre, you have your hands up. Did you want to say something?
Yes, please. Kira, and thank you very much for today. It was wonderful to see everybody and hear what you've got to say. And just on the last speaker, I'm just reminded of a project that we're doing based in New Zealand, but a kind of the idea came from Northern Ireland originally, and it's called a paper doll piece. And basically, we just get a piece of paper. It can be a newspaper, any kind of paper. Fold it as many times as you can and make a paper doll chain from it. And usually a piece of paper will only kind of fold 7 times. It won't fold more than that. But each paper doll in that chain represents somebody that you want to work with to support their enlightenment, if you like, and your own enlightenment, because we worked out, there's the 9 degrees of separation, but actually it's about 7. And if we hold 7 people consciously and just send them love and light, and if you want to take it deeper, you can choose people that you really struggle with to send them love and light, or the people, the wounded masculine and wounded feminine that we've been talking about, to just send that energy consciously and set that intention before your chants. And if you want to, and we've done it, and we did it on a small scale, but then after a shooting in New Zealand, a whole lot of school children and stuff started making these chains. So I'm just letting you know that, and it helps because it gives people like a visual anchor on the days that they forget what's going on. So, and that was my dog, and someone's come to the door as well. So big love and light, and thank you.
Thank you, Deidre. Joe, is your mic working?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Better?
Yeah.
Great, thanks. I got some background noises, so I'll do real fast here. I just want to say that you guys are all fantastic. This is kind of new to me, and you guys are like a tapestry of wonderfulness right in front of me here. And the other thing I want to say is that, Neil, your presentations are penetrating. And I'm not a rap guy, but I'll tell you, when you rap or when you say your poetry, you're just as penetrating to me as your presentations are. So I want to say, God bless you. God bless everybody. Thanks so much. See you on the next one. We ain't seen nothing yet.
This is just the beginning. Right? Yeah, a lot more to come. Thanks, Joe. And I got your email, so I'll be responding to you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate all your support. Do we have anybody else that wants to share any information or their feedback or feelings?
I could.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to share that the Global Coherence Pulse was today at noon, and I think Jody was doing her presentation when they were doing the meditation there, and the two groups synchronized. It was so amazing. I just wanted to share that we were all hooked up even bigger. And thank you so much for doing this. It's so important for us all to connect like this now. I mean, this is our time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just think it's
I'm watching the sunset, so I it's by the freeway, so I have to
Yeah.
have the phone by my ear so I can hear you. But I was sharing the view with you.
You wanna show it to us? Let's see.
Where are you? Is that Los Angeles? No.
I'm at the Berkeley Marina.
Oh,
Actually Aquatic Park.
nice. Well,
We got
everyone,
the ducks flying by, and we got the moon up here. Let's see. I can show it. Anyway, you'll see it tonight. I hope. Anyway, thank you.
thanks, Adora. Yes, Adora.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else?
I think it's great to look at everybody's faces. You know, it's like not
Okay,
just
so
a bubble.
all right. So now we're gonna get into some spoken word here, poetry, and I just to kind of tell you my journey of like creating this poetry. When I started writing poetry when I was 16, my first poem was called "The Dead and the Dying," and it was a poem about the death in World War II. It was like my assignment for my junior year in high school, and at that point I was like, "Whoa, I'm pretty good at this." So I continued writing. And then I started freestyle rapping. I became a rapper when I was 18. I'm 38 now, so 20 years ago. And when I first started rapping, my name was Desolate, right? My name was Desolate. And the reason why my MC name was Desolate was because I was very much into the conspiracy theories, the Illuminati is going to kill us, the Skull and Bones. I was like hardcore into conspiracies. So I thought that, it's all desolate. And could I ask everybody if you could, actually, I'll mute everybody here. We have some feedback. So the reason why I had the name Desolate is because I literally thought that we're screwed and these guys have control and they're going to take us out. So I thought it was all destruction. So my name was MC Desolate. And then pretty soon after that, 8 years after that of hardcore conspiracies and darkness. And, when the swine flu came out, I thought they were trying to take us out. And I bought a gas mask and everything. I was really scared, right? So in 2008, I changed my name when I found my soul family, and I realized that the one missing thing within everything I knew was love. That all of the reasons that this happened for like a reason, right? Before I didn't think it happened for a reason. I thought that these guys are taking over our souls and we're not going to be able to ascend because of it. And these aliens and reptilians, this is what I was into like up to 2008. And in 2008, when I realized the missing link was love, and I'm talking about vibration and frequency and spirituality. However, where's the experience of it? I don't feel love, I feel scared, right? So in 2008, my rapper name changed to Abundance, right? The complete opposite of Desolate. I realized everything was abundant, where everywhere it's all love. And so then I became hardcore, the stereotypical new age, over-energizing joy, not accepting the darkness. I went from hardcore darkness to all love, no darkness. That kept going up until maybe around 8 years ago when I was 30. I've changed my name again, my third time the charm. And then my name became Resonance. And the reason why my name changed to Resonance is because I finally got to a place in my life where I didn't judge the bad or the good, and I realized that it's all frequency. So now my hip hop name, my rapper name is Resonance, because ultimately that's the most neutral term that I could figure, because that's all I am. It's just the frequency and the vibration, and we polarize it using our own belief systems and everything as to what it is. So this and then that led, like, all my poetry back then was all about like government stuff and alien agendas and everything, and then it kind of morphed in 2008 to just pure meditative, really beautiful, like flowers and unicorn kind of poetry. And then now it's become what it's become. And you're about to listen to poetry that I've wrote in the last 6 months. So this first one here is, actually, these don't have any names, so I'm gonna get right into it. There's gonna be 2 poems back to back. So if we could right now, let's just take a few deep breaths and make this a meditative experience for us. Just inhale through the nose, out of the mouth, just bringing presence to this moment. We've had a long day and it's almost over. This presentation is almost over, but it's never truly over. It's just the beginning. We've been activated, and now we can take this energy out with us into the rest of the world and emanate it. So just in gratitude for all the presenters today, in gratitude for the amazing Alan Steinfeld and his friendship, because honestly, I couldn't have done so many events without his energy because of what he brings to it. Gratitude for every single person that attended. Gratitude for all the ancient instruments. Gratitude for our own voice, for our ability to communicate, for our ability to speak words that came from a frequency thought that eventually became a tangible manifestation, right? How amazing is that? So this poem right here, I'm gonna get right into it. Let's just call it The Ghost. You see, I'm the ghost of the dark worlds, the spirit of the ocean reflected in the pearls. Enter the Fibonacci spiral, speed picks up in this whirlpool of light. With heavenly sight, I see through densities. There have been plenty of enemies to go around. Attempting to stop creations that are so profound will shake the top of the mound where the sermon was once said. For 2,000 years we bled. Eyes bloodshot red, to the sleeping and the woke, don't provoke cause the cosmic joke, it won't always make you laugh. Coming from the past to teach you about the future, I diffuse the rhyme sayer, soul slayer, conscious creator, existential innovator. One prayer is all we need to plant seeds and to live. This is the planetary system that you're living in. So embrace the solar dust that you face, displace the rust that the matrix has laced, perpetuate the rat race, fragmented from humanity's birthplace to the third aspect of linear space. Encased in limitation, pollution, and waste, I erase this timeline, replace the elitist bloodline, spit fire from the chakra points in my spine, relentlessly find a way to bend back time before the dimensional decline when we were all one. Relentlessly find a way to bend back time before the dimensional decline when we were all one. Before of our axis, we were spun. Before of our axis, we were spun. Before of our axis, we were spun. Touch heaven, sky is 11. Dreading the black sun's position starts to enlist all men into an army of darkness. The mission? To create a prison planet that envisions lack. Victimhood never listened. The water in the sunlight glistens. Enter the prism, the vortex, where time doesn't exist yet. Colors bombarding, creating friction. Perplex activity in my cerebral cortex. The question couldn't be more complex, so vex experiences. There will be more in the next life cycle. I recite all mantras and chants, breathe tantrically, lungs collapse, open all nerve cell synapse to receive the codes, archaic as Morse code, radio waves and gamma rays. Know the secret societies, they know, and have the technology to go interstellar out of this world, raid the facilities, acquire the technology in stealth mode, take what belongs to humanity, pack the van with a full load, light speed down the road, here to disclose all aspects of reality that will make souls grow. Resistance is futile. The earth is still fertile. The truth will drive the masses wild, but I still have a smile. As the rabbit hole is deep, the answers that we seek, the questions beneath the construct of society, is humanity's time to evolve and enter the days of old. Thank you all so much. This has been so beautiful.
Thank you, Neil. Great day.
Hey, everybody. So this is the time where we have to say goodbye for now, but we're always going to be connected. I'm going to email the replay out to all of you of this event by tomorrow, but it's available on YouTube and Facebook right now. Please do, stay connected with us. And we're going to be doing more and more groups where we have everybody on camera and communicating and talking and sharing their ideas, because we have the answers within us, and we need to share it with each other so we can create these projects for this world that is now emerging. So I appreciate you all very much. Love you all. And that's it. Have a beautiful evening.
Thank you, Neil. Great day.
Amazing day.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you. Okay, bye everybody.